I am thrilled to be here today. Excited to see what these teams are going to be doing today, basically. So I know we saw a few games yesterday that were just like, oh my god, very like towards the end. A lot of clutch moves definitely happened. So I'm just very excited to see what happens today.
Me too. Yeah, there were a lot of games where they were actually pretty close. There were some games that ended in like less than a minute, but I
Yeah.
suspect today we're going to see a lot more closer matches.
Yes, definitely, and a lot of higher, what's it called? Especially with high caliber matches today, especially with Skyrose versus XOZ. So I'm definitely looking forward to that game, probably the most actually, because it's gonna be very foretelling to see who actually ends up on top on that one.
For sure. Okay, well let's talk a little bit about day one, how that went. So we're just going to go over the teams that were remaining. So Terminus and Team Salt were the two teams that got knocked out. So the remaining 6 teams here are the ones that are going to be playing for the big prize pool today.
That is true. So our prize pool is $500. It's the huge prize pool. I think it's the biggest one so far in ARMAJET esports history, which is pretty exciting. So Skyrose actually had 132 kills overall. So they were very effective at obtaining their objectives with the least amount of kills. They were also the team that scored the most amount of goals. So what does that say to me? That they took advantage of their openings. They were very effective in clearing out and making way so that way they could push through and score. And they played as a team really, really well. There were a couple of plays that were very evident that they definitely put in their practice and the time. And then the next team, XOZ, which we're going to be seeing right up, they are the team with the most kills. They had 209 kills overall. And that to me says they were a complete massacre. If they couldn't find a way through, they made a way through pretty much. And Delike has the most kills overall from that team across all of the matches. He has 19. And these guys were really paving the way in order to go ahead and opening and scoring, And then Hammers, they have 198 kills. They hadn't favored map positions or placements throughout, but they was literally at a slight disadvantage, and they really need to pick up their defensive. Their offensive was really, really great, and I loved how they passed the ball amongst each other. Now, Fiery Tail, they had 184 kills. What they need to do is build up both their offense and their defense to adapt to the teams that they are playing. And if you're going up against Skyrose, beef up your defense. And if you're going up against a team like Upsetters, you need to be a little bit more offensive. And there were also some really great plays that you could see that they definitely put in their practice, and they took the time to really get to know their opponents a little bit better. So they prepared. Upsetters, they are the teams, and I'm sorry to cut you off. The Upsetters, they're the team with the least amount of kills. They had 105. This to me says that they didn't do as much damage as they possibly could have, but I did see that Clad and Killer Penguin, they definitely put in the work. They were the ones who were most effectively getting their targets. And also, I think they need to probably work on passing the ball a little bit more so they can increase the speed in which they get their ultimate. So by passing the ball, you do get an increase in experience. And then Sweaty Synergy, they had 190 kills. They did cause a lot of damage, but they need to go ahead and work on their offense a little bit more. Goals do mean that you end up winning the game. That's pretty much my summary from the matches that happened yesterday and what they need to do in order to secure the wins today, basically.
Great summary. Yeah, so what I was going to mention is your comment about practicing, and
yeah,
you're 100% right. I think the two teams that got knocked out, I think that is kind of where their downfall was, is that they didn't practice enough. And getting to know the teams, getting to know the strategy behind Battle Ball, as well as, like you say, being a little bit more offensive. I think those two teams were more defensively minded. And I think what we're learning is that in Battle Ball, yeah, defense is important for sure, but I think having a good offense seems to be a little bit more important. And hopefully we're going to see some more aggression come out of these other teams. I think that's what they're going to need to do to overcome XOZ and Skyrose, the two undefeated teams at the moment. So that's going to be amazing to see. And also, by the way, Sephora, we have an update on the Mobilize for Australia movement, don't we?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we have overall, and this includes all streams that took place yesterday, so not just ARMAJET, but streams in PUBG, Fortnite, Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, and I know I'm forgetting one because I always forget one, Call of Duty Mobile. So we together as a collective yesterday, we raised $7,500. So that's
amazing.
Actually, that's great news, seriously. So all of the funds that are going to be collected today, we're also raising funds for charity today, and that is going to be for Mobilize for Australia. There's a code that comes out in chat, guys, so if you do want to go ahead and donate today, you are more than welcome to, and any little bit helps. And this is going to go ahead and help the wildlife that had been devastated from the recent bushfires in Australia. So $7,500, that's very telling. And we raised almost 1,000. It was 862 more or less, $850 more or less from the ARMAJET community alone. So yay, guys! Like, I'm super happy about that. So yay!
It definitely warms my heart to see all the support that we're getting. The fact that we've almost raised $1,000 in just one day is incredible, and we're going to be continuing to raise funds today, guys. So, you know, if you're looking to support Australia, be sure to hit that donate, and there's going to be a bot with the link available to you as well. All right, well, let's jump into day 2. So let's talk about the bracket for a little bit here, and then we're going to jump into our first match right away. Okay, so as you can see, the big difference today is we're going to be going into a double elimination style tournament. So the first day was round robin, and now we're going to do double elimination to determine who's going to be the one taking home the big chunk of that prize pool. To start off, we're going to have XOZ versus Fiery Tail, and then the next series is going to be Skyros and Hammers. And then for the other two teams, the 5th and 6th place teams, are going to be in the losers bracket already. So we got Upsetters and Sweaty Synergy down at the bottom there. So what this means is the 4 teams at the top here, XOZ, Fiery Tail, Skyros, and Hammers, they will be they're allowed to lose twice before they'll get knocked out, and then the 2 teams on the bottom 6 will have only one chance. So if they get knocked out, or if they lose once, they will be knocked out. And then we're going to move through as a best of 5 series all the way up until the Grand Championships, which will be a best of 7. As well, we're going to be applying advantage scoring today, and what that means is that the first 4 matches of the best of 5 will be held with Battle Ball. The 5th match, the decider match, will be Team Deathmatch, but in order for a team to win, they have to have 2 points over their opponents. So, for example, let's say it's a 3-2 in a series in a best of 5, that means the team with the 3 wins needs to get another win in order to move forward as the winner. And we're going to keep going on with that until we find a winner in that series. So that is how we're going to move on to things today, but it looks like we've got our players ready to go, so I think we're ready to start. Goat, if your players are ready, let's get underway.
Yay!
I think we're just waiting for confirmation.
Let me type it in chat just to be sure.
Oh, there we are.
We just did it.
All right, here we go. Okay, our first match of the day, XOZ versus Fiery Tail. Here we are. Okay, so players move through the middle. Fiery Tail is going to try and get there first, but they don't quite make it in time. However, Hambone does pick up the ball, and now it looks like Fiery Tail's got possession. They're going to move through the middle here, and let's see who's going to get this goal.
Well, nothing much is happening. The ball is pretty much just, you know, hitting mid right now. Agris does pick it up, but they're not really offensive.
Oh, is he going to get it? And he does! Wow, incredible. A sliver of health, but he manages to carry himself through that and gets the first goal on the board for XOZ. Incredible.
I still feel that I have to be a little bit more aggressive in order to go ahead and make it. So Agris and
nice defense from Trumpkin there. That was great defense. Yeah, I agree with you. I think they need to be a little bit more offensive. They're a bit on the defense at the moment.
I'm wondering why, because I know, like, yesterday with their stats, they're the team that had the most kills, and I see them just hanging back a little bit more, and I'm wondering if it's because of the positioning that they are in Magma. You know, they're kind of caught off a little bit there. Why did they just throw the ball and not picking it up? And that had to be... That's a little strange, but yeah, I'm wondering if they just wanted to go ahead and try to, like, pave the wave. I think that's what they were doing. They might as well throw the ball, let it respawn, secure that midsection. That's actually a good move, a good play.
All right, so Hambo picks up the ball. Delight nearly got in there in time, but didn't quite get there. Yobot now picking up the ball is going to go through the bottom. He doesn't have a great opening, though. Agris there is to stop him from getting in the way. Now he's going to move through the top again, but Wolflore with that shield manages to take him out with that Typhoon. He's going to get a shot, and there it is! The first goal for Fiery Tail. Really well done. Yes,
so they definitely had an opening. They took advantage of that opening, so GG's to them. I do want to touch back later on that play by XOZ, which was really nice.
Yeah, it was a really great play, and here we are seeing more rocket strikes. This was a very prominent strategy in day one, and now Yobot picking it up. He's got a bit of health. Can he make it? Holy cow, great defense from Full. He just gets there in time to take that ball and stops it from going in. Trumpkin trying to get there as well, but Full is being the MVP here, the goalkeeper of this game, and tosses the ball away. Noxus with that shield, tosses it over to Hambone, but takes him out, and now Noxus has got the ball with that shield. He's got a little bit of an opening. Can Wolflore stop him? And he does with that frag. Really great grenade.
So what I'm seeing in the side of XOZ is they're actually throwing the ball away to the enemy team, so they can probably use their secondary, which actually means that they're able to secure the kill. And
wow, Hambone sneaks in there. Wow, what happened there? XOZ was caught with their pants down. They just weren't there in time to stop them from getting there. That was a bit of a defensive mishap from them.
Yes, that's actually a really good play, and I'm starting to see, like I was saying about the passing the ball. So they're able to use this, they're able to secure that kill. So that means the enemy team drops the ball, and they're able just to go ahead and pick it up. So that's something that's I guess we're going to be seeing a lot more.
I think you're right. Yeah, that's exactly it, because without your secondary, it's a little bit difficult to take enemies down, but are they going to make a push and tie it up? It doesn't look like it. Fairy Tail's defense is going to hold it secure for them, and there it is. Fairy Tail, coming in Storm, takes this first game, the first time that XOZ has dropped a game. Incredible.
This is a Fairy Tail that's a little bit different from what I had seen yesterday. Yesterday I did see them a little bit more, I guess, defensive. I saw them more in a shell, but right now this game, it showed that they went ahead and burst through that and say that we are definitely a force to be reckoned with. So I'm very excited to see what happens in the next matchup.
I think Fire Tail is going to be a team to watch throughout this tournament. They, you know, like we talked about their history a little bit yesterday and the fact that they've been around for a long time, so they're not shy to competitions. And I think this is really where we're starting to see the fruits of their labor, because clearly they've been practicing a lot. Like, look at this team synergy that they've got going on. Their defense was really good. They were controlling lanes very well, finding openings. Like, XOZ was caught a little bit short there, which is a big change from yesterday. I mean, they were so dominant, and here we are, Fire Tail taking that first game. However, it is a best of 5, so there's a lot more games to go yet.
We have a long way to go. Yeah, definitely.
So certainly not the end of the series, but...
So one thing I don't think that we touched on was the bans. So I know that, what's it called? Oh, my mind just went blank. Okay, so the Havoc, the Thunderstorm were banned, the Cluster and the Incendiary, the Super Shield, and the Gun Sentry as well. And something that we had realized was that Cluster was banned. So when we both saw that, we were both kind of like, wait, why? Like, it doesn't make sense. And what actually had happened was that Fairy Tail had actually run out of time on that one, and there was a little bit of because I wouldn't have assumed to have seen that one. I know we didn't see it in game yesterday at all, but the Havoc makes sense, the Thunderstorm makes sense, the Incendiary makes sense, the Super Shield and the Gun Sentry, they all make sense. The only one was kind of odd was the Cluster Ball, but now Cluster Grenade, but now we know why.
No kidding. Yeah, that was a bit odd. All right, well, I think our players are ready to go, Goat. So if you're ready, let's get this underway.
Starting up.
Okay, here we go. This is going to be match number 2. Fairy Tail taking that first game, so XOZ is looking for blood. Let's see if they get it. All right, Inspiral picking up that ball, and he's going to move through the bottom. It looks like Hambone's there to save the day with that Quantum, though, and he stops him in his tracks. Nox is trying to push forward. Yobot picking up that ball. He gets taken down, though. Fairy Tail's really low health here. They got to be careful not to catch themselves off guard. Throws the ball. Doesn't quite get it to the goal. Trumpkin just picking it up. A little bit dangerous there, hovering by the goal, but does get out of the way. Trumpkin's going to move through the top. He's low in health, but he's about to start rehealing himself and tosses the ball away, nearly getting it over to the left-hand side into the goal, but doesn't quite get there. And now Full picking up the ball, and they're going to make a push.
So great team play by Fairy Tail here. They're spread out. They're respawning at exactly the same moment. They're protecting their goal. And this is definitely a Fairy Tail that's very different from yesterday. Today, they are on their game, so it's really exciting to see.
They are definitely playing very well. Their defense is on point. Their offense is working out quite well as well. And another rocket strike coming down from Fairy Tail, clearing the path and hopefully making their way over to the left-hand side. Hambone's got that ball with full health, and he's about to meet his demise as he gets taken down by Noxus. And the ball is going to drop. Inspiral's going to go try and pick it up, but it's going to respawn. And there we are. All right.
So Fairy Tail, I love how they're playing right now. I think definitely XOZ needs to be a little bit more aggressive right now. I do feel that they're getting caught out a little bit more. They're trying their best. I know Full's doing a lot of damage, and I don't know. I'm just trying to see, like, Full has 8 kills already, so I know he's going in there and...
Oh my goodness. What happened there? Fairy Tail lost all of their teammates at the wrong time and unfortunately could not respawn just in time to get there to defend, and that left a huge opening for XOZ as they took their first goal. Alright, so the ball is back up, and Wolflord tried to take it, but couldn't. Gobot gets taken down. Nox got a full opening. Can they get there in time to stop it? Actually, the ball bounced on the top platform. That's very lucky for Fairy Tail, and now they're picking it up again. They really need to even this up. They only got a minute left on the clock, so unfortunately for them, they really got to make a push here. Yobot's got that shield. He's going to try and move up through the top. Rocket Strike coming down to clear the way. That Locust just doesn't quite do enough, but Wolflord's got enough room. Can he make it in time and dunk it? And he throws it in, and oh, it gets in there. Nice goal from Fairy Tail. Really, really well done. This is a great match.
Yes, definitely. Oh my god, I'm actually really excited. I don't know. So it took Fairy Tail a minute and a half, took XOZ a minute and a half to score a goal. So that says a lot about them right now. Their defense is on point, their offense is on point, and look. Ooh.
Oh my, narrowly missing the goal, just shaving the bottom of that goal. That was very, very close, nearly dunking it, but didn't quite get there. So, of course, they didn't get that goal, but that would have been had they got there. Delight picking up that goal. He's going to move through the top, pick up that shield as well, and heal himself up. And now he's going to try and make a push here. And unfortunately for XOZ, they're not really grouped up right now, so they may not be able to make it through here. Fairy Tail with their great defense, it looks like they can get to an overtime. Wolflord going to move through the bottom. Will he get that shot? Just about gets there, doesn't bounce up, and almost makes it in. So close, but here we are. We're going to move into overtime, and let's see who's going to take this game.
Oh my god, my heart is just racing right now. That last one, if it's just a little bit more push, a little bit... just movement speed, and here he comes again.
And is he going to make it? Oh, Delight gets there in time to stop it. He collects the ball. Very good defense from XOZ. Let's see if they can get this goal. They're going to move over through the mid. Delight picking up with that shield as well. Looks like he's going to go through the bottom. He's going to slam down to get it in, and there it is. XOZ taking game number 2.
GG's. That was actually very exciting to watch. That was really close. Oh my god. My heart is pounding. Like, a lot of back and forth action for sure.
Amazing.
Both teams' defenses and offenses were just really, really, really good. Delight got lucky on. Well, I don't want to say that he got lucky, but it was just really fortunate of him that he was in the right moment at the right time to pick up the ball and just went through the top and just came down. And that's the only way. Because if not, I think we probably would have gone through another overtime there. These guys really showed up. Fairy Tail really showed up against XOZ, and I'm a little bit worried about XOZ because they're a very strong team, especially from what we had seen yesterday.
100%.
So I don't know if they're just a little bit out of focus today, maybe. But yeah, we'll see. We still have a lot of games to go, so.
Yeah, that was amazing. I think Fairy Tail has adjusted themselves from yesterday because they're doing even better. Just their team synergy in general is really solid. I mean, they did lose that game, but it was a very, very close game. Like, that one ball just nearly got there. Scratched it by a hair, but just not enough. Man, that could have been their game easily. But XOZ just barely comes out on top. Incredible.
My heart is still pounding. I don't think I can recover from that. And this is just the beginning, too. So you can imagine what we're going to see like later on for the rest of the teams that are going to be competing.
No kidding.
So, oh my god.
That was amazing. And if that is what we're expecting to see today, this is going to be an incredible day 2. That is for sure. All right, so we're just waiting for our next match. So it's 1-1, of course, and that means we're going to continue on to game number 3.
Let me make sure that my audio is off for everything, because I think we're good. Yeah, I have everything ready. Okay, so lobby's ready. I think we're ready to jump in. What's our map? Hold on, I think I had it up. Oh yeah,
we're gonna be on Temple. Yep.
Oof.
This is going to be an interesting match. So I'm sure, like, what we've seen from yesterday is Temple, it's a lot harder to score, just because of the fact that it's so open, so it's easier to defend. So I don't know. This is going to be a really interesting game. These two teams have been pretty evenly matched so far, and to put themselves on Temple, we might see a 1-goal game here.
You know, something that's very interesting. You do have both teams that they're doing really well with passes. I think XOZ's passing game is more on point from what we had seen in these last 2 matches. So I feel that they're going to be doing a lot of let me go ahead and get rid of the ball, let me use my secondary, and let me try to pick it up again. That's what I'm thinking that I'm going to be seeing, especially on Temple. And again, usually Temple is usually hovered at top. That's where most of the fight starts. And then it gradually moves down, but that's more of a TDM. I'm having a little bit of... Okay, no, I'm joking. Okay, that's more on TDM, and I know a lot of the action does take place usually on top, so I'm expecting to see a lot of balls in the air, basically.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, well, let's see if that's the case. Goat, if you want to go ahead and start the match, we're ready to go.
We're waiting. Oh yeah, they're like just joined.
Oh, we did. Okay. I thought
Yeah.
they were all there. All right, perfect then. So whenever they're ready, go ahead and start the game, Goat. Okay, here we go. Match number 3 of our first series. Let's see who's going to take this game here on Temple. Okay, ball is up. Both teams are going to go actually to the top there, but XOZ tries to pick it up. Noxus gets destroyed by Hambone's frag there, and Agris, it looks like he's going to get it, but no, Trumpkin does manage to pick it up. Agris is going to move through that bottom. He's got full health, so there's a bit of a problem here for Firetail. They need to be careful. He's going to try and get off that jump pad and get some elevation, but doesn't quite get there. Trumpkin picking it up, loses the ball, and now Fold's got that shield. He's going to boost up into the goal. Looks like he's going to duck it there. It is first goal going to XOZ. Well done.
That was just a clear opening for him, so he definitely took advantage of that. So that was good. That was very effective gameplay on XOZ, trying to knock out everyone on the side of Fiery Tail, and they just couldn't spawn in time.
Oh, that rocket strike being so effective, just clearing out the defense of Fiery Tail. They do have a bit of an opening, but it looks like XOZ is going to pull back a little bit. Full got that full health, and he's going to try and get another dunk, but Hambone takes him out. That Dominion really well done. And now he's going to move through the top. Yoba got that shield. Can he get the shot? Oh, just shy. He shoots it a little bit too high. Ball's going to go off the edge, and now we're going to respawn.
So I wanted to scream, just throw it, because he was being chased, but it wasn't just fast enough. Just what's it called? His movement wasn't just good enough. But anyway, so this gameplay, I was expecting a lot of more balls in the air, like I had said, but nothing is actually happening. They're carrying the ball all the way to term. So Hambone and is going through the bottom. Oh well, he got taken down.
Yeah, that Rocket Strike's doing some real work. Both teams using it to great effect. Firetail's Rocket Strike going off 2 at the same time right now. Didn't really do a whole lot, though, because XOZ was concentrated towards the bottom, so they were able to avoid it quite easily. And now Delight trying to make his way through. He's got that Nightfall, but gets taken out by Hambone. Really great defense again. Hambone proving to be a very, very good opponent. And now gets taken down. Nox has got that shield, but gets taken down a little bit. He's got enough health, but boosts up. And nice defense from Yobot, getting there just in time to stop the ball from getting into the goal.
Yeah, that ultimate that they had used was, I think it was bad timing. And here it is again. There's 2 rocket strikes red at the same time, so there has to be purpose for this. But, pushing the team down maybe, so that way they could create an opening towards the top. That's the only reason that I can see. But I don't know. I'm not too happy with the timing of those ultimates. Maybe a couple of split seconds after, but it wasn't effective again.
It certainly didn't do a whole lot, so they're going to move through the top. We've got XOZ making a great push here. Firetail is there to defend, taking out Agris. That was very, very good. And now they're going to collect the ball once again. Actually, it looks like it's going to drop and respawn.
So that ultimate on XOC is actually really pretty. Just across the map on both sides. It's clearing the way. Oh my god, this is a battle of ultimates. We see ultimate after ultimate after ultimate. So I think they've definitely learned that passing the ball is very effective on building up the XP. But I just want to take a quick look on the kills. You have Delight with 17 kills.
Oh, right, so close. Oh no! Oh my goodness, that was very, very close. Nice shot there. Almost making it, bouncing off the right ledge. But it looks like this might be a 1-goal game. Can they get it? Oh no, it looks like Nox is going to pick it up. He's going to make a return shot, and that should be game.
Yes. We also had a disconnect, by the way. Agris ended up leaving towards the very end, so I think he just probably called it game. Anyway, wow.
What a game.
Did you see how many rocket strikes did we have? We had like 8, 9, 10 maybe?
Yeah, at least.
So that's... just like on TDM, rocket strikes are very effective on Temple because it pushes everyone down, or the enemy team at least down. So either one, it gives you an opening at the top to where you can securely go and make your goal, or 2, it gives you a funnel where you can go ahead and annihilate your enemy because everyone's huddled down at the bottom. Maybe might have gotten some splash damage or not some splash damage, but might have gotten some damage with the rockets. So it's a little bit easier to go ahead and pick them off, but. My heart is just racing right now.
I'm really enjoying this series so far. Like, Fiery Tail is giving XOZ a real hard time. The rocket strikes on Temple just weren't quite effective, though. I think, like you were talking about, the timing wasn't there. I would have liked to have seen the timing being a little bit after the ball spawned, because there was one time where they fired 2 at the same time, but the ball still was down. So, and XOZ it wasn't hard for them to stay down at the bottom and defend themselves from it.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that was just like a slight miscommunication, like use your ultimate and they had it and they're like, oh whoops, because I think it did happen twice. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I do believe it did happen twice there. But again, it wasn't as effective as I would have liked to have seen. It did push a lot of the enemies, down, but again, not that many kills had gone through. I'm just trying to see. We are going to be on Snow Base next.
So Snowbase, this is where Rocket Strike becomes a little more effective. Temple has that bottom area, but Snowbase, the only real protective area you've got is the bottom lane, and that is a firefight in that central location. So it's really difficult to stay down there and protect yourself from Rocket Strike. So we'll see if that becomes impactful for the next next match. I think it will be, because Super Shield is banned. So using something like Rocket Strike or Gun Drone perhaps would make a lot of sense, because I think Gun Sentry was the other ban. Let me just double check that. Yes, Gun Sentry was. So that's kind of what I expect to see. It should be very interesting. EMP is not banned though, so they do have a tool to deal with those gun drones if they need them. But yeah, I think Rocket Strike here is going to be very, very powerful.
I wonder if anyone has a rocket sentry, because that could be pretty effective on clearing, you know, if you put them on the sides and the mid, and that'll be very effective on clearing out or making sure that nobody gets through, and if they're going to get through with a little bit of, probably with a little bit of damage. But then the rocket sentry is probably the best to use here, because you can avoid it, depending on your movement, and if you time things right, you can, you know, the rocket can shoot at you, but you can hover around it. There are ways to get around it, but I did see it used in a couple of matches yesterday that the rocket sentry was placed there.
Yeah, it could work. The thing I like about the Rocket Sentry is just because of the fact that it pushes you back. It doesn't do a lot of damage, doing 20 damage per missile, so it really isn't strong as for taking guys out, but it can push you back. However, like you say, it's not difficult to avoid. So yeah, we may not see it, but it would be an interesting choice nonetheless.
Yes, I think we're all ready to go.
Yes, so Goat, if you want to go ahead and start the match, we are ready to get underway. Okay, here we go. So XOZ winning that last match puts them up to 2-1. If they win this, that means they will win the series. However, if Fiery Tail comes back, then we're going to start to see some deathmatch games. But here we go. Let's see what happens. All right, everybody making a push for the middle, and Inspiral picking up that ball. XOZ getting it first. Full's going to try and go through the center there, but of course, this is a pretty easy to defend map in general. Now Wolflor's going to pick it up. He's got that Quantum. He's going to try and move through the right, but Inspiral there to say hello and takes him down with that Typhoon. Really well done. And now it looks like Yobot's going to get it. Can he move through the bottom? Full is there to defend. However, wow, amazing. Yobot just sneaks his way through and gets that first goal for Fiery Tail.
I was thinking that he should have probably waited for his teammate, but I think his teammate was busy at the top, just causing a distraction, and it was allowed for him to go through and go under and through. So that's
beautiful defense from Wolflor there. He took him out with that frag and the Quantum at the same time, and was just there in time to stop that, because that could have very easily been a goal, but great job to Fiery Tail. Now they're going to make a push to their top. Trumpkin's got that shield, takes a shot, nearly gets it. Delight gets her just in time to stop it from going in. Really, really great glove there. And Inspiral's going to pick it up. He's got that shield. He's going to go through the top. He's going to make a shot, it looks like, and I thought it was going to go in, but didn't quite get there. Very, very close.
If I'm in Spiral right now, I'd be very, very upset, because that was just it's like a centimeter off from that.
Amazing. The Rocket Strike timing there was incredible. It was so close. In fact, the Rocket Strike there for Fire Tail worked out just in time to take down Inspiral, clearing him out of the way for Kate taking goal. And now they're going to make push through this mid. Another Rocket Strike coming down as well. Well, Hambo going to try to take down Full, but Full backs off, clearing him instead. And now they got possession of the ball, throwing it away as well. And now they're going to move through the bottom. Wolford's got it. Can he negate another shot? And oh man, Noxus, great save there from him.
Okay, this is where it's evident that these guys have definitely been putting in their practice. Fiery Tail it's very systematic. They're passing the ball, they're throwing it through, they're making sure that the enemy gets the ball so that way they can focus their attention on that. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them since Full ended up backing out a little bit more, but it's showing that they actually did do their homework really, really well.
I agree. The Rocket Strike timing is also being really interesting. It almost cleared the way for XOZ to get a goal, but didn't quite make it in time. The Rocket Strike from Fiery Tail was there to respond in kind, but now there's a bit of a clearing here. Hamilton's got the ball, but Full's got it, and they got a clear shot, and they're going to get it. There we are. 1-1 now on the board.
Oh my god. All I can say right now. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of action going on. They're doing really well, both offensively, defensively, and it could be anyone's game. It's very, very close right now.
It is insanely close. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock. The next goal is likely going to be game. Rocket Strike coming down. Will it clear? Wolford makes it through with a sliver of health. He's going to get a shot, but no. Inspiral does pick it up. Excellent placement from him. Full's got that shield now as well. He's going to try and make a push, but Hambo is there to try to stop him and does push him back a little bit. So Full is having to move back just a little bit. And Fire Tail is going to group themselves up on the left-hand side, and they are ready to defend if need be. Rocket Strike coming down from Fire Tail as well to clear the path. But Full here, he's got a little bit of health. He's going to try and make a push here. Can he get it and get this goal? And, oh, nice defense from Trumpkin, just getting there to stop it. But Delight's got it in. He almost dunks it. Amazing. Wolflor with that Typhoon was there in clutch time. And now we're going into OT.
So I feel that both teams are starting to scramble a little bit more. They're on edge right now. They definitely want to the score. What's it called? Fairy Tail was a little bit more defensive, which when they're right, they should be. Because one more goal and that's it for them. Oh my god, it's Spiral trying his hardest just to get through, but no luck right there.
That was very, very close. Trumpkin was there to save the day, taking him out. These Typhoons have been extremely effective for both teams, especially for Firetail being there as a clutch save tool. And there we are. The ball is going to respawn. We got only 30 seconds left to go. Is this going to be a draw?
I feel like it will be, unless I don't know, because you have to be. Oh my god, there's a clearing over right now.
Oh no, Nox gonna make a push. He's got a clear shot, and there it is. XOZ takes the game and the series. Well done to them.
Oh my god. Wow. Okay, I was expecting a little bit. What's it called? All of this action place maybe between Skyrose and XOZ and Fairy Tail. Oh my god.
They brought their A game. My goodness.
Yes.
I mean, no slight to Fairy Tail. I'm not trying to say that this is unexpected, but they are doing an exceptional job. Like, that was a close series. And XOZ was undefeated yesterday. To take a game off of them and push them this hard, these games were some of the most exciting games we've had so far. So Fairy Tail, hats off to you guys. You did fantastic. Yes. However, they aren't knocked out. This is double elimination, and of course they are in the top 4, so they do have another chance down in the losers bracket. So they're not out yet.
This is the Fairy Tail that I know from previous tournaments. Yesterday, we did see them a little bit more, I guess, laid back, perhaps. So today, they definitely did bring their A game. So that's just, oh, my heart is just pounding. This series was just wow. So up next, we do have Skyrose and Hammers, and this game is a game of titans. You know, these very both powerful teams. Hammers has been the kings of Coda. I think they only dropped one game, but that's because they didn't show up. They didn't think they had enough players to play that.
Right.
So Skyrose ended up taking it. But Skyrose were the winners on season 1. So it's just like, these are two titans, so I'm expecting a lot of action, a lot of balls being passed around between the teammates, a lot of the same thing that we saw with XOZ. And then also, you have a great offensive on the side of Skyrose, but Hammers' defense is really, really good too. So I'm really excited to see how these teams are going to mesh, are going to clash, and I just think it's going to be complete and utter chaos.
I agree. Well, this is really one of the matches we've been excited about because Skyrose and Hammers have a huge history. And especially in Season 1, right? Like, those were kind of the two competing teams in Deathmatch, but this is Battle Ball, so things are a little bit different. However, you know, having said that, like, Hammers, like you say, is a very defensive team, and I think that may be why Skyrose could come out ahead here, but we'll have to see how this all plays out. Hammers having dropped a few games yesterday, and Skyrose being undefeated, seems like Skyrose has the upper hand, but, I mean, we've had a full day, and Hammers, I'm sure, has been practicing since then, and they've been discussing strategies, so I fully expect to see a very interesting series on our hands. Speaking of that, let's talk a little bit about the bands. So we've got Quantum and Havoc band, as well as EMP and Marauder, and then Super Shield and Rocket Strike. These are some very calculated bands, I gotta say.
I know it coming from Seeker, yes, and I'm trying to figure out who home is. Let's see. I don't know who.
I think it's Skyrose because so it's based on seeding position, and since Skyrose was ahead, they have the home advantage.
So they were the ones who ended up banning the Quantum, the Marauder, and the SO Super Shield. I'm trying to think who, because Seeker's movements are always very calculated. You know, Skyrose definitely has, what's it called? The very calculated movements. You know, the Dominion. Yes. I was expecting the Dominion to be banned against Braun, but no. Again, we didn't really see. Braun is actually the play that got the most kills. So if I was Hammers, I'd be paying attention to Braun's movements where he is. Trying to catch him out. I know Archer did really, really well yesterday. I'm not too sure who's going to be playing since this is going to be, I'm assuming that this is going to be played on EU since they are home. So I don't expect to see Seeker play here since he is an NA player. I'm expecting to see Archer, Draco, Braun, and perhaps maybe Resin might make an appearance. Houdini, I'm not 100% sure either if he will show up, but I think I need to get into the game, actually. I'm just, sorry.
I think you make a good point. Actually, the Havoc ban is going to be pretty problematic in general, just because, so the first map that we're going to be on here is going to be Moon, and I think Havoc is a very, very good tool on Moon. having that unavailable means that they're going to have to use some other options. Like, I think we're going to see Locust a little bit, perhaps, or we might see even some Velocitus. We did see Braun using that yesterday, which was very interesting. And then, yeah, but overall, I mean, I think I agree with you. I think Dominion would be a good target just because of the fact that Braun is a very disruptive player, and that can cause a lot of issues, especially on a moon or a map like Moon, where if you could, you know, kind of get through the bottom there, you could easily sneak around to get a goal. So that's something to watch out for sure.
So I stand corrected. Seeker is going to be playing, so I feel like this is probably an NA game, but I can be mistaken. I'm not too sure because there is a slight server advantage to whichever team is where. But Seeker is going to be playing. I'm trying to figure out what they're using right now. I did see the Thunderstorm come out with Archer. Braun does have the Velocitus again. You see, I'm wondering if the Velocitus would probably be a good match for Battle Ball. I can see it really effective in TDM, and I'm thinking the Velocitus is good with, you know, clearing the way, or just making sure that, you know, don't really want to use it as a zoning weapon, but, you know, hey, if you see a Velocitus shot, like, you know, it kind of, like, opens the way for the enemy team to come through there since you've already used up your shot, and there's, like, the charge time. So I'm kind of curious to see how Braun ends up playing the Velocitus today.
Yeah, me too. All right, well, let's find out. So go. We are ready to go. If the players are ready, let's get the match underway. Okay, here we go. The Titan match of this tournament. We got Skyros versus Hammers, and ball is live. We are here on Moon. Let's see who makes a push for it first. Okay, so neither team really making a push for it just yet. They're both kind of seeking each other out, and Seeker does manage to pick up that ball. He's going to move through the mid. Throwing it away, though, of course, he is low in health, and he doesn't have an opportunity to push, so he just decides to toss it away. Lucas does the same thing, and now the ball's going to move over through the mid. Braun picking it up, using that Black Tusk as well, so not pulling out the Velo just yet. Archer with that shield going through the top, but just decides to toss it away here, and neither team really making a push at all. So far, this has just been a big firefight in the middle.
Yeah, just a lot of back and forth action with the ball. It's like hot potato, I don't want the ball, you take it. And when they do that, it's pretty clear to see that they're doing that so that way they can focus on the enemy and they can start using their secondaries and hopefully trying to pick up the ball again once they've gotten rid of a good amount of players on the enemy side.
Okay, Seeker going through the top, gets destroyed, though, by Copter's Lycan. That Lycan doing a really great job of pushing back, and now Lucas got a little bit of opportunity. Nice pass from Copters, but doesn't get quite through. Defense here for Skyro has been very, very good. Ball drops down to the bottom, and I don't believe... Actually, yeah, Archer is there to take it, so he passes it away, but this could be a push here for Hammers. Will they get their first goal? And it's looking pretty good. Elsif's got a bit of health. Can he make it through? Copter's picking it up with that Lycan, and they're trying to push through, but don't get there in time. He just tosses it away, and of course, that drone's going to cause a bit of problem, but Seeker does manage to survive with a sliver of health.
I feel like a little bit of practice, you know, maybe a little bit more. I know that they're on right now, but I don't know why Copter's held on to it a little bit too long. Maybe he should have thrown it back. I know Elsa didn't have full health there, but I think that probably would have been a better move instead of going ahead and killing, like, dying with the ball. So I'm curious to see what happened there.
Okay, so Hammer's got a really good chance here to make a goal, but the ball instead decides to respawn, so neither player could really get there in time. A rocket strike coming down at the same time as well. A little bit late, but it's a napalm strike, which is a very interesting choice. Now we got a rocket sentry right by the ball spawn point, just defending it. Seeker picking up the ball as well, tosses it away. Copters with the Lycan picking it up, and now it looks like they're going to be able to make a push. That rocket sentry won't be able to do anything, of course, with Copters on the bottom, so now it goes down. And so far, it's not looking like either team's really able to get through their defense.
This is great. Oh, okay, wait, Lucas has a... Oh, no, he's just going to stay quiet, just in case.
All right, so tried to make a push. Seeker does get taken down very quickly, and I think what's happening here is Hammers is really just concentrating themselves very well, and so far has been able to defend themselves and win these matches a little bit more, but here we are, Billy Kid moving through. Can he get a shot? No, Draco is there to stop it. Of course, Draco not only good at dunking, but great at saving the goal as well.
Both teams playing offensively and defensively very well. They're definitely on their A game. They're bringing out all guns. They're trying to get rid of all of the members from the team, and none of them are very successful at securing a goal or really good at securing kills, but 15 seconds left to go and no goal. That says a lot on both teams.
It does. This has been a very even-keeled game. Neither team has really made a shot on goal just yet, and now we're going to go into overtime as the ball does respawn.
So Hammers does have the most kills here, so they were very effective to bring down Skyros, but not so effective where they can plow through and actually end up securing those scores. So overtime is going right now, and I don't know, it's still anyone's game. We have 45 seconds left, so...
So Elsa picking up the ball. Now they're going to make a little bit of a push. Buddy gets shut down in that middle lane. Elsa tosses it, but doesn't weave his way through the players. Dracosan picking it up. He's going to try and make a push over there, but Copters does take him down. And now he's got a bit of an opening. Can they make it? No, Archer just does stop it in time using that Locust to great effect. But they got a clear opening, and there it is. Hammers takes this game. Amazing gameplay from both teams.
Holy wow. Wow. Okay, so defense on point on both teams. These guys definitely knew what they were doing. There was strategy on the side of Skyrose, and I'm kind of surprised, and I'm wondering if they're holding back just a little. Well, I don't want to say holding back because that's not how they play, but maybe they were a little bit too defensive on certain cases. You know, they did have the team going together. They were passing the ball back and forth, but it just never were really able to break through. I did see most of the game, but the majority of the game, they were usually on the side of Skyrose trying to get that. So I don't know if Hammers was effective in pushing Skyrose a little bit too much and pushing them back. Of course, there were moments where Seeker was able to go through, and I think Braun as well, but we saw the majority of the action in the middle of the map, and it could be because of Moonbase being very, very evenly sided. So I'm curious to see how the rest of the matches take place. We have Snowbase coming up next. That's another very evenly sided map. So it's just, I don't know. We'll see how that goes, because these two guys, if they keep playing this way, you know, I think Hammers just took advantage of that opening that they had there. I
think so, and you know, one important thing to know, like Copters with that Lycan, wow, that like really effective use of it, because it was doing a great job of clearing people out. Like Lycan, we all know, is sort of a meme weapon, but not a battle ball. It's actually quite good, and Copters is showing us that, and that was quite good. Like the fact is, I think like Skyrose just had difficulty pushing them back.
Yeah, so we did see a lot of incendiary usage on the side of Skyrose, and that also helped, you know, kind of open up the map a little bit more, so that way they could push through. But it just wasn't. I don't want to say it wasn't effective. I don't know. I think I probably would have liked to have seen something else. In this map, though, I think incendiary is going to become very, very effective.
Yes.
Especially if you're laying down the sentries and you know, trying to. If you place it where the ball spawns, that's another way. And I know that we saw that in the beginning of the very last match there. Seeker's really good about throwing that incendiary, so that way they get away from the ball, and that allows for him to pick it up. So I'm foreseeing that as well.
The other interesting thing I noticed is that Braun is using Tremor, which really interesting choice from him. Of course, he's a Dominion user, as we know, but you know, I quite like to see something like that, like a nice little change, because Tremor is sort of an odd weapon. It's not something you expect to see a lot of, so that could have been the idea there, but you know, just nice to see that that come into play.
So I know yesterday you were speaking of the Tremor because it's your main weapon.
Yeah.
But it's a really nice. I ended up moving on to another one, but yeah, I do playing with it. It's really good. It's really effective. And you were saying that it's good for zoning as well. So is there probably another weapon that's better? Because Braun is a Dominion god, but I'm wondering if we're going to see him play with his Dominion. I don't think we saw him play with the Dominion in last game.
No, we didn't. Well,
actually yesterday, I mean.
So I believe what I saw from him was the Velo, the Black Tusk, and the Tremor as his three primary weapons. I actually thought I was going to see Velo in that last match, but we didn't. But yeah, I agree with you. I'm actually a little surprised to not see Dominion. I think this is, again, it's just sort of a calculated play from Skyrose to try and counter what Hammers is bringing. And as we see, it's still actually being used. It looks like Braun is going to continue with that. But I think instead of Tremor, a viable choice would be Locust, because Locust sort of accomplishes the same job, but has the advantage of having the pushback. And on a map like Snowbase, where you can just sort of camp in that middle lane and cover the ball spawn point, I think it could be a better choice there. But it's also, like, Tremor's also better for 1v1, so that is one of the advantages. Like, if you're defending, it might be a better choice. But yeah, so I know, I'm curious to see what we're going to bring. But we got all our players ready to go, so Goat, if you want to go ahead and start the match. Okay, here we go. The second match here on Snowbase. Hammers taking that first game just by a sliver. Let's see who's going to take it here on Snowbase. Okay, so both teams taking a push. Seeker trying to pick it up, but isn't able to get there quite in time, using that Lycan to try and push back. But Elsif's going to get it instead. He's going to be the first to pick it up. Now they're going to make a push to the top and get the first goal, but no, actually just missing it narrowly. But here they are. They're going to dunk it and getting that first goal right away. What a change from this first game.
I'm surprised Skyrose wasn't around. They were all gone pretty much, and then, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of curious to see what had happened. There probably a misplay. That just doesn't seem like Skyro's just leaving that goal wide open. And or maybe it just goes to say how Hammers was really, really good at, completely taking away the whole enemy.
Yeah, I agree. I think Skyros did get caught a little bit there. They need to be careful of those zones and make sure that they are protecting those lanes effectively. But here we are. So Skyros did try to get it there. Braun getting taken down by Billy the Kid. Now Seeker's going to pick it up, but he can't really make a push because of the defense of Hammers. They are there to save the day. Braun getting taken down as well. Lucas using the Velocitus. Really nice to see that. And here we are. Billy's going to make a push through the mid. Can Skyros defend this? Seeker does manage to pick it up, but he's by his goal. A bit of a dangerous spot, so he's going to go through the bottom. And Lucas is there, of course. Lucas anticipating his play very, very well. And more incendiary grenades coming down to try and zone that middle area. But it doesn't look like either team, again, is going to be able to make a push. Skyros needs to be a little bit more offensive here, I think.
Yes, I agree. Perhaps even defensive on their side. Ooh,
oh.
Yeah. Goal.
There it is. Elsif just coming in clutch. Skyros getting caught a little bit short here. They were so dominant in day one, but Hammers making some great adjustments to their gameplay, managing to take this game, it looks like.
I'm starting... Okay. Everything's calculated on the side of Skyros. I'm always going to say that because it is true. So right now, what I'm seeing is a lot of action pushing. They're getting through. They're not allowing Skyros to make a goal, and I don't think that Skyros is getting caught out. I'm wondering really what is happening behind the scenes here because Hammers just keeps they're hammering them down really well. So Skyros just needs to be a little bit more defensive amongst their team, not so much the goal, but they're just getting caught out so many times,
I think you're right. The Rocket Strike here could be a difference maker. So far, we haven't seen it a lot. Of course, Skyros getting less kills than Hammers means that they haven't been able to charge their ultimates as efficiently. But here we are. Lucas going through the bottom. He's got a bit of an opening. He's going to make a shot. It looks like, but no. There we are. Braun gets there just in time to stop it. So that was very, very good play from Braun. And now Draco's going to move through the bottom. He's got a sliver of health, but get taken down by the gun drone. And now Hammer's going to pick it up. They've got a great opening. Copter's clearing the way with that Lycan. Rocket Strike coming down. Will it be in time? Can Draco stop the bend? Oh, so close. That was just a slight miss on the top of the goal and almost narrowly made it in. And there it is. What a game. That was a very different game from the first one. I think Skyros really needs to be a little bit careful with their adjustments. But, still, I think this was a lot closer than it actually looked. We did see a lot of really, a lot of solid gameplay from both teams here.
Yeah, I'm just surprised a little bit by Skyros. They were not as dominant as we saw them yesterday. And Hammers definitely brought up the game today. I'm just gonna say, Hammers, if they keep doing what they're doing today, what they've done, they're going to be the winners of this. And I'm a little bit surprised, again, on the side of Skyros. I was expecting a little bit more offense on their part. There were a couple of moments that they did come very close to getting the ball. Their incendiary usage on the side of Seeker was really good, especially in this map. And Braun did an exceptional job, but overall Hammers ended up getting the most of the kills, and that allowed them to get their ultimates a little bit faster. That allowed them to go ahead and just completely annihilate Skyros. There was a moment that it was only Archer that I think was left on the side of Skyros. And he got taken down very, very quickly. So maybe Skyros just needs to gather themselves a little bit more, and then just show us the Skyros from yesterday.
100%. And I think like a part of it is the kills are making a big difference in this matchup so far. Hammer's just doing a little bit better job of clearing up those matchups, and I gotta say that probably comes down to weapon counters a little bit. I think not having Havoc is really hurting Skyros right now, so that's a pretty solid ban. I think Hammers was the one that banned that. So yeah, this is not looking so great for Skyros, but having said that, this is a best of 5, so Skyros could still win this. They've got at least this game to try and claw their way back, but if Hammers takes this is it.
We'll see what happens. So definitely, I think we're just waiting for keep joining Magma. Let's talk about the map a little bit. So there's a couple of platforms at the top, that they're really good choke points. But if I was Skyros, I'd probably start to make a little bit more action on the bottom, not so much on the top. Kind of bring the game down in order for what's it called? Wait, I got this reversed. Sorry. Wait, what happened? Lucas is calling for a rehost.
Oh, yes, it was, they accidentally created his deathmatch. That's okay.
Okay. So, yeah, so what I think needs to happen is that this game, instead of being played on top, like it normally usually is, because of that chokehold, it probably should be moved down a little bit. And let me also go ahead and rejoin that.
Sorry, guys, we just need to remake the match. It won't be too long here. Yeah, I think what you said in terms of the map play makes a lot of sense. So let me think about this. So Skyrose is going to be, actually we'll have to see who's going to be on the left and the right. But the left and right hand side are different. The left side a little bit easier to defend, so that could factor into the loadout that they decide to bring for this game. If you know, Skyrose is on the left, then they may not need to be as defensively minded, but they could perhaps use some more offensive weapons like Typhoon, for example. So that could be a difference. But yeah, it really depends on how this all plays out. Concentrating towards the bottom would make a lot of sense. But, you know, the thing that we're seeing here is Hammers is doing a really great job of splitting up the lanes and making sure that they have domination over map control. And that's where Skyrose needs to come out ahead, is they really need to start securing their position and try to make a push.
It's anyone's game right now, but if I were Skyrose, I try to be a little bit more offensive again because, well, actually, I don't know, because they have to be really adapting to see, ooh, Resin is coming in. That's interesting. Okay. So I'm starting to wonder if maybe it was disadvantage on the side of Skyrose, as I do see Resin. So that means, depending on who the fourth is going to be, it could be an all-EU team. So very excited to see what happens right now. Yeah, Archer. So we have 4 EU players, and I do believe that this is an EU server. Also, I'm trying to think. Yeah, they need to come in. Wow, Resin. He's one of a top tier player. He did exceptionally well on Series 2. In Coda, he was really, really great too. He's probably top 5 players in the whole of ARMAJET. His skill comes I don't know what I'm saying. His skill comes really, really good, and he's caught out in those tough moments, and he's able to get away from that. So, really excited to see Resin play right now.
Me too. Yeah, I've played Resin before. I've done a 1v1 against him, and he demolished me. You know, and like he's so good at picking lanes and finding the right angles. I think that's where he's really good. If he's warmed up, I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. But speaking of that, I think our players are ready to go. So, Goat, if you want to go ahead and start the match. Okay, here we go. This is the third match and potentially the series decider. Let's have a look. All right, so we got Skyrose on the right and Hammers on the left, and neither player making a push. There we go. Archer does actually pick up the ball. He's going to try and make it through the top, but doesn't. Elsif with that blast is doing a great job. Lucas also using his favorite Nightfall. That is going to be very effective. Braun has switched to Dominion, so this is a nice change from him. As long as he can use it effectively, he should be able to clear, but gets sticky by that Nightfall, getting cleared by Lucas there. And now Lucas is going to be able to hold the ball. Else is going to pick it up with that shield, going to move through the top. Can he make it through? But here we are. This is the thing about Magma. These choke points are proving to be very effective for Skyrose, and they're going to make a push. Can they make a throw? Oh, there it is! Braun getting the first goal for Skyrose. Really nice change there from them.
Very, very nice. So Resin definitely keeping his back a little bit more, or staying back a little bit more, securing the kills from behind. He has the Black Tusk, and it's a nice weapon on this map. So we'll see how he does for the rest of the game. Archer also on the Black, on the Black Tusk. Wait, Archer has the ball now, so I don't know. They're trying to come in and get everybody. What I'm seeing, though, is I'm wondering if Hammers probably lost their nerve just a little bit with the appearance of Resin, because that's a very strong caliber player that they just brought in. Not to say anything against Seeker, but oh my god, Resin, it's kind of like they brought his secret weapon out, you know?
And they're doing a really good job defending here. The placement of those rocket sentries has been quite effective, shutting down those lanes, making sure they can't get there. But also going to take a shot, can't quite get there. Of course, Skyrose had very good defense. They were all there to say hello, and they managed to get him out of the way. Almost nearly getting another goal there. But, of course, Braun doing a great job defending with that Black Tusk.
Ooh, that ball respawned. So, yeah, so a lot of these higher tier players that I'm starting to definitely that ball pass, passing it onto your opponent so that way they can't use their secondary, and it kind of like maybe surprises them for a second. So yeah, that's definitely a high tier play that we are seeing in these matches.
I agree with you. Also going to make a push through the top, through this choke point, trying to get through. He's got enough health. Can he get a dunk here? But no! Really nice defense there, concentrating all the firepower near the goal. Made sure that Elsif could not get through.
Okay, so everything's happening on the side of Skyrose. I wonder if, like, you know, all they have to do really, all that Hammers has to do is really score another goal, because it's already 45 seconds left on the timer, and There it is.
They weaved that one right through the defense. Skyrose was not expecting that to happen. They were so concentrated on the bottom right part of the map that they didn't see Lucas sneaking in there through the mid and scoring that goal, tying the game up. We may go into OT here. We do have 30 seconds left on the clock, so the next goal is going to win the game. Lucas getting a lob shot and almost makes it. That was very, very close. Skyrose needs to be a little bit careful, but they get taken down. Now there's a clear opening. Can they get it here? The rocket strike coming down doesn't clear the way, and Elsif still alive. Lucas Pax gets the ball, but now they're going to move back. Of course, the defense here of Skyrose is doing a very effective job, and now Rez is going to pick it up. We are going to be going into OT.
So Archer's rocket drone sentry or rocket sentry placement right there is really, really good. It's going to allow for them to clear the bottom lane, and oof, not going to make it. Yes, so Hammers is on the defensive right now. I'm wondering if they're going to be through, and it doesn't seem so because Resin. Oh, that was so close. That
was so close. Billy nearly got that shot. He was just a bit short. Again, Skyrose needs a little bit careful of defending the goal a little better here. That really is something that they could that could have been a 2-1 right there, and that could have been the game. But that luckily for Skyrose, it didn't happen.
I really like the rocket sentry placements, and there's another one. So it's not allowing for Hammers to come through the top. It's forcing them to come to their bottom. They have the rocket sentry at top, so it allows for protection and allows for Skyrose to come through, but it's just not effective again.
You're right. They are trying to move through the bottom to try and concentrate, but this is the problem here. They're not able to break through the defense. This is becoming a bit of a stalemate, and it looks like this is going to be our first draw.
Do we have another? No, yeah, this is it, right? This is. I always thought that there was another overtime, but no. Wow. Draw. Round over.
And there it is. So that is a really great characterization of the gameplay between these two teams. The fact that they are pushing each other to their limits. The defense of both sides has just been really effective, and that's been the real problem, is they are just not able to clear the way. Even though they had Rocket Strike on their side, I think the timing could have been a little bit better, but still, it wasn't quite enough. They couldn't get through and clear the way, and that's exactly why neither team was able to win this.
I did like the placements of the rocket sentries. Yes, Skyrose was really good on their defense, but their offense, they just couldn't get through. I guess I would be saying that Hammers' defense was a little bit superior in this match to Skyrose, simply because Skyrose, yes, we did see a couple of games on that side of the map, but not enough. Yes, obviously they did make a goal, but you know, Hammers' defense was great offense. They were consistently pushing the Skyrose back. They had them against their wall a couple of times. There was a couple of moments that it was just, you know, that Lucas was able to shoot. I think Elsif was another one also who ended up shooting the ball, and it just narrowly missed the goal. So there was a lot of opening. Yeah. So there was like a lot of opening on the side of Skyrose. So I don't know, like Skyrose, what they really have to do now in TDM is they need to really. Wait, it's 3. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm getting mixed signals on the chat here, but yeah. So I'm not 100% sure if we're supposed to be going into TDM, and I do believe so.
Oh
since
yes,
it is
okay.
the 4th match. I'm trying to think. Yeah. So we're gonna see Canyon and Temple.
Canyon and Temple. Oh boy. Okay. That's going to be very interesting, especially Temple, but Canyon as well. Canyon is so different from the left and the right. I'm really interested to see how the teams are going to adapt to the side that they're playing on, and especially these kind of teams. I mean, that's just insane how closely matched they are.
My mind just completely went blank because I'm thinking, okay, it's TDM, and I'm trying to calculate. They're having to switch between the game modes in my mind. I'm like, okay, wait, what happened? Yeah. So Canyon is a very unfavorable map when it comes to TDM. A lot of the pro players actually don't like it. I know that Lucas does not like this map at all. He is really good, and it could be because he's good overall. I'd consider him probably one of the best players out there. Mm-hmm. I think Skyrose though practices this map enough simply because they don't like it that I do feel that they might inch their way ahead. But these are two very strong teams. You have a player like Lucas who goes just crazy when it comes to getting kills on TDM, Elsif as well. I'm just gonna see a lot of I'm wondering if I'll see anything different from Copters in the sense of, like, you know, bringing out those weapons that he, you know, just randomly uses, kind of like the Ripper maybe perhaps, in order to go ahead and do a little bit more zoning. Now on the side of Skyrose, Braun is a great player. I'm hoping that we'll see him on the Dominion. I'm not too sure if Seeker or Resin are going to be playing. Either way, if Seeker is going to be subbing in, he's great with a support weapon. Resin as well. So it's just going to be onslaught of chaos right now. So I'm going to keep on my eye on Draco. Draco too. He's been doing really, really well
Yeah,
in
for
these
sure.
matches, and he's a god when it comes to TDM. So very exciting to see what happens now.
That's the thing, right? Like when we talked about this being a matchup of the Titans, we're not kidding, right? Like these are some of the best players in the entire game. And they've been around for the longest too, right? Like we got Hammers, like you said, with Lucas and Elsif, and then Billy the Kid's really good as well. And forgive me, I'm trying to remember the fourth player, but like you talk about Braun, Braun is just such a great player. I love his mobility and his disruptiveness. And I think you're right. I think on a map like Canyon, where it's a bit more open, that could be quite effective. And I expect to see Braun getting in their face and just splitting them up, hopefully creating openings to score goals. But yeah, we'll see if that ends up being the case.
So I've been saying that we were going to be playing TDM, and I think it's still Battle Ball. So I kind of got a little bit ahead of myself. I was thinking Canyon, Battle Ball, and then Temple would be the decider and doing the TDM there. So
Yes,
as of right now, yeah. So sorry guys, sorry audience for confusing that. It is Battle Ball that we're going to be playing right now.
Right, okay, so I think as far as scoring goes, the draw is not going to count towards it, so yes, we are going to move into Battle Ball next. Because otherwise we would do Deathmatch for the decider.
Yeah. Are you in the... You're not in the lobby.
Oh, let me join. My bad.
Can't continue without you. So a lot of action. I should probably... Well, yeah.
Actually,
a lot of action taking place. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Rocket Sentry's placements out here as well. Seeker's going to be playing. Seeker... Yeah, Archer, Seeker, Draco, and Braun. Sorry, guys.
I think I'm just missing the game code. Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Ah, there it is. Okay.
Oh, we have the Locust. I wonder if they're going to use it. Ooh, I wonder if we're going to see the Velocitus with Braun right now. I wonder if he's gonna take it out.
On a map like Canyon, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
so
know more than the Dominion though. Oh.
I think we're ready to go. Go.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
He got disconnected.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No,
All right.
Yeah, we started.
Perfect. Okay, so Skyro's on the left. Does need to be careful of that left side being a bit different from the right, but here we are. They picked up the ball. Seeker going to make a push through the bottom. Gets taken down by Elsif using that Black Tusk. Now they're going to make a push through this mid here. Luke is holding the ball with a little bit of health. Needs to be a bit careful, of course. They're going to try and go through that top section, but Skyros is there to greet them, and Braun does manage to stop that ball from going in. Very, very good defense from him. He's got the Dominion as well with the shield. Is he going to be able to clear the way and get a goal? That is the question.
I'd be very worried right now because Hammers is leaving their goal wide open, and if everyone on the side of Hammers happens to die, I know that Canyon is like big enough in order for, you can respond just in time, but it's cutting it a little bit too close. I'd probably leave a member back just to make sure that nobody ends up getting that goal.
I agree with you. Well, Copters there did a great job of creating a bit of chaos with that Lycan. Didn't quite get there, though. Billy Kid's going to try and make a push, but doesn't. Gets taken down by Seeker. Really good defense here from Skyro. Is going to make a push and throw the ball over to the far right, and I don't think any player's going to make it there in time. Oh, actually, no. Billy Kid just gets there in time, and that's quite all right. They didn't have anybody from Skyro's on that side. That's fine, but they're going to make a push here. It looks like they got an opening. Can Copters get it with that Lycan? And he does! Just surviving with a sliver of health. Skyro's couldn't clear him in time, and that gives Hammers their first goal.
I'm wondering if I should just be very defensive and make sure that nobody, that Skyrose doesn't secure another goal, or if I would be a little bit more to a lead on the side of Hammers. I feel very wary of leaving the goal so open, just like this. Like anyone can come back from the bottom and then just pick it up, but it also distracts you and ends up pushing you back a little bit more. So I don't know. If I were Hammers, I'd probably leave someone back, but whatever they're doing seems to be working really, really well.
The right side does seem to be a bit easier to defend, but I agree with you. Leaving it open could be a bad idea, simply because, as we saw there, Braun getting a lob shot off those platforms could accidentally go in, so that is something they need to be mindful of.
Yes. So, and yeah, you're even able to go ahead and spawn again, but I mean, it's going to be like so much in the nick of time. I'd be too close to comfort the way that you know, for me especially.
So Copter's picking up that ball. He's very low in health. He's not going to be able to make it through Archer there. It does stop him, but can Billy can get it? No, he doesn't. That was very, very close. Great defense again from Skyros. Braun being an MVP here. Drops the ball down to the middle lane, and it's going to respawn again. And there's only about 45 seconds left, so time's running out. Skyros needs to make a push here and tie this up.
Skyros right now, it has to be a little bit more on the offense, actually. Yeah, they're all over the map, but they're doing a bunch of these lob shots, and I'm wondering if they can just secure a person onto the other side, if they're able to collect that lob shot and then just go ahead and try to score, but Hammers isn't allowing it to happen.
There it was. Copters getting the second goal. Really great shot from him. Or sorry, Elsif getting that goal. Did a really great job. Unfortunately, Skyrose just wasn't there that time. Was the only defensive mishap that they had so far.
So rushing to make the goal on the other side kind of allowed for Hammers to go ahead and secure that win, right? So GG's.
And there it is. All right, Hammers takes the game and I believe the series as well.
Yes.
Let's just confirm here. I think there might be a bit of confusion about the scoring because of the draw. But I believe that's Hammer's series. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I do agree with that because they have won. Technically, they've won 3 games. So this was the 4th game. There was a draw in the 3rd. So yeah, this would be the 3rd game win. Either way, yes. So Hammers there, very effective. They definitely brought their A game, different from what we had seen yesterday. I don't want to say that it was probably at a map disadvantage, you know, from yesterday to today. Their placement was really good. Their games were on point. They were definitely pushing Skyrose back. And Skyrose, I'm kind of a little bit surprised. I was expecting a little bit more aggressive gameplay from them, and I just didn't see that as much today. Yes, they were really good with their defensive, but there was a few moments, especially in the first couple of matches, that they did leave their goal a little bit too open, and I didn't see them cluster around as much as the other teams from yesterday. So they were spaced out, but I don't know. Like Hammers was very effective in clearing everybody out and going through and scoring.
You're right, and I think one problem there for Canyon is the fact that they had a bit of more of an open area. So that was something they need to keep in mind, because unfortunately Elsif was able to find an opening and get that second goal and secure the victory. But it was pretty close, and I think you're right. I think the big difference from yesterday is, like you said, I think Skyrose is just on the defense here, and that was a really big issue, and they weren't really clustering together as much, like you said. So yeah, Hammers does come out a little bit on top, and I think as well, the fact that they were getting more kills in general really helped them out. They got to their ultimates just a bit quicker, they were clearing the way a little bit better, and again, Copters with that Lycan. Man, did some amazing work with that.
Cleared the ways, like, boom, 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 shoot, I'm home. Like, that's definitely Copters for you. But great matches nonetheless. And then we are going to move on to the next, which I do believe it is Upsetters, I think, right? Oh wait, are we going to take a Series 4?
Let's have a look. So yes, we've completed the first 2 series of the winner's bracket. We're going to move into the loser's bracket. So yeah, Series 3, the next one coming up, will be Fiery Tail versus the Upsetters.
Awesome. Okay, so Fiery Tail. Wow. Upsetters. Let's go ahead and talk about them a little bit. They are a group of streamers that have decided to join forces, and they are a force to be reckoned with. They did really well yesterday. I did make a few comments that I was just for that match that I didn't really like how they were playing. I'm not 100% sure if certain people are going to be playing in this match, but I know Killer Penguin did exceptionally well yesterday. Clad also. They were the team with the least kills. They got 105 overall through the series yesterday. I'm hoping to see them adapt a little bit more to the teams that they are going to be going up against. So in this case, they are going to be going, I think it's going to be, Fiery Tail. Fiery Tail has been really, really well, doing really, really well today on the side of their offense. So if Upsetters can be a little bit more defensive, and they're probably going to be able to stop Fiery Tail in their tracks. So I'm very excited to see these 2 teams, especially Upsetters, because they did really, really well, and they are a new team. So we'll see how they do.
Well, speaking of adaptations, let's have a look at the bands. So we've got Badger and Typhoon Band, we've got EMP Grenade and Incendiary, and Rocket Strike and Gun Sentry. So Super Shield is going to be available to these teams, I think, for the first time today. So I fully expect to see that. EMP and Incendiary, both really good bands. As we saw from yesterday, Incendiary is just a really solid secondary here. It's not that great in Deathmatch, but Battle Ball, it does such a great job of just controlling areas that it is a really good choice. So seeing a band here does make a lot of sense. However, we got Badger and Typhoon Band. So what do you make of Badger instead of, say, like Havoc or maybe even Locust?
Well, instead of the Badger gets like, I'm trying to think. Probably because I'm trying to think who ended up banning it. If it was Fiery Tail banning the Badger, it makes a little bit of sense because, you know, Upsetters are kind of new to the game. There are a lot of older players, OG players that are playing in the team. But strategically, I would say that it's probably because they have their all of their weapons unlocked, so it's safer to ban the Badger against a player that might not even have the Havoc on. So that's
true.
where I'm going with
that. Makes a good point.
Yeah, so the Badger yesterday, we did see, I think on Sweaty Synergy, Charlotte very, very effectively, so he landed all of the kills, almost all of his shots on that. So it's a very effective weapon, but it's also a very spammable weapon, which can be very annoying. So it makes a good choice to go ahead and ban it for sure.
Great points, yeah. Okay, so let's move into our next match. We're going to have Firetail versus Upsetters. Go if you want to go ahead and start the match. All right, here we go. This is the first series of the losers bracket. We got Firetail versus the Upsetters, and we are here on Moon. Okay, so Upsetters making a push. Cut using that Tremor. Killer Pagan trying to get to the ball, but doesn't get there. Hambone with that Dominion does pick it up, and they're going to try and make a push through the top here. Of course, they do need to be careful. Upsetters doing a really good job of controlling that area on the far left. And now they're going to make a push through the bottom, perhaps use that jump pad to try and boost themselves into the goal. Hambone can't quite get there, though. The Dominions just doesn't have enough range to deal with Killer Pagan's Tremor, and now he picks up the ball. Killer Pagan to make a try to travel through the mid here, but of course there was enough time for Firetail to respawn.
So Firetail right now really has the ball on point. You know, they're pushing Upsetters back to the wall, and they got it.
Wow, that was so close. My goodness, Upsetters got caught a little bit short there as Firetail Yobot, he was just sitting there and he was at full health with that shield, manages to collect the ball and just sneak around the bottom and get that first goal.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, they have to be very careful, and I'm talking about Upsetters. They have to be very defense because again,
you are 100% right, Sapphire. That is exactly it. Upsetters is just not able to stop them from getting through. They're getting caught right near the goal, and that's the problem. They need to push them back just a little bit more if they're going to be able to come back in this.
So again, spread yourself out a little bit more. Don't hover around the goal too much. Try to be, you know how they say the best defense is the best, or something like that, the best offense is the best defense? They need to get out of the goal. They need to be able to push Firetail a little bit more than they have been right now. I don't know if they're playing just a little bit too defensive, that they're just getting caught out. Oh.
Wow, what a decisive victory for Firetail this game. Super Shield proving to be a giant problem. I would like to have seen a little bit more EMP usage from the Upsetters, but we didn't get a chance to see that. And yeah, Super Shield it proved to be too much of a problem for them because they were not clearing them quickly enough and they were able to get those dunks. So it was really good for Firetail, not so great for the Upsetters.
No, and EMP couldn't be used because it was banned.
Oh, right, of course. Yes, my bad.
Sorry. No,
You're 100% right.
But I'm just thinking, wait, what? No, but yeah. Didn't mean to call you out like that. I was just thinking, yeah, I would have actually too, because I think that would have... Actually, I think that just means that it was a good ban, basically, because yes, we would have liked to have seen that because it would have been very effective. It would have stopped, other players in their tracks if they would have used it. And I don't think we had enough time to really see any ultimates being used effectively. Like, well, I mean, if they were used, but either way, I don't know what to say about the Upsetters. They were doing really well in the beginning, but towards the end, I think they just kind of lost a little bit of their focus, and they kept hovering around their goal a little bit too much instead of probably having one or two maybe stay back and try to get the two frontliners out and away. It wasn't. I probably would have allowed for a goal to happen so that way my players can get out of that area. But this onslaught on Firetail kept pushing them into little corners, and they were very effective in just like cuddling them up, and there's just completely annihilating.
100%, yeah. And going back to your comment about the EMP ban, actually, I think one thing maybe to note here is that if Super Shield is banned, or sorry, if EMP gets banned, then Super Shield is probably a good one to ban as well, because without access to something like EMP to deal with those shields, I mean, it's really tough for them to defend, and that's kind of what we saw. So this next match should be pretty interesting. I'm curious to see if they're going to adjust to that, because yeah, that was really a big problem for them.
Yes. So we are up next on Magma. So the Typhoon was also banned, which makes sense because it is one of the it's not the lightest weapon. The Thunderstorm, I think it's tied with the Thunderstorm, and I forgot what other weapon is also very, very light. There's 3 weapons that are tied for first place, followed by the Lycan in 4th. So the Typhoon makes a lot of sense. Again, it's probably a weapon that not that many players probably have, so why go ahead and ban it? But since because it's so light, even with the ball you take into account its weight, you can still probably hover across the map really, really well. And that DPS, you definitely don't want to see somebody just running across the map and just insane amount of damage, which can happen.
Yeah, for sure. Well, lightweight weapons are very effective in Battle Ball. Mobility is a key. Just simply because of the fact that, number one, if you have mobility, it's a lot easier to defend. If you're using a weapon like, say, Badger or Havoc, which weigh a lot, it's a lot difficult for you. It's harder for you to time yourself to make sure you get in front of the goal to stop the ball from going in. So, yeah, Typhoon does make a lot of sense. It's a very, very good weapon, and we've seen it used a lot so far throughout this tournament.
Yes, we have. Also with the Black Tusk, it's a little bit heavier, but it's still very, very effective. I think it's Elsif's, which is considered to be the best player in the game. It's his favorite weapon. There's a lot of players, actually. A lot of pro players have it to like as well. I know that Legendary had been using it. Sicko Mode is using it right now. So a lot of Black Tusk action mixed in with the Tremor. So they're using the first three primary weapons. And the first three primary weapons, obviously the LC isn't shown, but the Tremor, the Black Tusk, they're part of the primary weapons, which are very effective against all of the other weapons that are out there. So interesting to see how this plays out.
Well, speaking of that, let's jump into our match. I believe our players are ready to go.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. This is the next game coming up in this series. Let's see who's going to take it. We are here on Magma. All right, so the Upsetter is making a push through the bottom. Killer Pang and picking it up. He's using the Black Tusk, of course, and he's going to make a push through the top. Hambo's going to stop him, though, and actually got taken down by the remaining fire from Firetail. And now they're going to make a push. Yobot's going to get that first goal, and there it is. My goodness, this is again happening kind of like the first game. They're just not able to stop them from getting towards the goal, and Yobot just snuck in there in time.
I saw Legendary come up with the Havoc, and it's really good that he brought it out. I'm kind of concerned a little bit because he brought it out probably a little bit too later. He spawned actually a little bit too late. He was just a split second. Oof, so close. Oh.
So close.
A lot of action right there.
There was, yeah. The Havoc may have been a little bit too late, but let's see. Wolflord gets taken out, put out that Super Shield, but it wasn't effective, didn't get there in time. The Black Tusk were just a bit too difficult to deal with, and now they're going to make a push to the top, but unfortunately, Firetail is there with the concentration. Now they got two players coming through the top one with the Super Shield, and they got it! There it is, getting that sweet dunk and going up 2-0.
Again, I feel that they're hovering a little bit too much around their goal. They're not spreading out as much as they probably should have, but I think Firetail is just really not allowed to happen. So what does Firetail need to do? They can't allow for another
Oh my goodness. I thought Yobot was going to go down there, but actually, even with that 1 HP, he just manages to survive long enough using that jump to boost himself up, and that secured the victory for Firetail. That was a very, very quick game. Yes. Firetail is just, they again, you know, like we saw that in that first series with XOZ, they are an amazing team, showing that they've been practicing and they have been putting their time in to make sure that they're coming out ahead. They're doing a really great job.
A very different Firetail from that we had seen yesterday. I did see them a little bit, I don't even want to use the word, but I can't think of anything better, so please forgive me. I saw them a little bit more scared yesterday. Maybe they didn't know what they were going to be going up against, per se. But today, they just seem to be out of their shell, and maybe that's probably better word usage, that they were a little bit more, yes, they did have some amazing plays, but I felt that they were probably a little bit too, you know, they held back. And I don't think that they're holding back at all in these games. You know, maybe they just wanted to be able just to secure their wins, save up their energy for today, and then really study the rest of the teams. And I feel like they actually did their homework a lot, and they have been practicing a lot. And I don't know, it's just great showing on the part of Firetail. Now, Upsetters, really on the other hand, they're doing really, really good. They just can't get the firepower. I don't know if it's a mismatch on weapons. Maybe they shouldn't be using the Tremor. Maybe they should be using something else that's a little bit more effective. They're still they're doing really well, but they just don't have enough firepower. And that's what I'm seeing. That Firetail keeps, you know, putting them back, pushing them back into these corners, and that completely opens up the goal for them to be able to take it.
That's something they really need to be mindful of going into Snowbase, because this is a map where that's kind of like Magma, where you got severe choke points, and then your goal is actually even more open. So I'm hoping that because of that, Upsetters should have an easier time defending it. But like you said, I think the problem is that they're just concentrating too much on their own end, and they do need to be able to control their area a little bit better, making sure to push Firetail back just a little bit more. But I think our players are ready to go, Goat, so if you want to go ahead and start the match. Okay, this could be match point for Fairy Tail. If they take this, this will be a series win for them. And let's see what happens. All right, so Fairy Tail on the right with Upsetters on the left. They're going to make a push for the middle. Neither team picking up just yet. Wolfer looks like he's going to get it, but gets taken down. Hembo picks it up. He's got that Dominion, of course. Dominion being a very good tool so far, but gets destroyed by Sicko Mode there with that Tremor. Really nice usage. Also using that Omelet skin, which is great to see. Wolfer picking it up there with that content. He's going to try and move through the mid, but he's really low health, so he's not going to be able to make it through. Going through the bottom isn't going to be quite as effective either, so Upsetter's having a little bit better time defending, but Yobite's got the shield, takes a shot, and there it is. First goal going to Fairy Tail once again.
Okay, so Upsetters, they actually did a lot better there, especially in the second match. They got out of their shell, they got out, and they started going ahead and attacking Fairy Tail.
Oh no, OPX just boosted too high. That was a clear goal for Trumpkin. He was just able to get there on that top left, and unfortunately OPX just didn't boost at the right time, couldn't catch that goal.
It's all timing, so be very careful and mindful. Oh.
Speaking of timing, my goodness, did that end quickly. Holy smokes. That was just a, you know, again, the defense of the Upsetters just wasn't quite there. The problem is that you got to really be mindful of where your player needs to be and the hitbox of the ball. They're trying. You could see that it wasn't that they didn't see the score that was about to take place. It was more the fact that they just didn't quite get there in time. And I think that really does come down to practice. You got to practice those type of moves. You got to really make sure that your goalkeeper or whoever's assigned to protect the goal is well practiced at getting in front of that goal and making sure to stop the ball. Because it was really close. Like, it was really, really close. They nearly got there, but it was just a little bit too much of a boost at the wrong time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that at the beginning they were doing really, really got out of shell. They ended up detecting. They ended up getting everyone from Fairy Tail, and just all of a sudden, you know, chaos ensues. So they did really good if they can just keep up that momentum. I do want to see them again another tournaments, because they are a team to be like reckoned with, especially with a little bit more practice perhaps. And these are players, by the way, that play with other pros, so they can go ahead and get that energy, get that knowledge from them, get the statistics, get the gameplays. If they continue doing what they're doing, eventually they will reach the top. And it was just really, really clear to me that they just probably needed just a little bit of more practice together, and then just probably get out of your shell. Don't cover up your area so much, but get out and be a little bit more offensive on that.
Now, of course, that was a loser's bracket game, so that does mean the Upsetters are knocked out. But, you know, having said that, they did make it to day 2, and that's something to be proud of. They did a really great job. They're a new team. They've made it this far, and that, you know, the fact that they got knocked out at this point doesn't really say a whole lot about how good they are as a team. They just need to practice a little more, come back next time, and I guarantee that they will be more successful.
So they're also a mixture of like new players and old players. So it's kind of like, yeah, they actually did really, really well to show up to day 2. So I'm actually very, very happy for them, and I do want to see the tournament. So we'll see.
Me too. All right, so we're going to move into our next series, which is going to be the second losers bracket game. It will be Skyrose versus Sweaty Synergy. All right, so this should be a great match. Let's just have a look at the bands here. Let's see. Okay, so we got Dominion and Quantum Band. So the first time we're seeing Dominion today. Incendiary and Marauder. And then Gun Drone and Rocket Sentry. So that's very interesting. Both Rocket Strike and Super Shield are going to be available to both these teams.
I like the Incendiary pick, because if we have seen it, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I do like the Incendiary pick. So I'm wondering if that was on the side of Juicy, of Sweaty Synergy, that they ended up picking that. So I like to see the Incendiary simply because it's really effective against the drones. I'm sorry, not the drones, the sentries. And even though there was a Rocket Sentry, what's it called, that was picked, you can still use the gun sentry. The gun drone is out. I don't know, the EMP also is very effective against that, and it's very effective against the shields. So I am expecting to see EMP usage, shields up as well, and the Dominion and Quantum. That had to have been, well, I'm wondering if it was Skyros who ended up picking up the Dominion, because Ron hasn't really been using the Dominion that much, and that just means that he's a little bit more versatile on other weapons. Not more so than the Dominion, but that means that he can bring out something. He has a good amount of weapon choice that he can use in his arsenal, and the Quantum is actually a great choice to be banning as well.
I agree with you. The Dominion choice is actually really interesting because it affects both teams equally. We've got Night Raid on Sweaty Synergy, who typically uses the Dominion, but won't be. Although, however, we did see him use weapons like Lycan very well yesterday. But like you say, Braun's kind of in the same situation. He loves the Dominion, but he's not going to have access to that. So great choice, but it does affect both teams. So I'm not sure who comes out ahead on that. But then, like you say, the Quantum, also a very, very good choice, especially on a map like Magma, where you've got these lanes to deal with. Snipers work quite well on Magma, so by extension, Quantum does as well. So that's a good choice. But yeah, I mean, EMPs, I expect to see them quite a bit as well. There's going to be gun sentries, there's going to be super shields, so certainly EMP will make an appearance here, I'm sure.
So just a quick reminder, guys, we are having what's it called? We are donating for Mobilize for Australia, and if you're interested in that, I know that the link is showing up throughout the chat. And again, SBM is going to be matching the first $500, and we are very, very close for a full match. So let's go ahead, and if anybody's interested in donating, any little act of kindness goes actually a long, long way. So if you guys are interested in donating, I believe that there's also a code. If you can use it, it's Mobilize for Australia AJ, in which Matcherino ends up matching $1 to your cause. So yay!
That's amazing. All right, well, I think we're ready to go. So, Goat, if you want to go ahead and start the game. Okay, here we go. This is going to be match 1 of Series 4 between Sky Rose and Sweaty Synergy. Okay, so Sky Rose on the right, and we got Sweaty Synergy on the left. Night Raid picking up that ball. He's using the Typhoon here. I'm not sure if I saw him using that yesterday, so interesting choice. Juicy's going to try and pick it up here, though. Of course, he's going to make a push over to the right, but he needs to be careful and regroup, so that's what they're going to do. Juicy trying to go through that top, but he gets a shot, but doesn't quite get there. Resin picking up with that Havoc. Resin being a very, very good Havoc user, so that's going to be something to watch out for. Now, Archer with a sliver of health is trying to move through it. That EMP comes down, doesn't quite get him there, and throws the ball over to the right. Braun's going to come up and get a shot, and there it is! Dracosan actually getting the dunk. A nice pass from Braun. Beautiful play from Skyrose.
Yes, Charlatan, right there. He ended up boosting down instead of maintaining his position around the goal. And I think if he would have stayed there, I think he would have been able to effectively block it. But I guess a little bit more practice there. But he's doing really great with the Badger. He's pushing Skyrose a little bit back, but Skyrose is also pushing back, and they're getting through really, really well.
So Archer's switched to the Locust to try and deal with the long-range weapons that we're seeing from Sweaty Synergy, and it's actually working quite well. Draco's going to try and move through the bottom. With that Thunderstorm, almost takes him out, but doesn't quite do it. Great defense from them, and managed to stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, that Super Shield was really effective, although it just wasn't quite enough. But really good showing on the side of Sweaty Synergy right there.
All right, so Woody trying to get a shot there, couldn't quite make it in time. That gun launcher coming down from Archer is going to be very effective as a defensive tool. Draco's going to try and move through the top. Of course, Night Raid gets a little bit caught there as he moves to the far right of Draco, but it does manage to take him out. Resin trying to move through the bottom, but doesn't get there. Juicy doing a great job with that Black Tusk, does manage to clear him out of the way.
So Braun, Resin, and Archer are very effective right now, doing a lot of kills. They're doing a lot of damage to the side of... Oh, I think he's got it.
Oh,
yeah, he does. Draco.
Speaking of damage, Woody tried to stop Draco with that Thunderstorm, but thankfully Draco survives with 1 HP, going through and getting that clear dunk.
Nice. So I could just be Draco right now, and I was going to say that he's the guy with the least amount of kills, but now he's up on top. But yeah, it worked really, really for him right there, just opening the way, clearing it out. There wasn't anyone there, so that was nice team play on the side of Skyrose.
So Resin nearly had a clear opening to get that ball, did go for it, but of course Juski just spawned in time. Draco's going to make a push, doesn't quite make it in time, throws it, and Woody picks it up with that Badger. He's going to try and move through the top, pulling the Super Shield out, maybe a little bit early, but Rocket Strike coming down as well, doesn't clear anybody out of the way. So Draco's got a clear shot, can he get it? No, Charlton gets there just in time, using that Typhoon to clear him out of the way. Really, really great defense here from Sweaty Synergy.
Yes, for sure. So Draco's definitely up on top. He's trying to get through. The guys are all on the bottom. I'd like to see him better with his teammate instead of being all alone. I'm guessing he's waiting for the ball to be picked up and just like thrown to him. And right there, it's coming. So we'll see how they do right now.
All right, Braun's got that Super Shield. Doesn't pass it, or doesn't get the pass from Draco, but doesn't really matter. There's not enough time on the clock. Can they get the third goal? And so, oh, it looks like Resin's going to get the dunk, and there it is. 3-0 at the last second.
I was thinking to myself, why is Braun falling? Oh my god, but he didn't have any more fuel left. But that little play right there, that was really nice. Braun was in the perfect spot for Resin to go ahead and make that dunk. So that's nice.
That was really nice. Yeah, Skyrose just did a great job of clearing the path. It's sort of similar to what we saw between Fiery Tail and the Upsetters, where Fiery Tail is just doing a really good job of clearing the way and forcing them to be more defensive, pushing them back towards their goal, and then just making pushes in general and getting those dunks. And Draco-san, living up to his name as Dunko-san, got a couple of dunks in there as well.
Yes.
That was great to see.
Yes, very great to see indeed. So we are going to go ahead and move on to Moon. It's very evenly sided. What do I want to see on the side of Sweaty Synergy? Okay, they're doing really, really well. They are new players. They've probably been playing for like the last month or so, more or less. There are also a lot of older gentlemen there in the team. So their mechanical skill is probably not up to par on the side of Skyros because you do have a lot of younger players. Nonetheless, they are definitely holding their own. And sure, Skyrose was able to get three scores onto them, but they're doing really, really well. So Sweaty Synergy, what I want to see out of you guys a little bit more, probably a little bit more offense. You need to find a way to break through the lines on Skyrose and start having a little bit more action take place on their end. They are covering their goal really, really well, but then I still feel that just like yesterday, they're hovering around their goal a little bit too much, and it leaves it for easy targets on the side of Skyrose to be able to take down the majority of the members on the side of Sweaty Synergy.
100%, yeah. Sweaty Synergy, although like you say, they did get 3-0 in that last game, they are doing pretty well. I think you make a good point about the fact that Skyrose just has a little bit more mechanical skill on their side. They are, like, Skyrose has been around for a long time. You know, they're not new to competitions, especially ARMAJET competitions. That is their bread and butter. Upsetters being a little bit of a newer team, of course, makes it a little bit harder for them, but overall, they're doing a great job of dealing with Skyrose's strategic elements. I mean, you know, they're coming out with good counters. They have been able to defend at times, and Skyrose is just coming out a little bit ahead, though. That's the only thing.
Yes. So yeah, pretty much it's all it's pretty much yeah, a little bit more defense on the side of offense on the side of my mind just went blank. Sweaty Synergy, and we should get on it because I think all the players are also ready to go.
Let's do this. Okay, here we go. Match number 2. Skyrose taking that first game, pushing Sweaty Synergy into a bit of a corner. Let's see what happens. So we got Skyrose on the right and Sweaty Synergy on the left. All the players are kind of concentrating their firepower in the middle, but Archer does pick up the ball here. He's going to make a toss. Draco-san going to go through the top. He's got a clear shot. Can he get it? No. Woody, nice job stopping that ball from going in. Of course, Draco had to shoot it to get the goal, but he doesn't. Braun with the shield throws it, but Charlton just there to save the day. Nightright as well to pick up the ball. Great rebound catch from him. Now they're going to make a push through the middle. That was very, very close, but great defense from Sweaty Synergy.
So just another side note for the audience who isn't aware, Nightright is the emotion. So him playing against PC players, and he's doing really well. He's able to get the ball. He's able to, his movement is on point as well. Right now.
Oh, here it comes. Oh, what a save! Juski, MVP of this match. Just get there. Again, Woody also gets there just in time. That was amazing what the save. But here it is. Archer collects the rebound and gets the first goal for Skyrose.
Wow. So yes, they're using their boost effectively, using their fuel effectively as well. They were there. The timing on that throw and on that goal was just immaculate. That was really done on the side of yes.
It was incredible. So close. Seeker's going to move through the ball. He's got the Havoc. A little bit less mobility. Can he get stopped? There it is. Juski deals with him with that, with the Black Tuz. Now Charlton with that shield throws the ball over, trying to get it away, but doesn't quite get there. And now they need to be real careful. Woody's at real low health, and now Archer's got a clear opening. The Rocket Strike coming down at the same time, but Charlton being the MVP goalie doesn't matter, however, and Braun collects the shot and gets the second goal.
That's really unfortunate that everybody on the side of Sweaty Synergy, except for Charlton, had gone. Oh my god, this is a lot of action that's happening right now.
Oh, Nightright with that Lycan picks up the ball, finds an opening, and sows his way into the first goal for Sweaty Synergy. Well done.
Very, very nice. So that was the left right open on the side of Skyrose. I'm not too sure where the members were hanging out. They weren't probably paying attention, but they can afford to have one goal since they are up by 1.
That's correct. So there is still enough time on the clock for Sweaty Synergy to come back. This is definitely their best game we've seen so far. Their defense has been on point, and getting that sneaky goal there was really, really good. We got about 35 seconds left to go after this ball spawns, so can they do it?
I'm thinking that they can. If they're able to go ahead and break through the line, and they have a couple of times, they're going to be able to score another one.
That is really what they need to do, and so far, Skyro's doing a good job of just putting the pressure on because they could just defend this lead and win the game, but can they break through? So Braun's got that super shield, doesn't pick up the ball. Woody does instead with that Thunderstorm with that great mobility on his hand. Charlton's going to try and move through the bottom, but he's going to get cleared out by Draco and Braun, so this doesn't look like it's going to be possible for them to clear it. I think this might be a goal, and oh, of course, Charlton comes in clutch once again, just making sure that it doesn't go 3-1, staying 2-1, and there we are. That is the game.
That was really, really nice. I think the timing on that last throw on the side of Charlatan, probably not as effective. I felt that he could have thrown it to his teammate that was atop it. I'm wondering if he saw him. Maybe it was more of a calculated move, but I think that that goal was actually pretty much left open. So if he would have shot it to his teammate, and then shot it to the goal, I think it would have been a tied game.
I think you're right.
Great showing. Yeah. So, oh my God, this was a good game. This is a nice little matchup.
Like, again, these, like, Skyros is a practice team, and they've been around for a long time. Sweaty Synergy, I mean, for you guys to be pushing them like that, and Night Raid coming in with that clutch goal as well, it was a very close game. Very close game.
Yeah. So, very exciting to see. So, I think we have one more?
That's right, yeah, so that was match 2. Okay. So, of course, this could be match point for Skyros. If they win this, this will knock Sweaty Synergy out of the tournament. But Sweaty Synergy showing that they are coming back, and perhaps this could be the turning point in this series.
So, Canyon, very wide open. Well, not super wide open, not as much as Temple, but it's a very long map. Let's see, what does Sweaty Synergy need to do? I think I think they need to protect their goal, actually, yes. In this case. I've been saying a lot that these teams are hovering around their goal a little bit too much, probably should spread out. And yes, that is still the case here, because you don't want to have all of your teammates in one very close proximity to you. You do want to branch out a little bit, but I do think that here, what they should really do is work on their defense. They should get their defense, up to speed against Skyros, because Skyros, I feel like, is going to be coming in hard. Now, if Night Raid, because he's the one that was able to score in the last game, if he's able to break through Skyros' line, and if he's able to be really, really fast, I think he'll be able to go ahead and score again, because I've seen a little bit of games where Skyros is a little bit too far from their goal, right, that they're actually not around. So someone might have to stay back in order for that to not happen, because there are so many openings here. You can go through the top and it's wide open. You can go through the bottom, but the bottom is probably not the safest place, especially if you put in a sentry there. And we'll see what happens. But there's just, because I think it was just a rocket sentry that was banned. But if they end up putting a gun sentry on either side, it'll allow for a little bit more defense, to kind of like help like an extra teammate that's out there shooting for you.
100%. All right, well, let's jump into this next game. Here we go. Okay, so we got Skyros on the left and Sweaty Synergy on the right. So Skyros does have a bit more of an open goal, and that may work out pretty well for Sweaty Synergy. Let's have a look. All right, so Woody picking up that ball, but gets just completely demolished. Didn't even make it through. Draco going to make it pass through the middle, but does get stopped by Juski there with that Badger. Really great play from him there. Woody's going to try and get through. He's using that Black Tusk now, switching from the Thunderstorm. Archer going to try and make a pass through the right. Can he get there in time? And he does! What a shot! That was an incredibly close angle as he shot it just at about a 75-degree angle downwards into the goal. Really calculated play there.
That was so beautiful. I'm screaming right now. I'm just like, oh my God. Just perfect. Either way, Draco's up at the top, and I think we're going to see another one.
Yep. Sweaty Synergy got caught a little bit short. They were not there to defend, and because of the positioning of Skyros, they were all there together, which meant that it was very difficult for Sweaty Synergy to defend against that. All right, so they're going to make another push. Draco looks like he's got his clear goal, and I think this is it. Wow, that might have been the fastest game we've had yet. Holy smokes, the Skyros takes it.
GG. So yes, as I had said before, they did need to cover their goal a little bit more, but it's too open for them. There's so many possibilities where Skyros can come through. Skyros is a really good team when they pass when they pass the ball to each other. So even if you're up at the top, the platforms are in the way though, but if you calculate the passes, you can get through there. So, but either way, nonetheless, great showing on the side of Team Synergy. We are very sad to see you guys go, and we do hope to see you in future tournaments, because yes, just like Upsetters, you guys played it really, really, really.
They definitely did. They did a really great job. Sweaty Synergy, okay, so we look at the scores and it looked like Sweaty Synergy just got dominated, but that wasn't the case at all. They did a really good job, and I got to say to you guys, really, really good showing for your first competition, and I really hope to see you again soon. Okay,
Yes.
so we're going to take a short break here, and then we're going to move on to the next game, which will be Series 5. And I believe that's going to be Skyrose versus Fiery Tail. That should be exciting. All right, well, we're going to go to a word here from our sponsors, and then when we come back, we will be here with more ARMAJET.
Look, you don't need to be a streamer or a famous YouTuber to share your gameplay with Metal. We make it as easy as possible to create and share gaming highlights. All you have to do is start up any game, press a button, and Metal will capture the last section of gameplay and then give you a link. It really is that easy. You don't have to configure a bunch of settings, and it won't make your games lag, even if your PC isn't awesome. Just download the app, play a game, and get sharing. Metal. Play a game, press a button, get a link. It's that easy.
All right, everybody, we are back, and we're going to be jumping into our next series, which is going to be between Skyrose and Fairy Tail. Let's have a look at the bracket just to get a little update on that. Okay, here we go. So, in our losers bracket, we had Fairy Tail 3-0, the upsetters, knocking them out, and then Skyrose also 3-0 Sweaty Synergy, knocking them out. And in our winners bracket, we're going to move into Series 6 after this series, which is going to be between XOZ and Hammers, and that should be a really exciting series. In fact, every game from here should be pretty exciting.
That is true. So I'm very excited to see all of these matches. I know Fairy Tail has definitely brought up their game from yesterday. Skyrose, I'm a little bit curious to see what is going on through their heads, because they're a very composed team, but like very different from the Skyrose that we had seen yesterday. Of course, that last matchup with Sweaty Synergy, they did really, really well. And then Sweaty Synergy, even though they didn't move on, they good. They ended up getting the goal against Skyrose there. So also, actually, to note that, and I'm wondering if it was because maybe of that disconnect and then we were restarting the stream, that maybe Skyrose was a little bit, what's it called, out of focus on yesterday's game. But yesterday, they were the only team actually to make another goal on Skyrose. So that's another key point to kind of, just like a nice little fact basically to share with you guys. So yes, so Fairy Tail, Skyrose today. Let's see, right now. What are the bans that they ended up doing for each other? Okay. The Havoc, Black Tusk, EMP, Incendiary, EMP and Incendiary. So you're taking that away from Skyrose, because if they don't use Incendiary, they use EMP. They use EMP, they use, if they don't use Incendiary, they'll use EMP. So, wow. Rocket Stride and Exo Super Shield. That's really foretelling. So I'm really curious to see how that plays out. That to me means that both teams did their homework really well. And again, these two teams are the ones that I think we've been seeing a lot throughout the matches. They've been practicing really well. They're playing really good as a team. You know, if Fairy Tail keeps doing what they are doing, I think they are a really strong force that Skyrose definitely has to consider. Now, Fairy Tail compared to yesterday, they did not, and let me just go ahead and double check really quickly. They had 184 kills, and Skyrose had 132. So even though Fairy Tail has a lot more damage done, out to them, I think Hambone is actually a top player. Hambone was one of the top players actually to get the most kills. If they're able to keep that offensive up, I think Skyrose is going to actually end up losing a couple of games on that one. So we'll see what happens.
All right, so I think we're just waiting for you, Sapphire, to join in, and then we'll get underway.
Sorry.
Oh, good. No worries.
I'm in.
Okay,
to go on a rant there.
Here we go. All right, this is going to be match 1 of Series 5 with Skyrose and Fairy Tail moving forward. The loser here is going to get knocked out, so this is a very important series for these two teams. And let's see what happens. Okay, so Fairy Tail on the right, but here we go. Seeker picking up the ball first. He's going to be able to move through the left there. He's a little bit low in health, so he's got to protect that ball a little bit better. But Wolflord takes him out. Will he get this opening here and get the first goal? No, Draco does manage to pick up, so that's really good. But it doesn't matter. Unbelievable. Wolflord took him out just in time. And there it goes. The first goal going to Fairy Tail.
Speedy Typhoon. Definitely a weapon that you want to see on all of these matches. Maybe it would have been better to ban the Typhoon instead. But Wolfcore, great moment, great positioning. It's just in the perfect moment at the perfect time right there.
And Yoba might get another one, but Seeker gets there just in time using that Lycan to great effect. Wolflord putting that gun sentry down there as well as creating a bit of havoc for Skyrose. But doesn't matter, the ball does drop and they are going to be able to respawn with Fairy Tail on the right-hand side. Draco trying to make a pass, but does just get through. Isn't going to bounce into the goal, so thankfully it's just going to go back over to Fairy Tail's side.
Oh my god, okay, Fairy Tail, really? I think Skyrose is mad. Like, how can they have gotten how could Fairy Tail gotten a score through them, past them, really, really quickly within the first minute of the first minute? And so Fairy Tail is really bringing out their end game. They're bringing out their sentries. They're laying them down. They're not really letting Skyrose take possession too much of the ball, you know?
That's exactly it. The gun sentry's been very, very effective, and it's just been doing a great job of shutting down lanes and controlling zones. And as we see there, Hambones places gun sentry on the right to act as like an extra player's defense. Archer placing his rocket sentry down as well, but Braun picking up the ball. He's going to be able to make a push through the middle there. Draco's gun sentry protecting him. Gets a lob shot. Will it make it in? And it does! What a great shot from Braun. That was so close. Fairy Tail nearly got there to defend, but just fell short just a little bit.
a little bit more Bruce on the side of Wolfcorn, I think he would have been able to get that ball. But yes, great positioning on the side of Skyrose. They pulled through, they cleared it out, and they ended up securing that goal. So GG's to Braun right there.
So Trumpkin gets the ball. He's not going to be able to move through the middle there. Skyrose defending very, very well, shutting down that top lane. And now Draco's going to move through the middle. He got a lot of health. Can he get the dunk? And he's going to live up to his name. There it is! Draco, or Dunko-san as we named him. He has come back with a vengeance, scoring this game up 2-1 for Skyrose.
So a little bit more chaotic in the beginning, and I'm starting to see a little bit Skyrose more composed in this remainder of the game. I think he's throwing. No, it doesn't make it. So Wolfcore ends up getting the ball. Oof.
Oh, and Draco can make a shot, but Yobot gets there in time, having that shield as well to make sure he was going to collect it. Braun going to go down from the Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm actually being quite an effective tool. We got Trumpkin and both Yobot using it. If they're going to make a push through the left, but doesn't matter. Braun takes him out with that Dominion, and the gun sentry from Wolflore manages to stop him in his tracks, and now the ball looks like it's going to reset.
Again, the gun sentry's placed on the bottom doesn't allow for Skyrose to come through, and it's great. Oh, Archer just ended up placing his, so it's like, no guys, sorry, you guys are gonna have to go through the top. But I think this is game with 6 seconds left.
I think it is. There's just not enough time. Can they make it through? But no, Archer picking it up is going to push it back, and there it is. That is the first game.
Wow, oh my god, okay, yay, that was really exciting. All of these games have actually been very exciting, and that's a word that I can't think of another synonym right now to use, so I do apologize for that. But that was a lot of action, back and forth. Skyrose had the ball, not as much as Fairy Tail. I did see that Fairy Tail had the ball a little bit more, but then again, it was like very chaotic in the beginning. Skyrose kind of like, oh my god, I can't believe. Like they lost their composure there for maybe a couple of seconds, but they regrouped, they regained it, and they went through. So really, really nice on the side of Skyrose there. Fairy Tail, again, keeping up the momentum with Skyrose. They are on the defensive, they are on the offensive, and they're just doing a really, really good job trying to push through. Just a little bit, I think the firepower is just really what's missing there. They have been pushed through they have been breaking through the lines of Skyrose, but then all of a sudden, towards the end, you had Wolfcore at the end, going through, and I forgot who it was that had. I think it was Yobot who had the ball, and he ended up getting killed, and then Wolfcore made it through, but he did leave a teammate behind. It wasn't intentional. It was just Skyrose on their heels, making sure that he was unable to go ahead and pass the ball on to Wolfcore so that he could score. But either way, both teams doing really, really well.
Yeah, that was a close game. Firetail, once again, they've really been practicing, and today they've been adapting to the different playstyles of these teams quite effectively, because that was a very, very close game. Yeah, I mean, they got the first goal, the go-ahead goal, and then I mean, the Skyrose just was able to push them back a little bit better, but overall, Firetail doing a really, really good job.
Yes, so we are going to be on Temple up next. I think we're just waiting for a couple of players to join stuff. Oh, no, everybody's in.
All right, well, Goat, if you're ready to go, let's get this underway. Okay, here we go. Switching up to Temple, a big change from Magma will change the strategies of both these teams significantly. All right, so Firetail on the left, and then we got Skyrose on the right. Seeker did try to pick it up here, but Trumpkin's going to get it instead, using that Thunderstorm once again. Hambo switching over to Typhoon as well. A great choice. He's going to try and move through that middle, but doesn't matter. Seeker is there to stop him there, and doesn't get through. Yobot's going to be able to stop and defend the goal as well. Trumpkin trying to pick it up and go through the top. He's going to lob it. Will it make it in time? No. There we are. Draco with great defense, of course, positioning himself correctly to make sure he doesn't go in. And however, what a shot! I really didn't think that was going to go in, but there it is. And Skyrose gets a first goal.
I didn't think it was going to make it either, but that was just so good. So I'm expecting to see a lot of plays like that. A lot of the action is going to take place on top. I am probably going to say that it probably should move down a little bit towards the bottom, but there's so many places where you can be caught out. And so a lot of the action is going to stay at the top, and I'm going to say that a lot of the throws are going to be taking place that way. And oh, no, he's not going to make it. So, yes, if you're hovering up at the top, you're just going to take that chance and throw the ball to see if it's maybe, the other team is out of boost and, can't defend it as well. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
So great firefight here happening at the top, going back and forth between these two teams. Draco's tried to get a shot in, but of course couldn't, getting taken down. Didn't have a clear opening. So instead, this ball is going to drop down in the middle and it's going to respawn.
That sentry from Draco, that's a nice little place because it's allowing them for a little bit of opening, but it's very ineffective. I don't know if maybe that was a misclick. I don't think that it was because Draco is not the type, but it could have been. I probably felt that he should have saved it and not used it there.
So speaking of that, Wolfwiller dropped his gun sentry, trying to move through down the middle, but unfortunately Draco was there up at the top to stop him, and he couldn't get through, so he dropped the gun sentry to try and stop Draco from chasing him, but it wasn't quite effective as he got caught on the left-hand side there.
So there's a lot of action going across all of the map, which is really good. Normally on Temple, a lot of the fighting scenes happen up at top, and there you go. You have all of oh my god, my mind I'm blank. You have all of Skyros up at the top, and a lot of sentries being placed. It's not gonna make
so
it.
close. He lobbed it and tried to get the bounce off that right platform, but didn't get there in time. Archer's rocket sentry going to prove to be a problem, but Archer getting in there in time and getting that dunk, going up 2-0 for Skyros.
Fiery Tail definitely needs to have a person or maybe two people even hang back a little bit more. They're probably out of position too much. They do need to have a little bit more of a defense instead of an offense right now. Either way, with probably two scores and 20 seconds left to go, I think it's going to be Skyros' game.
I think it is. Well, and here we are. So Skyros picking up the ball. Seeker almost getting taken out, and he does. But Yobot with that shield, of course. Firetail doing a good job here, but there isn't enough time on the clock, and this is going to be Skyros' game.
3, 2, 1.
And there it is, 2-0 for Skyros.
I'm trying to figure out the rocket strike was banned though, right? Yeah.
Oh, yes, we did see a rocket strike come out, didn't we? So,
Yes.
oh, and that was
Kinda threw
Skyros
me
that
off.
used it. Yep, okay. So I think, I'm not sure what that means exactly. If that's going to be a disqualification or how we're going to handle that, but let's wait and find out.
Yes.
Okay,
That was
so
a napalm strike. That was a napalm strike.
was it
wasn't a
napalm?
rock-
Okay, maybe it was napalm. That could be right.
But, I don't know. Okay, well, I guess. Yeah, napalm was okay, not the rocket.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So if it was napalm, then there's no issue, of course. Okay. All right, well, that was an exciting match for sure. Firetail did come a little bit short, though. I think the change in the map was really what made it difficult for them, because the thing is, on Temple, there's a lot of really great spots to shoot from, especially on that top lane, where they can simply just lob the ball in. We didn't see a ton of that, although they did try for it, and it was more the dunks that was really successful, but still, I think this really just comes down to the practice of Skyros, and in general, their strategic element that really came forward for them.
Yes, so I was also expecting to see a lot of more action at the top in the sense of like throwing the balls and trying to see if it makes it in. But yes, so I guess, Firetail was a little bit more on the defensive in a sense in certain of cases. So they were, Skyros was able to break through the lines and just go ahead and make the goals. And now we're going to be playing on Canyon. So pretty much the same. I do think that Firetail needs to be covering their goal really, really. But they also should have like two members stretch out and try to get on the offensive. But it's very hard when you're coming up against a team like Skyros.
Mm-hmm.
They're very effective when it comes to a line. Normally, they have been leaving their goal, not necessarily left out in the open, but I am expecting to see a lot of rockets, a lot of sentries up and around, perhaps around their goal, to kind of add that extra defensive feature here.
I agree. Yeah, the sentries are really, really good, and that's what we've been seeing so far. Both gun sentry and rocket sentry being used, almost side by side towards the ball spawn point. But yeah, I think so. Like especially on Canyon where the ball spawns, there's such a severe choke point with the left and the right and the top. So that could be a really effective strategy.
Yes. So I think all of us are ready. So if you guys want to go ahead and start it.
Oh, hold on, I need to join.
Oh, you're not in. I'm sorry. Actually, we're missing another spectator now that I think about it. Sorry guys, I got a little bit ahead of myself.
It's all right.
This is the third game, so if Skyros takes it, unfortunately Firetail will be going home.
That's correct. Yeah, this is match point for Skyros. Let me see. The code isn't working for me. Is it working for you?
Yes, I'm in. Do you want to just try joining me?
That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Sorry, just a minute here, guys. We'll get in there right away.
We're still missing one more person to join.
Oh, good. That gives me a bit of time.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. I don't know if we should wait or if we should just go ahead and start.
That is a good question. Well, let's just see. That should be... okay. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, there was a typo in the code that we were given, so that's probably what happened. All right, so we'll get this one underway right away.
Okay.
But yeah, what a decisive victory for Skyros. Skyros is making good adjustments here. I expected to see that after they dropped that series to Hammers. Because Hammers really caught them by surprise, but Skyros showing that they're willing to adapt their gameplay, and that's very important as we move through this tournament, especially with the bans creating a custom meta for each of these series. That's something really important to keep in mind, and they're doing a great job of adjusting to that.
So no Super Shield, no AMP, no Incendiary, no Rocket Strike. And they've also banned the Havoc and the Black type. I think the Havoc is a really good weapon here. I'm wondering, I think Draco, what does he have? I can't tell. Oh my god, okay. I thought he had shot it, but no, I was wrong. I was going to say that he's been doing really well. He's opening the path for himself and creating those goals, but we are ready to go, so take it away, Jeffrey.
Let's do this. All right, here we go. Match 3 could be match point for Skyros. We're here on Canyon with Battle Ball. Okay, so we got Fairy Tail spawning on the left with Skyros on the right. Both teams just trying to make a push for the center, but who's going to get it first? Braun doing a really good job disrupting the gameplay on that on the left-hand side with that Dominion. Now Archer making a push. Can he make it through? Draco collecting the ball as well, and it's so close, but Hambo gets her just in time to stop him in his tracks. Really well done by the Fire Tail there.
So really good defense on that side. Draco wasn't able to make it through, and they were able to collect the ball. So yes, really good. Trumpkin picks it up, goes onto the other side. And so Skyros is pretty spread out. It's a very open map, so that's, you know, good for them. And they have the Wildfire, which I was thinking probably to see a Thunderstorm better on the side of Seeker instead of the Wildfire. But I guess it also lights up the ground, and oh.
I thought that was going to be a goal. Braun's going to pick it up, but no, he gets taken down by Wolflore with that Typhoon, clearing him very, very quickly. That was so close. Skyros nearly made an opening and got their first goal, but that didn't get there in time.
So yes, Yobot and Wolfcore, they're going towards the bottom, and they didn't make it effectively. So those are your two front laners right there, and they weren't able. They got sandwiched in. So Skyros, they're knowing the enemy's position really, really well.
And there comes the first Napalm Strike coming down to zone that middle area. Almost timed it well enough, but could have been a little bit later to make sure the fire stayed up, but doesn't matter. So Seeker's now got the ball. He's got a bit of an opening. Can he make the first shot? And there it is! All right, Skyros going up 1-0, taking the first goal.
So what happened, Fairy Tail? You guys were a little bit spread out too much, but still pretty good on the side of Skyros there. I'm really kind of wondering how they're going to make up for this, because they really do have to be... Oh, there it is. Archer just made it.
They were caught so off guard there because of the fact that they weren't respond in time. Nobody was there to block the goal, and that gave Skyros their second goal.
Maybe that's a disadvantage on this map, since it is a little bit too open. If you're left on the other side, and if the enemy your goal just like this, Archer's going to be able to go ahead and make it in. If he just throws it, and...
There it is. 3-0, an unfortunate defeat for Fairy Tail. Quite a surprise after the performance we've seen from them so far throughout this tournament, but it just goes to show that spawn control, which is, I think, what we were seeing there, the fact that Skyros cleared them in time meant that they weren't able to get back in time to defend the goal, and they did get caught a bit short as well. They had two members on the far right there, and they weren't able to get past Archer, who just had a clear opening and got that third goal.
So GG's to Skyros, and yes, we did see a lot of that happening, especially on Canyon. Spawn control, it's really important on a map just like this. If you're on the side that you're supposed to be making the goal and you effectively clear out the enemy, you have a couple of seconds where you can rush in a little bit more, and it's a clean and easy sweep right there for you. So we are going to go ahead and start finishing up the ban and draft for the next game. But Fairy Tail, so close. But great showing. A big difference from yesterday to today. So I know that today they just played exceptionally well. They did really good. They had amazing plays. They definitely put in their homework. They definitely put in the practice, and it clearly showed.
It really did. Like, to give these guys a hard time, it's no easy feat. I've played against Skyros myself personally, and they are just so skilled. That the thing about them is they just play so well as a team. So to try and give them a hard time is pretty hard to do. And Fairy Tail did such a great job. I gotta say, I think this is probably their best showing competitively that we've ever seen. So they did a really great job, and it's clear the efforts of their labor coming through here. Unfortunately, this does mean they get knocked out. This was their last loss, so they are out of the tournament now, and Skyros will move forward. And then we're going to move into our next series pretty soon here after the drafts and bans get sorted out, which will be XOZ versus Hammers. That's going to be an amazing series.
Oh god. Okay. Hammers, XOZ. You have players like Spiral, Noxus, Full, Agris also on the XOZ, right? They're very good players individually, and seeing them come together in XOZ, it's Oh my god, it's gonna be they're gonna give Hammers for sure a very tough time. Now you have players and you have a team like Hammers that has been playing together for quite a few tournaments. I know Lucas and Elsif play constantly together. I'm not too sure if Billy the Kid will be subbing in. I'm thinking that he is going to be playing instead of Bolty. Duck is another sub that hasn't I haven't really seen him play in the pub, so I wouldn't see him in this tournament. Copters, though, he's a very versatile player. He knows what to do in certain situations, but I also feel that sometimes he gets a little maybe too arrogant in some of his plays, where he feels overly confident. So I'm thinking if I'm XOZ, probably attack it that way. Probably more of a mental game, because these two teams are very, very equal. They're on a very equal footing, both individually and as a team. And even though Hammers has been playing a lot together more than XOC practices together, they scrim together, so I think their synergy is still really, really good.
I agree with you. Yeah, I think this is going to be one of the best series of this tournament so far. One that I've been personally looking forward to because, as you said, the players in both of these teams are very, very skilled, and they're skilled in different ways, and that's really one of the exciting things about this match. Like, you talk about Copters, and he's pretty versatile as a player. He plays a lot of different things. He used Phantom yesterday as an example, which was an interesting choice, but, you know, he's also known to use stuff like Ripper, which is considered a really off-meta weapon at the moment, and perhaps we're going to see something like that come out. But the thing is, we got such a different composition of skill from both of these teams, and it's so hard to say which one is going to overcome the other. Like, whose skill counters the other, and that's what we're going to find out.
I think it's going to be a battle of wits. It's going to be a mental game, just as I said before. Yes, their skill is there. Yes, the strategy is there. These guys put in the time. These guys put in the practice, and this can really be anyone's game. We're gonna start up on Temple. I am expecting the ball to be, again, that just because we have seen it in other matches, a lot of the game fight is going to take up a place at the top. They're going to try to take advantage of maybe leaving the enemy goal a little bit open, probably rushing in while the ball is still in the air, trying to make it in. That's what I foresee happening. What ended up being banned, I think it was the Havoc. Right, yeah, the Havoc, the Quantum, the Marauder, the EMP, the Super Shield, and the Rocket Strike were banned. So I'm wondering if we're going to see Incendiaries. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Napalm Strikes as well. We're not going to see Super Speed. I don't think. We're not going to see Trigger Happy, which Trigger Happy I think can be very effective, especially with the burst damage that you get. We haven't seen any of the teams use it right now. It's definitely not meta. Wouldn't surprise me though if Copters ends up using it. I know we're still waiting for a few players to join in the lobby.
Yes, we're just waiting for Hammers to get in, and then one more player from XOZ at the moment.
Yes. So anyway, I'm trying to think. Let's see.
I think, like, so far we haven't seen Super Speed come out in this tournament, and I'm a little surprised by that. Like, with Super Shield ban, I thought maybe it's a viable second choice, but really, what we're starting to see is more Napalm Strikes, gun sentries, even rocket sentries, things like that. So Super Speed may not be a great choice, and however, the tournament's not over, we may still see it yet, but also, same thing with Trigger Happy. That could come down to experimentation, and perhaps before the tournament took place, when these teams were practicing, maybe they just didn't try Trigger Happy. Maybe it just didn't seem like a viable choice, and that could be why we're not seeing it. Or perhaps they did try it and it just wasn't effective. Either way, though, I think it is an interesting choice.
We'll see what ends up happening. I don't think we'll see the Tremor either. I know that you and I both like that weapon a lot.
Yeah. I do. I love that weapon.
I know Elsif and Lucas, they play really, really good together. Fool is an exceptional player as well that we need to keep our eye out on.
Yes.
Delike was a player that ended up getting some of the most kills. I think he ended up getting 19 kills along with Hambone. I think he tied with Hambone for 19 kills.
Amazing.
And yeah, I forgot who else. There was two other players. Billy the Kid got 21. So Delike and Hambone got 19. Charlatan, who is already out of the series, he got 22. So either way, I mean, you have Billy the Kid and Delike. These guys, I think it's just going to be a massacre on both of these sides. So I'm really excited to see what happens on here.
Well, let's find out. Goat, if our players are ready, let's get this underway. Okay, here we go. This could be the match of this tournament. We got Hammers versus XOZ, both these teams being very, very strong. And let's see what happens. All right, so Nox is coming down to the bottom, tries to pick it up, actually doesn't, but Inspiral's going to get it instead. And he's very low in health, so he could get taken out very easily using that Typhoon with great mobility as well. Now he's going to toss it up through the left, and looks like Hammers is going to pick it up. Lucas picking up that shield as well, but Delight sneaking through the left, can he get the shot? And he does! There we go, first goal going to XOZ.
Sneaky Delight. Great gameplay. You always have to keep an eye out for him. He was able to go through the bottom. I was expecting a lot of action on the top, as I said, but look, there it goes again. And Spiral through the bottom, maybe making it no, and Elsif ends up blocking that.
And Elsa's going to go up through the top. He's going to make a lob shot. Will he get it there in time? Full there to stop it. Thankfully, he was there. He does toss it off to the side. Billy the Kid with a little bit of health. Can he make it in time again? No. Full once again with that golden glove stopping it. Great play from him. Nox is going to make a shot, but won't get there in time. Of course, Hammers with their great defense. 3 players there to stop it. And now the ball is going to drop down to the mid. Can Elsa get it? And no. There we go. The ball is going to respawn.
So, again, both teams are leaving their goals right open. I think a little bit more defensive right now, which is because XOZ is coming in really hard right now. So they just have to be, yeah.
They certainly are. They are pushing really well, and that's something that's working out quite well. But with a shot, oh, that was close. Full once again stopped it, but that bounce probably would have hit in if he didn't catch that. So that was very close.
Very close indeed. These guys are all spread out. There's a lot of action everywhere. We have the Locust, Typhoon on the side of Full, so he's wreaking a lot of havoc there. I think Delight, again, he is the top player right now, and speaking about kills, tied with Billy the Kid. So these guys are just wreaking havoc on both teams.
They are. Hammers is actually doing quite a good job. They've had several scoring chances, but it's thanks to Full and his ability to jump in front of the goal in time that has stopped them from scoring. But here we are. Elsif's got some health. Can he make it? Can he boost? But no, he misses the jump pad, gets taken out. Nox is clearing the way. Ball's going to respawn once again.
So luckily they respond just in time there, because Elsif definitely would have had a chance. I guess it's quite unfortunate for them. It's 0-1 still on the side of XOZ, and Hammers have to pick it up just a little bit more, be a little bit more offensive now. Don't leave your goal wide open though, but just get out there on the other side and make those goals. I know it's a lot easier said than done, but positioning right now, they're not being so effective, and I'm kind of surprised because these guys, they know what they're doing the majority of the time, and it's just like a little, like, what's happening? Are they flaking a little bit? Like, I'm not too sure.
So this rocket strike comes down, but my god, what a clutch save by Full. Holy smokes, that was a great play, tossing it aside. Can Copters get there and and tie it up? But no, unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be XOZ's game. And there it is.
That was beautiful, by the way. Those napalm strikes on the bottom and then just having the whole map light up. That was really nice.
It really was.
So what happened there? I'm trying to wonder. I don't know if Hammers to me seemed a little bit more scattered.
Yes, exactly.
Compared to XOZ. Kind of scrambling to kind of get the ball and try to make it in. There was a lot of moments where it was an individual play that was going to be made. It's probably safer on Temple to just try to stick as a unit a little bit more. I felt that Elsif was out and about by himself instead of being along with his teammates. But then again, you did have XOZ coming in and killing off everybody. Either way, for both teams, probably the same thing, actually.
Yeah, there was a lot of splitting up going on. I noticed that Hammers in general wasn't sticking together as much, and they also weren't really pushing for the ball. I think it was just about every single time the ball spawned, Inspiral was there to collect it. And there was really only one Hammers player there to contest him, so as soon as they got possession of the ball, they had pretty much control of the game, and Hammers just was a little bit too split up, I think. You make a really good point there about that what they need to do is group up a little bit better.
Yes. So on to our next map. It is going to be Moon.
Oh, this is a big change from Temple. All right.
So XOZ has been doing really well on Moon. I know Hammers has been well. This maps along with Snowbase. The goals seem to be in the great place. A lot of I'm expecting to see. Oh, this is kind of hard to say because both of these teams, they play very offensively, and I think the key here is going to be who's going to be hovering around the goal to stop that other goal from taking place or from the enemy to making that goal. But either way, I'm expecting to see a lot of dunks. Not so much. I'm expecting to see a lot of ball pass throws for dunks. Not so much on tempo where you see the ball being thrown up at the top and hoping that it'll make it in through bounces, etc. I'm hoping to see one player stay behind, protect the goal while the rest of the team goes out and tries to break through the line to score. This again can really be anyone's game.
I agree. Well, speaking of game, let's get this one underway. Okay, here we go. 5 seconds to go. We're here on Moon in match 2 between XOZ and Hammers. Okay, so we've got Hammers on the left and XOZ on the right, and neither team making a push for the middle just yet. That incendiary grenade coming down protects protects XOZ for the ball, making a lob over to the left, but Elsa picks it up. Great, and he switched over to the Badger, an interesting choice for him. He's going to move through the bottom, trying to clear his way, but Full clears him out. Now he's got a clear shot. Can he get the jump? And no, he doesn't. Of course, great defense from Lucas there, but they've got a clear shot. Noxus almost gets it. However, really, really great defense again from Hammers. They're doing a great job of staying in front of the goal, just like you talked about, Sapphire, and that allowed them to come out ahead here.
So both teams doing a really good job of staying together, playing as one cohesive unit. Both sides. They're interesting to see. Ooh, there it goes. Copters just scored.
Copters, MVP of this match so far. He found his way through. He found an opening and took a shot and got it.
Yes, indeed. So both of these teams are staying really close together. There's a lot of action taking place on all of the lanes. The defense on the side of Hammers is Full has been caught up a little bit too much sometimes. Where, oh my God, is he gonna make that? Oh, no, he didn't make that.
Oh.
Yeah, that was close. Full, I think he should stay a little bit more with his team. He's been overstretching a little bit too much, and then right now, hopefully, yeah.
This has got to be a goal here, but can they get it? Full's going to get the dunk, and there it is, evening this game up. That was just a bit too much for Hammers. 3 of them, 2 of them with shields, were very easy for them to just sneak in and dunk that goal.
That was, yeah, the whole team right there. They ended up playing together. XOZ coming as one big, massive blob of weapons just being shooting everywhere, and they cleared the way. So that was really there.
That was really well done by XOZ. Nice push. And here we're going to see another push take place. XOZ picking up the ball, Full throwing it down to the bottom. See if anybody decides to collect it, but I think it's going to be a respawn. And yes, that is the case.
Okay, so both of these teams, just waiting to see if there's going to be a clearing. No, there isn't. Copters ends up picking the ball pretty much. Why is Elsif by himself? He's trying to kill everyone. It's like a 1v3 situation. Kind of maybe not the best situation because it's leaving his team a little bit open. But XOZ does not take advantage of that because he only had 2 players out.
So Napalm Strike coming down helps to zone the area, but wasn't quite effective. But Elsif gets a shot! What a beautiful throw from Elsif there, getting that second goal for Hammers, putting them up 2-1. Well done.
So that's pretty interesting to see. I'm starting to wonder, okay, so XO, what's going on right here? Now they're starting to scramble a little bit more, and boom.
Wow.
That is another score on Lucas.
That is the thing about this map. You have to be really careful about that because this game can end at a moment's notice, as we just saw 2 goals in a row from Elsif right after the ball spawned. And that was simply because that lane that he took was just not covered.
Yeah, that was interesting to see.
Well, that puts the series at 1-1, so both of these teams have taken a game off each other. We're going to move into game number 3. Maybe this is going to be the first series we see decided by Team Deathmatch. We're going to find out.
We are going to go to Canyon next. Now, I know a lot of the pro players don't like this map. It's very open. There's a lot of things that you can do with it. Depending on what side you're going to be on, you really have to be very defensive. And again, I'm expecting to see a lot of those passes being taken through. Mm-hmm. I think we are ready. I think the next lobby is already ready. So these are moving a little bit quicker. I can't join. Okay, I'm going to have to restart my game.
Yeah, that's really great to see, and I think that's because of yesterday. The teams are a little bit more familiar with the format. They know what to expect, and as a result of that, the teams have been joining very quickly, which is great for us. We sincerely appreciate that because it helps us move things along, and also for you, the viewer, keeps you engaged and make sure there aren't any too long pauses, so that's great.
So I think everybody is joining up, yeah. Okay. So speaking about the bans, so we have Havoc and the Quantum. Havoc, I think, choice to use. Of course, it's banned, so you can. So I'm wondering if Lucas is going to be using perhaps the Nightfall in this map. Havoc is a better choice for this map, but you know it's banned, so I see him using the Black Tusk. They also have the Enforcers that are out instead of the because you know the Marauders are banned, and I'm wondering if the double tap, if they've already gotten used to the double tapping and used to the spacings, so that's why they're bringing out the Enforcers to at least to secure those last kills. Either way, it's just we'll see what ends up happening. I think we are just waiting. I think everybody's in.
Yep, if we're ready to go ahead and start the match.
Prepare to fight.
Okay, here we go. Match number 3. We got 1-1 score between these two teams. They've both been very evenly matched. However, that last one showed that Hammers might be coming out ahead. We're going to find out as we move through this match here on Cannon. All right, so the ball is up, and so far, nobody really picking it up. We've got Lucas who's going to collect it. He's got a clear shot, though, and oh, that was very, very close. Nox is going to get there in time and stop him, but so far, it's been a real firefight. Ball dropping back and forth, and there we are. Inspor's going to pick it up. Of course, he's now going to start pushing over to the right, or to the left, sorry.
To the left, yes. So a good timing on the Hammer's exact moment right now. So Spiral's at the bottom, and I think he's trying to get an opening. But yes, so Hammers is definitely covering their goal. Now they're just leaving it wide open, and I think Copters is going to stay. Well, I was hoping that he would stay in the back somehow, but no, he's very up in front and in your face, especially with that Lycan trying to clear through, but he was very ineffective there. So having him go out and kind of like survey where everybody is, it's a good play. It doesn't necessarily, just because you die in the game doesn't mean that, oh my god, okay, you're going to do really bad. Sometimes, you know, you sacrifice a player because you saw him go out there by himself and the rest of the team kind of stuck behind. So it's kind of like a distraction perhaps. But either way, it's a good play right now.
That was very, very close. Almost got that goal, but of course, XOZ just got there in time. They're going to lob the ball off to the right, but the Hammers is doing a really good job applying the pressure. Can they get the shot? And it is so close. Just going a bit short. Copter's got the shield, though. He's going to get this dunk, I believe. And no, he pad through it, and Delight just picks it up. Now he's going to toss it away. However, XOZ is caught in a bit of a corner. Can they push back? This will give them a bit of breathing room here as the ball responds.
Oof, I'm just like, oh my god, that was too close on the side of Copters. Instead of ball, I don't think he would have survived anyways. Best choice on him. Full didn't make that shot at all. Probably would have been best to throw it behind and...
Oh, you're right. He went underneath, sneaking his way around, catching Hammers off guard, and they come out ahead with the first goal. Very well done to them.
A nice little play by Inspiral. The goal was left open. The guys were focused on another area, but of course, Inspiral. Oh my god, okay. Oh, there! They just made another one. Nice. Well, Elsif ended up scoring there.
Elsif did such a great job. Again, this is the thing. If you get caught off guard, if you're not spawned in time to defend your goal, that's going to happen to you, and that's exactly what we saw. So Luke is going to lob it over the right, trying to jump it off the platform. Isn't quite going to get there. Full does pick it up, so this is good for them. Rocket Strike coming down as well, just to make sure they will get their home field advantage. And now Full with that shield going to try to go over to the left, but doesn't get there in time, getting taken down. And Nox is now, he's got a clear shot. Can he make it through? No, Lucas is there to stop him with that Black Tusk.
Oh, that throw on Lucas. I think he was trying to throw it above the player, but he ended up like mis-throwing on that little bit just by slight. Either way, both of these teams are showing up with their A game. You have the Hammers being defensive and offensive at the same time. I feel very uncomfortable leaving the goal a little bit too open on both sides of the team, but then so close.
That was insane. Billy just shot it too high. That would have been game match, but it didn't happen. So now they're going to make a push back, but Copters with that Lycan doing a really good job with it. Passes it to the Lycan. The Lycan's got that Locust, but now it's open. Lucas got a clear shot, and there it is. Hammers takes it 2-1.
So we do have one more game left. Potentially one more game left. Yes, I do feel a little bit kind of like a little bit more nervous leaving my goal so much in the open, but seeing in Canyon, you probably have to do that because you have to get out and you have to go make those goals on the other team. Now, XOZ is a great team to go up against simply because their firepower is really, really strong. So if you're able to break through that line, by the time you get back to your side, it'll be way too late. So what's your choice left is you just have to keep pushing through, you have to keep going through, and hopefully you'll be allowed to make those goals. And not that you'd be allowed, of course, I'm not going to allow you to make those goals, but you're opening it up for you to make those goals.
Exactly. Yep, I think that's the thing. Like spawn control tends to be a theme from what we're seeing. The fact is, the only time they scored is basically once they cleared the way, and in that last goal there from Hammers, basically they just won the matchups, and that allowed them to get a pretty easy goal at that point. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, overall these two teams have been pretty evenly matched. It's been an exciting series to watch so far. If Hammers takes this next one, they will win the series. But if XOZ does, that means we're going into team deathmatch for Game 5.
Ooh. So we're gonna go from a very wide open map to a little bit more closed cornered map. It's Magma. So a lot of chokeholds here, especially up at the top. If you, I'm trying to remember if any sentries were banned, and no. So I'm expecting a lot of sentries to come out, especially for this map. We'll see how they do. Maybe the rocket sentry, the gun sentry is also a really good choice to use here. You know, one sentry that I haven't used has been the railgun. I doubt that we'll even see it here, but it'd be interesting because if you place it on the bottom, I think it's enough space for you to actually, you know, probably as another little defensive feature on your side or offensive, depending on if you want to go make moves to the bottom. That's where I would see it used, but I really don't think that we're going to be able to, or we're not going to see it here.
I agree with you. I think the railgun sentry is really good. It's strong. It also has a pushback mechanic, but I think because it's a little bit slower, the gun sentry just does a better job of zoning in general. So I think I agree with you. Could be an interesting choice, though. You know, certainly wouldn't be something you'd expect to see.
So again, this map, since it's a little bit more closed off, I feel like the goalie could probably be more of a backline or mid support. So I'm expecting him to hang out. There should be at least one player hanging out in the back, not so much a frontliner. I'm not even too sure exactly who that would be, though, simply because all of these guys are very, very offensive players. Perhaps Billy the Kid, but he's one of the players that has been scoring a lot of kills in these games. So has Lucas, so has Agris, so has Full Delight. All of these are very aggressive players, so I'm wondering if they're just going to go for it, leave their goal wide open, and just try to make that play. Because the spawn points, though, since this is such a short map, like if you're respawning, it'll give you enough. It won't give you enough time to respawn and, you know, protect the goal. But for some reason, the light just left the game, so
Okay,
I was getting ready to say go.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
we'll
we're
wait
just
for
gonna
him
wait
to
for
come
him
back.
to join up. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on this map? Because these two guys are very, very aggressive. So what do you think?
It's a really good question. Like I said before, the left side's a little bit easier to defend, and that's something that's going to work out well for XOZ. But like you talk about, both of these teams are very offensively minded. I mean, Lucas is just so mechanically skilled, right? Like, he's just he's so good at controlling his shots. And I think he's probably overcome that double tap difference by now, because that's something that he's also very good at. And I've talked to him a little bit about how he does it, and I asked him, like, what do you think of the double tap change? And he's like, it's not really going to affect me too much. So, I think with a player like him, and then you've also got Full and Nox is on the other side, like, again, this is a very offensive team. So I feel like what we're going to see happen is we're going to see a lot of concentration towards the middle. I think around where the ball spawns as well as the top. Not so much the middle, but the top and the bottom are really where things are going to change. So that's going to be what's going to be interesting. But the defense is going to be very important, as we've seen throughout this series.
Yes. So I think he is in, and I think we are ready. You guys want to do? Yeah, perfect.
Let's do it. Okay, so this is match number 4. This could be match point. We're going to see if Hammers can pull out a win and knock XOZ out, or is XOZ going to push back and take the series? We'll see. All right, so Nox is going to go collect the ball. He's got that black tusk equipped as well. He's going to be able to control it quite well. He's going to move up through the top. Elsa's going to stop him, though, with that Badger doing 90 damage. However, Elsa collects it, tossing it down. Great play from him, just getting it out of his zone. And now it looks like the ball's going to respawn.
Very quickly to happen within the 20 seconds. And that was a nice little attempt by Nox. But, you know, hovering, Hammers is definitely on the defense there, so this is what has to happen. You kind of have to be both offensive and defensive at the same time, and with Magma, I think it can happen. Ooh, that was a nice little throw, but Billy the Kid didn't make it up. Didn't quite catch that.
No, and it looks like Lucas has switched over to Delikes using the Nightfall. Nightfall is a very, very good tool here. It could start to clear, and we're going to see that. Delike hanging back to play defense. But looks like Hammer's going to pick up this ball first. Lucas is going to get through the bottom. He's going to toss it over to Elsa, but Elsa gets cleared out. Copter's going to try and get there without Like. He's got the boost, and will he get there? No, he does not. Great defense from XOZ there.
So Noxus has the ball, and he's running to the other side. The whole team is spawning. You know, I'm starting to see, like, okay, what's really happening here? Okay, so Hammers they have the defense. We did see just a century right there. Somebody has to stay back. They can't all just go ahead and sacrifice themselves to be on the offensive. It'll be a very dangerous position to be left in. You don't want to be caught off guard, especially while you're spawning and you see the other team make the goal, right? So I really think somebody should stay behind at least just to give you that extra little defense.
So Nox is dropping his drone there, causing a little bit of havoc. Of course, that is really what he does best. Wasn't able to really do a whole lot, unfortunately, so they couldn't get a goal there. And now it looks like Hammer's going to be regrouping. Again, Nox is trying to grab that ball, but doesn't quite get there. Elsif going to pick it up on the bottom. He's going to hold it quite easily. Now he's going to try and make a push through the top. Can the group get together and score a goal? Because that is really what they need to do. But Delike, he's got an opening here. No, it doesn't. Hammers gets him down real quick. Delike's gun drone doing some real work as well. Zagreus, double drone, causing so many problems here. It's going to push Hammers back, but that's what they need to do. They need to stay back a little bit and defend, because that's exactly what they're doing. It's working out quite well for them.
So Battle of the Drones, because I see how Billy the Kid also have his out. So I think this is great. I think having the drone, especially on Mag, allows for an extra person per se to come out and just be a little bit more. Ooh, Elsif is gonna. I hope he makes it. Yeah, copters.
Ooh, Full just wasn't there in time. He did get there to defend, but it was a 2v1 with copters and Elsif there, and unfortunately he could not clear both of them. Full just got caught short, and his teammates weren't around him to support. So that goes to Hammers, and here Ager's making a push. Can he get it? Holy smokes! Elsif couldn't clear him in time, not able to finish him off with the Black Tusk, and that gives us a 1-1 game. And now we're gonna go to OT.
Oh my god. Okay. I thought Hammers had it there, but it goes to show within 15 seconds left, a play can be made. So now we definitely, Hammers has to be a little bit more on the offense now.
Oh.
And he just made it. Elsif just scored.
Incredible shot there from Elsif. Elsif is a shot aficionado. In fact, throughout this entire tournament, that's what we've seen from him. He's not so much a dunker, but my God, he's got a great shot. He knows when to find the opening. He knows when to release the ball, because he's been making a ton of goals, and that has been so effective for Hammers this game. Really, really well done. So that means Hammers will move forward, and XOZ is knocked out. Oh, wait, no, sorry. X is in the winner's bracket. My apologies. So that means they're going to go down to the loser's bracket, which means that they're not out just yet. Hammers will move on to the finals, though, and that's going to be an exciting series to watch.
So XOZ still has a chance, and I'm trying to... Who is going to be... So, yes, the first finalist in the Grand Championship is Hammers. I'm trying to figure out who's going to be next. I don't have that series. Okay. Or it's not updated just yet. Okay, so both of the... Those last couple of seconds there, my heart was racing. It was pounding. I can't believe it. In the last 15 seconds before overtime hit, I'm just like, oh my God. And like, what happened? Where was Hammers? The goal was left wide open, but good job on the side of XOZ to go ahead and make that. But oh my God.
It was crazy.
Yes.
So what this means is that we're going to see XOZ face off against Skyrose. And I believe this is maybe, well, they did play against each other yesterday, but this will be the first time that they're going to play against each other in this tournament. And it's going to be a best of 5, which is going to be very exciting. Skyrose so far doing a really good job clawing their way through the losers bracket, only dropping one series so far. And this will be do or die for both teams, so I expect to see this is going to be one of the best series that we're going to have yet.
Yes, so I'm trying to go to the... have they banned yet? No, they haven't. Okay, they're probably taking a little bit of time to regain their composure. I'm talking about XOZ. I know Skyrose... Oh my God. Skyrose has been doing really, really well. How do you... Again, this is another team, two titans fighting against each other.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe not so much XOZ because they are technically a new team, since they have added to Full has come back from, I guess, from retire. Well, he didn't retire, right? But now he's back in action after such a long time. But he's doing really well. He's being able to catch up and start playing again at the level that he used to in the TDM tournaments that we used to have in the past. So what does Skyrose have to do? I am sure that Skyrose has done their homework against them. I'm not, what does XOZ have to do? A lot of offense, and as well, depending on the map, probably defense as well. I know it's kind of hard to say because both of these two teams are just really, really good.
They both are, and they're again like the match between Hammers and Sky, or not Skyrose, but XOZ. Again, like they're just different teams in general. So Skyrose tends to aim for the strategic side of things, and that's what we've seen so far, picking great angles to get those shots in, as well as adjusting their weapon loadouts to make sure that they're able to counter whatever the other team brings, and that's really going to be important. XOZ does such a good job of being chaotic, and their offensive element is really what carries them through this tournament so far. However, having said that, I mean, their defense is pretty good too. Like, Full has been an MVP as far as a goalkeeper goes. He's been doing such a great job, but the key really here, like Hammers has shown, is that you got to catch them off guard. You got to catch them away from their goal, you got to clear them out, and then find your openings. And that's the way Skyrose is kind of going to come forward, and I feel like they've got the tools to do it, but so does XOZ. XOZ is no slouch either, so...
No, definitely not. I know Skyrose for sure is a force to be reckoned with. Both of them are. But it's like... They're both like water, they're both rock, they're both fire, they're both wind, you know what I mean? They're just on equal footing. Now, maybe another advantage, keep a little tidbit to note, Full actually used to play with Skyrose. So
that's right.
I know a lot of things have changed though, because it had been such a significant time, but I know that Seeker also has a lot of detail on Full and his play style, his gameplay, and from what I've seen in other tournaments, Full was able to always just go in there and cause havoc. If like the other team had a plan, that plan would be upset because of Full. So I don't know if you should. I know the teams are asking for a little bit of time. I know we can keep talking about this, and actually, let me just make a couple of points to take advantage of this little pause. We do have giveaways going on, so if you guys are going to first off, the donations, where are we? Okay, so we haven't made any donations for today, but overall, it's been 7,500 that have been gathered across all of the streams, and it was Clash Royale streams. Brawl Stars, there was Fortnite, there was PUBG, and there was Call of Duty mobile streams. So we've raised over 7,500 already for Mobilize for Australia. Yes. We also have an omelet bracket challenge that was due yesterday, and we are going to be giving away an omelet an omelet goodie bag. But yes, so I think we're going to be announcing the winner either later today or tomorrow on that bracket challenge. I'm not too sure. Be sure to follow us on our socials to be kept up to date on that. And then we also have a snapback giveaway. So what you have to do is tag your non-ARMAJET friend in TFL's tweets, and you're in the running basically for some nice little swag there. And then also, clip your favorite moments and upload them to Twitter, and be sure to tag @TheForgeLead for your chance to win some nice little Paragon. So I'm thinking to myself, if I had Paragon, of course I'd be using on a lot of those Megaton packs, because I'm trying to get the Neuroskin on all of my guys. That is my favorite. So as of right now, so just be sure to tune in, just follow TFL, and just, go ahead and tag a non-ARMAJET friend, and you're in the running for those snapbacks challenges, and clip your favorite moments, and then you can win some Paragon there. So yay.
100%. Okay, so before we move into our next series, we're going to give the teams just a short break, because this will be two series in succession, sorry. And
yes.
So we're just going to give them a little bit of a break to give them some time to think about their band's address, and then when we come back, we'll be here with Series 7, and then we're going to move on to the finals. That's going to be very exciting. All right, we'll catch you then.
Yay.
All right, we're back after that short break. Just to give our teams a little bit of breathing room. And we're going to move into our next match right away. This is going to be Series 6, but let's just take a look at the bracket and see how things are. All right, here we are. So, Series 6 was decided by Hammers. They took that Series 3-1, which means XOZ moves down into the losers bracket for Series 7, and they're going to face off against Skyrose, and that is going to be the next series that we're going to see next. What do you make of this matchup, Sapphire?
Skyrose against XOZ. Again, we've been saying these are two Titans. Definitely, it's a force to be reckoned with. It's very, very hard to say who's going to be able to move ahead. There are going to be a lot of great gameplays on the side of Skyrose. It's going to be a lot of close matches. Probably a very equal footing. You know, probably a lot of back and forth action for sure. If you have Skyrose making a goal, I'm going to say XOZ is going to make a goal right away as well. So, yeah. A lot of action between these two teams for sure. A lot of firepower. Trying to go over what was banned, which was I think this is correct, the Havoc, the Black Tusk. The Black Tusk was banned. The Marauder, Incendiary, the Super Shield, and the Rocket Strike. Huh.
So I think this is one of the first times we're seeing Black Tusk being banned. And by the way, this is one of the first tournaments where we're allowing bans on the 3 primary weapons. So I'm actually a little surprised that we haven't seen a lot of that throughout this tournament, because Black Tusk is a really effective weapon. Granted, we've seen a lot of Typhoon as well. So I guess it's kind of like, do you choose Black Tusk or Typhoon? And I don't know, Black Tusk we've seen a lot of course. When Typhoon is banned, that's when you see it more. So probably we're going to see a switch to Typhoon from both of these teams, but it is nice to see that they're employing that.
Yes. So I think all of the players are in the lobby, and I think go.
Yes, if they are, let's get this underway.
Prepare to fight.
All right, we're here in our semifinals. This is going to decide who's going to make it to the Grand Championship. We got XOZ versus Skyrose here in a match of Titans. Okay, so Delight going to try and pick up that ball there. He's got that Locust to try and zone out, and there he does. So now he's got it back. They're going to pull back here. XOZ with the ball is going to give them possession on their side. Passing it back to Full, who has a little bit more health. He's using that Typhoon to try and push forward. And it looks like they're going to make a push here. Is Archer going to go down from Delight? That's the question. Will he get the dunk? But no, nice catch by Archer, stopping it from going in.
So great defensive work on the side of Skyrose. They're predicting the movements from XOZ, and they're hanging back a little bit. They're not clustered around the goal as much, but right here, oh, Braun, perfect save right there, just in the nick of time to save that from happening.
That was very good. Braun got there in the nick of time, like you said, and managed to stop him from scoring. That was very, very close. Hammers nearly getting their first goal. Or sorry, XOZ.
So I am kind of curious to see why Resin picked up the LC. I am noticing that all playing has to be server then. Yes, because we do have Resin playing. The Seeker is out for this match, and he's doing really well in that LC, keeping the other players at bay. Delight those coming in and covering all around them. So that's a good play right there by XOC. You know, almost sandwiching Skyrose there.
Exactly. They really grouped up together and managed to clear out Hammers, but they get a shot. Of course, Archer is there to stop it. Using that Quantum as well, he's going to be able to make a push. And here we go. Braun with him to support. Can he get the dunk? There it is. Really well done. Skyrose taking that first goal. Really, really well done. Braun and Archer proving to be OP.
So that sentry placement right there allowed for Skyrose to clear up everyone. And when they were respawning, that pretty much left an open lane for them just to go ahead and pull it in. So even if they would have respawned, and they did respawn just in time, it just wasn't enough. So GG's on the side of Skyrose.
That was great as well. So they dropped the ball, and because they have their lead, they've opted not to pick it up and instead let it respawn to try and kill a bit more time, not delaying the game necessarily. This is a strategic play from them, so that was good. However, now they've got the ball again. Archer picking it up with that Quantum. Braun's going to try and zone with that Dominion, make sure that they can't push through. However, they threw it there. They got 3 shields. Egger's going to make a pusher, but he's going to go down here to Draco. Actually, no, surviving with 1 HP, just tossing the ball, and now they're going to make a push. Can Delight get the dunk? And oh, so close, but oh my god, that was really, really close. Braun just got there so close, and that nearly bounced in.
Okay, Braun again with the save, and it's Resin against Full. If he's able to, yeah, he can.
Holy smokes, what a save, and that was really close. XOZ just came out a little bit on top, clearing Skyrose out of the way, and that gave them their first goal.
There's aggression on both sides of the team, and it's really, really crazy right now. Both teams are pushing really hard. There are members staying behind, or at least close enough within the vicinity to be able to make it back to the goal, which is a good key play here because, oh, wait, oh, no, he didn't make it. So Braun, again, there for the save. So we are going to be going into overtime, like.
It was so close. Full actually nearly picked up the ball, and he had a clear shot to it, but instead the ball just dropped far right of him, and now it's going to respawn. And yes, as you said, we are going into overtime. Both these teams doing a really good job of finding openings between each other, which is why they're both 1-up here. But the next goal is going to decide this match. Let's see who's going to take it.
I'm kind of a little bit upset with the sentries. They're not as effective right now, but their plays, they're in great positioning and round over.
Yeah, the sentries were a little bit strong there, but Archer just came in clutch at the last moment, managing to steal that goal and taking that game for Skyrose. So they are now 1-up. And of course, again, this is best of 5, so we're going to see at least 3 more games, at least 2 more games potentially.
Yes, so I just have to say that the reason that I'm saying that it was a little bit upsetting to me because it's something, oh my god, they're so annoying, like get out of the way so that I can...
Yeah.
But that just basically means that there was great placement on both of the teams when bringing out the sentries at the right time, at the right place, so it allowed for them to be able to save a lot of the moments per se. But yes, so that ended up going out to Skyrose.
And what a great series this is going to be. That game is, if it's any indication of what we're going to see in these next couple of games, these are going to be some really close matches. And I got to say, I think the big difference is going to be the map. The map is going to make a huge difference because typically from what I've seen, Skyrose just does a really good job of finding good shots. So if they're, let me see, the second map is going to be Temple. So there's this one map where they're really effective on. And XOZ's got to be careful like they were when they played against Hammers on Temple. They really got to make sure they get in front of that goal and block it because I know Skyrose, they're going to find those shots, they're going to find those angles, and they're going to try and get it in from afar.
Yes, they are. So again, somebody should at least stay back to try to protect that goal, or at least stay within range to be able to make it back in time to be able to block the throws. Again, a lot of action, a lot of aggression on both teams. I'm trying to think of Resin left the game, so I'm not too sure if he's going to be playing or if Seeker's going to be joining in. Either way, I think Resin should probably stay behind the U team. Yeah, he's in. So again, a lot of aggression on both sides. You know, so this is such a big map, and I don't really know what we're going to be seeing. I was expecting it to be a lot of action in earlier games to be up at the top, and it wasn't like that. There was a lot of sneaky moments that Inspiral had made it through at the bottom and stuff, and just rocket sentries placed close to either the spawn ball points or any pathways as well. But I'm thinking probably the goal will probably be the best place to really place sentries here.
I agree. Well, and let's get this one underway. I think our players are ready to go. And here we are. All right, let's get into match number 2 of Series 7 between XOZ and Skyrose. Who's going to take it? Is it going to be Dunko-san or is it going to be Full and Nox's? Let's find out. All right, so we've got XOZ on the left, and let's see who's going to pick up the ball first. It looks like it's going to be XOZ, but no, actually, Skyrose cleared the way. Draco's going to get it instead, and he's going to go for that famous dunk of his, but no, in fact, the Quantum from Nox's does clear him out of the way. Egger's now going to pick it up here, and looks like they're going to make a push through the bottom.
So Skyrose moving as one up and around the top. They are successful pushing back. Well, they're not pushing back.
Can Daco get it? No! Full gets her in time. Again, this is what we saw in that match between Hammers. Full just being there as a clutch goalkeeper. Managed to stop that ball in its tracks. Draco couldn't get his shot off, so that's really great for them. And here we are going to see it respawn. Overall, this is kind of what we expected to see, though.
Yes. So Full is a very versatile player. As you can see, he's very adaptable to the situation. You've seen him a lot in the front line, clearing out the way for his other teammates, and then you also see him in the back protecting the goal. So yes, I expect Full to be all over the place right now. Probably one of those all-around guys. The other guys, even though they have a very high kill count, I know Noxus has around 6 already. They're doing a lot of damage against Skyrose, but Skyrose is equally pushing back just the same. So it's just really chaotic right now.
It certainly is. There's been a huge firefight around Skyrose's goal, and now Delight picks it up. He's got a clear shot, but thankfully they're all there, but however, wasn't quite enough, and XOZ comes up with their first goal, coming up 1-0, and this napalm strike might have been a little bit too little too late.
I think so as well. It did definitely much, and so allowed them didn't allow it to them. My mind, I'm losing my words. I am so sorry. It's just a lot of stuff is going on, and it's kind of hard to keep track of. And oh my god, he makes it!
Resin My goodness! He came around, he snuck around the left, he found an opening and took it, and now they're up 1-1. Really great comeback here for Skyros. Resin might be the MVP here. He's using that long claw. Interesting choice as well. Let's see who's going to make a push and get this next goal.
With Resin, it was the exact same goal or the same way that Inspiral made it in the last goal. So I'm thinking that's probably weak points on this map that other teams or the home teams aren't taking advantage on that side. So start covering that angle, I would say.
Draco's gonna make a shot. Is he gonna get it? And he does! Really great there. An XOZ just wasn't there to defend. They were concentrated down on the bottom section, not able to be up that top where Draco snuck his way in and shot in. That was a really great shot from him.
All Skyros has to do now is just defend. Make sure that they don't get the goal in. Make sure that they don't get it. They don't have to worry so much about the offense. Just protect your goal and then just not necessarily hold on to the ball because that is intentionally delaying the game and that's not allowed. But, with such a little bit amount of time left.
Oh no! Yes. Can he get it? That was so close. Here we are. Is he making a push there? And it almost made it. But Skyros managed to clear them out of the way, picked up the ball, and threw it out, giving them this game. Well done.
GG, guys. Really, really nice. So much on that match, especially Resin with that LC and going through the bottom and around. Oh my god, that was beautiful.
That was an incredible play, and that's something that I love about these battle ball games is it's really difficult to predict how these are all going to play out because of things like that happening, and it's amazing how little it takes for just one slight opening in your defense, and they're going to take advantage of it because these players are all very, very talented. You can't leave anything open, and that's exactly what we saw happen. That second goal by Draco really securing the victory for Skyros there was so clutch, and Resin just sneaking around the bottom as well. These are some amazing high-level plays that we're seeing here.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, okay, so a lot of the matches that we had, well, yes, a lot of the action did take place up on top, but now we're seeing a little bit more sneaky plays take place just like that. And Spiral did it earlier today, so it's definitely a very viable option. So you have to, if you're on that side, you have to be sure to secure that bottom part as well. So we're going to be moving on into Canyon.
All right, Canyon, another big change. It is kind of similar to Temple in the fact that it's open, but the big difference, of course, is Canyon's not like Temple in that it has a distinct top and bottom. So that will be a key difference, and the placement of the teams on either side will also make a key difference in this matchup.
So here I'm expecting to see a lot of passes thrown on the side of Skyros. I'm expecting to see XOG completely try to get rid of as many possible on the side of Skyros, so closer to that goal, because it'll allow for XOZ to push through while Skyros is respawning. So I have seen a couple of teams use that. I know XOZ has used it in earlier games as well. It's just we're
intense.
Getting so close to the finals right now, so it's so hard.
It's amazing. These are the semis, so after this, we are going to move into a grand championship. And I got to say, I was not able to, if I had done the bracket challenge, I don't think I would have come up with this answer. I don't think I would have gotten to this point. I think we all could have expected XOZ, Skyros, and Hammers to make it through, but the exact standings, I mean, all these three teams are pretty evenly matched so far, and it's been so exciting. It's been incredible.
Yes, so I think we're just waiting. Yeah, we're waiting for the player to join in. And then we are ready to start as soon as he does. So I guess a lot of ultimates are going to be used as well. Yeah, I think so. So again, you just have to be very careful. I'm expecting to sneaky plays again on the left side to come on the bottom instead of so much at the top. We've seen a lot of action that way, but if you're able to place your sentries in such a perfect positioning there at the bottom as well, it'll add another defensive layer, so you don't have to worry too much. But again, if you're on the right side, there's so many ways that you can score a goal, or it can be scored a goal upon you, so you just have to be careful there. And we are still waiting for Delight to join up, and he is in the lobby, but he still hasn't.
Yes, as soon as he does join, we will be ready, and then we're going to get this next match underway. And this is 2-0 for Skyros so far, so if they win this is it for them. They're going to move on.
Exciting. Wait.
All right, here we go. This could be match point for Skyros. We've got XOZ on the left and Skyros on the right. And Nox is picking up that ball. Delight using the Locust as well, trying to zone that area. Does manage to get it. However, Braun disrupting their play, gets the first shot and takes the first goal as well. First goal within the first 15 seconds. Really great gameplay there from Skyros.
Yes, indeed. So, okay, XOZ needs to bring their A game, continue bringing it, be a firehouse. Okay, you have to like on the Locust. He's making a lot of damage on that. Resin, though. Resin with the ball, passing it around. Archer just didn't pick it up. He got Scott out. It's okay. Yeah. Keep up with the aggression and you'll be able to make it in this game.
So Resin threw it down to the like. He's going to move up through the top. Doesn't have a lot of health, so it's easy to take him down. Of course, they do need to be careful of a dropped ball. And there it is. Is it going to go in? No, thank goodness. So it moved off to the left, and now Archer picks it up. He's got that quantum to help him push. However, passes it off to the like, but he does get destroyed. Now they're going to make a push through the right. Nox is picking up that ball, and however, doesn't really matter too much. Skyro's just going to let it respawn because it did drop on their side, and that's going to give them a bit of breathing room.
We have quite a bit of time left. I know 2 minutes is, a lot of time. It's very little time, but it's still a lot of time for any. So a lot of offensive XOZ right now. And then we're seeing a nice, exceptional Skyros where their defense is really, really good, hovering around, and that's what you need. You need to prevent XOZ from making those goals because there's so many angles at which you can be caught off guard on.
Exactly. That is something they need to watch out for, and so far doing a great job, but they got an opening here. Will they get it? And they do! Holy smokes, caught completely off guard. Skyros just wasn't there at all. They were respawning at the time, and that allowed XOZ to get their first goal.
Yes. So good gameplay right there, clearing out the enemy team, letting them respawn in time, and then Draco going for the last.
Oh, beautiful goal! What a shot! He went through the bottom. Nobody was there to contest him. Took his shot at the last possible second he could, and manages to dunk it in off the bounce off that platform. Really, really well done.
Okay, my heart is pounding way too much right now. It's like literally going like 1,000 beats per minute.
And is Resin gonna get it? Oh, that was close.
The light got him out. Okay, so yes, a lot of action going on. The defense is really good on both teams. Oh, that was so close.
Holy
as well.
smokes. Oh man, I really clenched up there, but oh, it looks like they're gonna get it! And now this game is tied up. Both these teams pushing each other so hard, finding openings and making openings in their defense. That has been really effective for both teams. Can they get it? This is gonna be it. Next goal wins this, and I think we might end up in overtime, but so far, Full picking up that ball. He drops it to make sure he can use the secondary. However, he's a little bit low health. However, Draco needs to get there. Can he stop him? Can he stop him? And Archer comes in to save the day. They need to throw the ball out of there. Draco's going to pull it back, and now he's going to make a shot. He throws it away. Nox is picking it up, and actually passes to Brown. He's got that shield with the Dominion as well. He's going to move through the bottom. Can he get a shot? No, unfortunately. Of course, XOZ with that great defense stopped him in his tracks.
Okay, so I think it's going to happen right now. If Archer's going to go ahead and flew through, no, he is not. Oh my god, okay. Oh, my mind is just going crazy. You have XOZ clinging onto dear life right there. They were able to go into time. Now it's Skyros clinging onto life and saying, no, it is our game. And they're giving everything that they have. Their offense is on par. They're being caught out, though. Everybody's being annihilated at the same time. And here we go.
Oh, I like this push. We got 3 players, and they get it! Dunko Sad with a dunk wins it for Skyros, and they go on to the championships. Commiserations to XOZ. You guys played incredibly well, though. What a series. That was amazing, and this is what I love about this tournament, is this is just incredible to see this level of gameplay between these teams. This is what makes ARMAJET Esports right here.
Oh my god, yes it does, clearly, with all of these saves, all of these moves, goals, dunks in the last moment. Oh my god, this is just very, very true, like true words spoken right there. Yes, this is what makes ARMAJET Esports, these last minute gameplays, these last minute struggles to get through, breaking the line. Yes, this was a very, very sweaty matchup that we had between XOZ and Skyros. I expected nothing less from both of these teams, and they did really, really good at portraying the strength of these two teams. XOZ, unfortunately, is going home, and they did really, really well. And I really want to see this team stay together. I know Delight actually belongs to Tribe, but either way, he played really well with Inspiral, with Noxus, with Full, with Agris as well. He did super, super good. Oh my god, my heart is still pounding.
That was amazing. I'm just without words for how incredible that was. That was one of the best matches we've seen yet. So much back and forth. In fact, that was the first one we've seen a total of 5 goals in, and that just goes to show how good these teams are. All right, so that means it's going to be a Sky Rose and Hammers final. This is just nostalgic, all right? In all of these competitions we see, this is the classic matchup, and we're all excited to see that take place. However, before we do that, we are going to take a short break to allow our teams to take a short break and get their drafts and bans together, and also just give them a little bit of breathing room as well as ourselves. So we're going to do that right away here, and then we'll come back with the Grand Championships.
Yay.
Look, you don't need to be a streamer or a famous YouTuber to share your gameplay with Metal. We make it as easy as possible to create and share gaming highlights. All you have to do is start up any game, press a button, and Metal will capture the last section of gameplay and then give you a link. It really is that easy. You don't have to configure a bunch of settings,
And it won't make your games lag, even if your PC isn't awesome.
just download the app, play a game, and get sharing. Metal. Play a game, press a button, get a link. It's that easy.
All right, and we're back. We are here for the Grand Championship with our most classic matchup ever. We've got Skyrose versus Hammers, two of the most dominant teams in the deathmatch arena, here facing off against each other now in the Battle Ball arena. And that's going to be very interesting to see, for sure. And guys, get your towels. This one's going to be a sweaty one.
Classico, we are going to see these two titans match up again. Holy, holy, holy. Oh my god, okay, a lot of action. I'm just at a loss for words right now. These guys are always competing up against each other. We see them very frequently in finals. We see them very frequently face against each other in championships. And I'm not 100% sure if you did mention it, but this game, if Hammers wins, Hammers ends up taking it. But if Skyrose ends up beating Hammers, they have to go up against them one more time. And it has to be a best of series. So it can be a potential for, we might even see 14 games, who knows. So it's going, at the end of that though, it's going to be a battle of wits, a battle of stamina, a battle of endurance against these two teams. And you guys have been playing, they have been playing already all day yesterday, or the majority of the day yesterday, about 4 or 5 hours, and then today we're nearing 4 hours. You know, are these two teams tired mentally? Are they still struggling by any chance? Or are they starting to struggle mentally against these games? And then you're facing up two very strong opponents. So it's just really interesting to see how everything's going to be playing out today.
And it's been intense. Not only that, like, yeah, this has been a long tournament so far, but the thing is, these have been intense matches, just like the one we saw between XOZ and Skyrose. Now, having said that, this may have warmed them up, but like you said, this is going to be a real test of endurance, especially for Skyrose, who really have to go the distance in order to win this championship. But, you know, having said that, if they take second place in a tournament of this caliber, that's not so bad either. But they do have a tall order in front of them to try and overcome this disadvantage that they have with the double elimination.
Yes, indeed. I think everybody... Oh no, we're waiting for Hammers to join up. Where's Hammers? I thought that they would have been in there already. Either way, let's see if the bans have already taken place.
Yes, let's talk about that.
I believe that they have the Havoc, the Black Tusk, Marauder, EMP, Super Shields, and the Gun Drone.
Interesting. Okay. So again, more Marauder. EMP makes a lot of sense. And then again with the Black Tusk, I love to see that. I like to see that they're employing that tactic because I think it's a good one. Havoc, though. Havoc has been banned a lot. And,
yes,
you know, Havoc is actually a very, very good weapon for Battle Ball, so not surprised to see that. However, Gun Drone versus Gun Sentry, another interesting choice, but Super Shield, well, that makes a lot of sense. Especially with EMP banned, makes a lot of sense to get rid of that ultimate.
Yes, I'm kind of curious to see why Hammers ended up banning the Gun Drone. I'll get on a call with a couple of the players later on today to see if they can explain that one to me, because sometimes I do want to dig in a little bit deeper and to kind of understand their ban picks. So the Gun Drone, I'm gonna say it's probably like an extra player that you can use on your side, offensive and defensively. And also, if you end up if you end up dying per se, your Gun Drone still stays around. But just like the Sentry, it can probably just hover around a little bit more. It does follow you around the map. So again, it's kind of just like an extra player that you have to be on the defense and the offense with. We are still waiting for 2 more people on the side of Hammers to join up, and as soon as they do, we are ready to go.
Okay, so I think we're just waiting for probably Billy the Kid, I would assume. Depends on if they decide to swap one of their players out. We've got Lucas, Elsif, and Copter so far for Hammers, and then Seeker, Dracosand, Archer, and Brawn, which has been so far one of their most classic lineups in this tournament, and it's been pretty successful. Of course, everything's on the table now, so they really need to put out their best, and this is going to be a pretty solid team for them.
Yes, so this is a best of 7. So what ends up happening, we're going to be doing Magma, Moon, Temple, Snowbase, and Canyon. And because it is the best of 7, of course, there aren't 7 maps. So what ends up happening is that you go ahead and replay the first 2 again. The decider map will probably end up being Moon. And again, this is where advantage scoring takes place, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So Hammers does have to beat Skyrose. Yeah, they have to beat Skyrose with 2 points. So a lot of sweaty games coming up ahead. It can be a very, very long day ahead of us. But, oh my God, just being in the seats of these 2 great teams, it's just amazing to witness right now.
It really is. Well, speaking of that, why don't we get this underway? Go. We're ready to go. Oh, are we just waiting? Oh, what's going on?
Everybody's in.
Yeah, everybody's... Okay, I think they're just sorting something out right now.
A little
Okay.
bit of a...
Not sure what the wait is, but that's okay. We'll give them a couple of seconds here. Okay, sorry guys. We're just trying to sort out what's going on. I think the players just need a couple of minutes here, and then we're gonna get our first match of the Grand Championships underway.
So these two teams, hold on.
Oh, I think we're gonna be starting here right away. There we go. All right. Okay, here we are, guys. This is it. This is the finals. We have Hammers and Skyrose facing off against each other here on Magma. All right, Seeker on the bottom lane there using that Quantum to block off Elsif, but Elsif takes him out with his own Quantum, and now he's going to make a push, but Braun picks it up using that Dominion as well. Billy the Kid's going to grab it, but will he get through Archer? That is going to be the question. He needs to make a push. Can he get a shot through them? But no, Archer does clear him out of the way just in time. Lucas trying to pick it up as well, but we've got Skyrose there to defend effectively. He lobs it up top. He's got to be very careful. Almost getting it in. In fact, a very interesting trick shot there, and now the ball's going to respawn.
So Skyrose definitely being on the defensive right now, as they should be. Hammers is very strong right now. They're going ahead and they're trying to push a little bit too much, but Skyrose is really defending their goal really, really well. And good for them, because that trick shot right there on Lucas, just by a slight little bit, that definitely would have made it in.
Oh, Draco gets a lob shot, but doesn't quite make it. Just a little bit short there. Couldn't get over to the right just enough, but that would have been a goal. There's nobody there to block it. However, so now Hammers picking it up, is going to make a push through the bottom. Copters again with that Lycan doing very good work, but Rocket Strike coming down, raining terror on this map. It doesn't clear anybody, however, so a little bit of a waste, but that's quite all right because these players are just very good at dodging that. And now Copter's trying to make a push. Seeker's going to get there with this Thunderstorm in time, clearing him out. Draco going to pick up the ball. Now we're going to see a push through the right, but Elsif clearing him out. He's going to get his first shot. Oh, Braun, beautiful defense with that Dominion, clears him out of the way, and now we're still at a 0-0 game.
Again, spawning at the right, perfect, like of the perfect time, perfect moments. Braun keeps getting so lucky with that. You have Lone Copters by himself trying to get the goal. More of a distraction than anything, trying to take it away from his side. And then since Magma is such a short map, that's actually not that bad of a play.
No, it really isn't, and we'll see if that continues to happen throughout this match. So Copters now has a bit of an opening, but Seeker does respawn in time, clearing him because he was such low health. It wasn't very difficult to defend. And Seeker going to make a push through the bottom. Else is going to try and clear him. Gets a lob shot with a Rocket Strike to come, but it doesn't have enough momentum. Can't get there, but Archer gets in, picks it up, and gets a dunk. Absolutely beautiful play. Archer just came in clutch at the last second there. Great for Skyrose.
So perfect timing again. Braun on that, what's it called, on that rocket, that strike. Oh.
Unbelievable. Hammers got caught short. They weren't there to stop Seeker going through that middle lane. Again, you have to be really careful about those lanes, otherwise stuff like that's going to happen. And now Skyro's up 2-0 in this first game.
Yes, so perfect timing on that. Those rocket sentries, the rocket sentries on the rocket strike. It cleared out the way for Braun to be able to make that goal right there. And again, the Seeker, perfect timing. Its goal was left right open. They have to be very offensive, and I don't think it's gonna. It's too short of a time.
All right, Elsif got that shield, meaning he was difficult to take him down. He had Lucas to support, so that two-player strategy worked very well on the top. Although there was one player from Skyrose to defend, he just wasn't enough, and he got taken down. But however, time's up, and that goes to Hammers.
To Skyrose.
Or sorry, Skyrose. My bad. Yes, you're right.
It's okay.
A little bit of a misstep there, but yes, Skyrose takes that game. They got the 2 goals.
Yes. Okay, so I think, oh my god, okay.
Wow.
That was just very lucky. Yes, because okay, that timing on the rocket sentry, on the right away calling it the rocket sentry, it's the rocket strike. My mind is leaving me now. Yes. So that was really good. It opened up the pathway. If Skyrose continues to do this, okay. So here's another thing. They're gonna have to do this again. So they have to beat Hammers twice. Do they have the stamina? Do they have the endurance? Does Hammers have the endurance and the stamina to, keep up with Skyrose in this sense? They were caught a little bit off guard in certain moments. Copters tried to go through the bottom, and I'm starting to think now that it was more of a distraction type of like, okay, I'm over here, try to get the enemy team on him. So that way it buys his team enough time to respawn. So that's another little tidbit maybe perhaps that's happening there.
Yeah, that's the thing, and this has been a theme throughout this tournament, is spawn controlling, and clearing people out is really, really effective. Kills aren't the be-all, end-all for Battle Ball, of course not, right? We're talking about goals, but having said that, the effect of clearing people, the respawn time is about 5 seconds. Or 4 or 5 seconds, and that's a long time for you to come back. So if you're on the right side of the map and you happen to have, you happen to clear them out of the way, that gives you such a clear opening. That's what really happened there with Hammers at the end. Lucas and Elsif were at the top, and nobody was there, really. There was only Archer to stop it, and that wasn't enough. The two of them together were enough to get that first goal, so that worked out really well, and I expect to see more of that from Hammers throughout this series.
Yeah, so we're going to be on Moon here, one of the most evenly sided maps on this, one of the most evenly sided maps along with Snowbase. Okay, so let's talk a little bit right here. Why do you think the Havoc and the Black Tusk were picked? So Havoc, you obviously does a lot of damage in the hands of Lucas and the hands of Seeker as well. You rather not play that, but the Black Tusk, are you taking it away from Elsif, It's kind of like... Could there have been a better choice, like the Quantum, perhaps? Maybe even the Dominion?
I was going to say, like, I really do think Quantum would have been a better choice, and that's actually what we're going to see a lot of throughout this match, because Quantum on Moon is really, really good. It's one of the best weapons in the game right now, Quantum just being extremely effective. Black Tusk is good too, but if you've got the accuracy, Quantum's likely the better choice, so a little surprised to see that. But Havoc, on the other hand, Havoc is a really great ban choice, because especially for Skyrose, Resin really loves to use that Havoc, and he's so effective with it. Whereas on the other hand, I don't think there's a lot of Hammers players that ends up using Havoc a whole lot. We tend to use more like snipers, assault rifles like Black Tusk and Quantum, for example. So Havoc is really going to affect Skyrose quite a bit, and I think that's what we're seeing throughout this match. So yeah, I think I agree with you in general.
Good. Okay, so we're starting up the match. So yay!
All right, let's get into it.
Really quick. Yes.
That's the thing. Moon does allow for that because of the fact that it's a smaller map, unlike Temple. So let's see if that takes place. We got Skyrose on the left, Hammer spawning on the right, and so far Incendiary Grenade coming down, but Elsif gets that ball. He's going to move over underneath. He's going to try and use that jump pad to his advantage, but Resin is there to stop him. Elsif can't quite make it through, does get taken down by Archer and Braun together. Braun's got that Dominion out once again, using it to great effect, being an excellent tool for being an impactful player.
So a lot of offense defensively on the side of Hammers right now. So they have to keep on their ball, but they're leaving their goal really wide open. And again, they're close enough though to be able to go back. It's a little bit too close to comfort for me again, especially against a team of Skyrose. But Skyrose is at and around their goal. They're going to mid. They're protecting it really well right now, and Copters makes it in.
That's exactly like you said. They were not defending their goal very well. It left an opening for Copper to sneak through that top lane with that shield, allowing him to secure that first goal and dunk it in. So Skyro's got to be real careful here. All right.
Yes, we do.
So Draco trying to move through the bottom, but can't. Copters is there to stop him. He's got that shield, so that's not a matchup he's going to win. So he backs off. They really need to grow up here. Braun at the top, causing havoc. Can he get that dunk? And he does! What a beautiful play there. Hammers was concentrating on the bottom section, trying to stop Draco from coming in, but they didn't see Braun get in their face, and he was there to disrupt things. He collected the ball and got that first goal for Skyrose.
So same thing happened basically just on the other team. So I guess a lot of defense has to be, you have to really consider your defense to be a very strong move. And Braun comes in and...
Oh, wow. Braun, yes. MVP in this match so far, doing a great job collecting the ball, finding openings, using that Typhoon as well. That is what's giving Skyrose a lead here so far.
I'm a little worried what happened to Billy there because Braun was coming at him. He really wasn't moving. He was standing still. Was he just distracted? And you definitely don't want to be distracted in a game like this. But
my goodness.
Billy the Kid just scored, actually.
He
so
did.
He's like, sorry, guys.
That was very unfortunate for Skyrose because the players they were caught a little bit short simply because of the fact that they were such low in health. Braun couldn't stop the goal in time, but here we go. We got to push from Skyrose. He's going to make it through. No, throws it. Lucas collects it. He's there to stop it, and Lucas is going to try and make a push. Of course, he does need to wait for his other teammates to respond. I think that's what we're going to see here, but it looks like he's trying to go through the top, but it doesn't matter. He just drops the ball onto the other side, but with the rocket strike coming down, will it be enough to clear the way? Copters with that gun sentry coming down, however, isn't quite enough. Copters going down, clearing the gun sentry at the same time, and now they're going to reset, trying to make a push through the middle.
I'm wondering if we're going to see another overtime, and I think it is going to happen because, oh my god, these guys are guns out for sure. My heart is racing right now because it's so close, and then just anyone right now, Draco coming in, can he make it? Oh!
so close. Lucas lost his boost and he couldn't get there to defend. So if Draco had shot that just a little bit north, it would have went in. Very, very close game so far.
Oh my god. That's it. We're going to go into overtime. Okay.
All right, so the ball spawned at the same time, and we're going to see what's going to happen. Can they make a push? Archer picking up the ball with that Quantum. That Rocket Strike coming down to make sure he's got the way forward, but he's going to get destroyed by Lucas. That Quantum doing a really good work here. No Black Tusk, of course, with that band. Draco's got his shield. He's got a clear shot. Is he going to get it? Oh, Lucas just comes in time, saving it, and just at the last moment, there really good came from him, throwing it away to make sure that he can defend instead. And now the ball's going to respawn, and we're going to continue forward with this overtime.
Yes. Okay, so somebody should definitely stay behind. Skyrose is breaking through the lines of Hammers right now, and they're doing it very well. They're able to score a little bit more of goals than Hammers is, but Hammers is also just not too far behind them. They do have to keep up that momentum, and if they're able to score one more time, and oof.
Oh, that was close. That sticky grenade managed to take out Billy the Kid, stopping him from getting there, but Copters almost gets it as well. But I think we're going to see a draw again. Can Draco get there in time? He's got 5 seconds on the clock, but no. Decides to toss it, trying to go for a Hail Mary, doesn't get there. Ball's over, and there it is. A second draw game of the tournament.
Okay, I'm starting to get drenched. There's so much happening right now, and it's just so close. And I think this is a precursor. This is kind of like a foresight of where we're going to be seeing for the rest of these games. They're going to be very tight, very close. A lot of back and forth action. You know, passing the ball from enemy team to home team to enemy team to home team. It's going to be crazy, crazy action here.
Well, speaking of close, guys, I just want to remind you that we are collecting donations for Mobilize for Australia. We're currently at $427.45, which is incredible. We are hoping to reach our $500 goal because Super Bit Machine is going to match the first $500. So do consider supporting the cause. All the money is going to be donated towards helping with the bushfires that are going on in Australia right now, which is a devastating scenario for them. I've firsthand seen the effect that these types of fires can have on communities, and it is no short of being a huge problem for them. So do consider supporting them. And it's not just us doing that as well. There are 6 other events supporting this, including COD Mobile, PUBG, Clash Royale, Brawl Stars, as well as a couple of others. So this is a great charity to support. Consider supporting it for sure.
So we're very close to our $500 goal. Also, if you want more information, please use hashtag Mobilize for Australia to figure out the times when the other people are going to be, the other tournament organizers and streamers are going to be participating in that. So yes, be sure to donate. And again, any little bit does help. So even if it's $1, also we have a code. It's Mobilize for Australia AJ, in which Matcherino also matches $1 to any donation. And I believe that there's some quests that people can do. And technically speaking, I think it's $7.50 if you complete those quests. So if you guys have the time, we would greatly appreciate that.
Okay, so what an exciting match that was. We're going to be moving into match 3, which is going to be here on Temple. This is, again, a big change from Moon. It is a completely wide open map, and I'm fully expecting to see some more dunks. I know in the Kladenjev tournament, that was one thing that Draco did so well. He was able to get those clutch throws over by bouncing it off the platform. Now, in this case, Skyrose is on the right-hand side, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult with that flat platform on the left underneath the goal. But I still fully expect that they're going to, take advantage of that.
Yes, I think they're ready to go. So if you guys want to just hit, yeah, everybody's in. Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Here we are, match 3 in our grand finals. Ball is live. We got Hammers on the left, Skyrose on the right. Seeker picks up that ball. He switched over to Lycan. A great change, as it's going to be able to help him push forward on that middle lane at the top. And now Braun with his Dominion as well, making a push over to the right. He gets a shot over, but Lucas just manages to collect the ball. And here we are. It's going to reset once again. Oh, actually, no. Seeker did manage to pick it up at the last second there. But we got to push her over towards Kairos' goal. And they get a shot in. And Archer could not get there in time. Hammers taking the first goal. Really, really great gameplay from them.
Okay. So because of that draw, it's still 1-0. That last draw, that was just so epic right now. Oh, my God. Okay, so that got really lucky. I need to collect my thoughts here. Okay. So a lot of action, yes, on top. We see a lot of Widow Blades being thrown out. It's great defensive maneuver. Either way, just the Quantum also used on Archer, but Billy the Kid is coming in. Everybody's spread out too much. I think they should, else have saved that. I think Hammers needs to collect a little bit more and play together as a unit, because I think they're going, there's Lucas saving it in the back.
I
a
am
big hit.
loving these lob shots from both sides. Elsif throwing it, Braun throwing it. Both teams seem to have practiced that quite a bit because they came really close. Both teams had to be very careful with their defense there to make sure that it didn't go in.
So Lucas is playing goalie. He's staying behind a little bit. Probably okay. As I say that, he goes forward, but he's clearing out the way, making sure that his team is able to go ahead and collect it. They're not going to get the ball. I thought maybe they would have picked it up there. Skyrose is out, guns out, and is that the? I'm trying to think. No, it's not. Okay, for a second I thought I had seen the Tremor, but definitely not it. So he's on the Dominion, I believe.
He is. Braun got taken out by Elsif using the Thunderstorm. A nice change from him. I don't believe I've seen him play it throughout this tournament yet, so great change. But double Rocket Strike coming down to clear the way, but maybe the timing wasn't great because Hammers was making a push at the same time, and it sort of worked out for them. But Ball's going to respawn once again. Hammers still having the go-ahead goal, and really, they could just try to protect this lead, and that may be the way forward for them.
I actually agree with that. If they're just able to protect themselves, right now they're just left out in the open. Everybody's respawning. And Seeker's coming from below. Again, another really clean moment right here. Ooh.
Oh, is he going to get it? Oh, nice throw from Archer. Just a little bit short. Almost had it, though. Billy the Kid wasn't reloaded in time to take him down. So there was an opening, but he just couldn't quite get there and fell a little bit short.
I like that the gun placement right there from Archer. Not the gun, I'm sorry, the rocket sentry right there. It wasn't really effective, but I like the placement. It kind of cleared out the way a little bit from the side of Hammers, but it wasn't effective enough.
Beautiful play from Seeker to toss the ball away. He realized that he needed to get the ball away from the goal as quickly as possible, but there's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Can he get the shot? It's lobbing in, but it's a little bit too short, and now I fear there isn't enough time for Skyrose to make a comeback. Can they do it? No, I think this is going to be game, and Hammers is going to take their first win here.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Okay. So Skyrose, okay, since this map is so wide open, you have to spread out probably a little bit too much, and that probably wasn't as effective as it, well, it's not going to be as effective on other maps. So Skyrose right there got, unfortunately, caught off guard a little bit. They weren't covering the goal, and then, Copters was able just to go, I think it was Copters who ended up scoring that goal. I don't recall now, but yeah, so
I believe
that
you're right.
was pretty much, I actually, I don't remember. There's so much that happened and there were so many close moments. It's like, oh my god. But yes, a lot of the lob shots also took place, expecting a couple of them to be blocked, and Lucas staying behind and securing the goal and making sure that nothing came through. That was really, really well played. Now we're going to move on to Snowbase, and Snowbase is a little bit more, it's still open in the sense at the top and stuff, but it's a little bit more, definitely a lot more close quartered than Temple.
It certainly is. Yeah, so you can see Snowbase actually behind our webcams here.
Yay.
And it is a very even-keeled map. The thing is, the firefight always happens in the center. And you have to be really careful of the top lane. That is such an important part of Snowbase and Battle Ball because it's so easy to lob the balls in. So they do need to be careful of that. Defense is going to be very key here, but loadouts are going to play a real impactful difference, especially if we're going to see Rocket Strikes come out, which I believe we will. Rocket Strikes are very, very good on Snowbase.
I'd also say probably, what's it called? Were they? No, it was Super Shield and Gun Drone. Those two were the ones that were banned. So yes, a lot of rocket strikes, napalm strikes as well. Incendiary, I haven't seen. I'm expecting a little bit more incendiary on the side of Skyrose on this one. Probably just to kind of like hovering it around where the sentries are on the side of Hammers to go ahead and bring down those sentries. Also, where you have the ball spawning, I'm expecting them to use it there. Kind of not allowing for Hammers to pick it up. I really like right now what we're seeing, how the whole Skyrose is just moving around the map, just like one nice fluid motion. They're really, really tight right now. So we'll see how it ends up doing. And I think we're just waiting for one more person to join up and then we'll be ready as soon as they do.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with you. Their combined movement's been very good. Obviously, their communication's been very effective because the fact that they're making the call-outs is clearly evident in the way that they're playing. The fact that they're sticking together, finding the correct lanes to shut down, and, the fact that they made it this far, too, demonstrates that.
Yes, the rotations amongst these teams is really nice. You got, this is what a lot of Hammers ends up doing. They end up going in and out, and we haven't seen that as much in these games against Skyrose. You do see Lucas hanging out a little bit more around the goal as well. But, the moment that they're in, they make their effective kill, and then they try to move out away from danger. So I do see Hammers going in a lot of that in and out motion. Skyrose as well, I see them moving into the other side, breaking through the line of hammers as much as they can, and that's how they're going to be able to go to score. If they're able to open to clear out the goal and to go ahead and do those lob shots, if we have a frontliner clearing out the way and you have a support and a backliner holding the ball and throwing it out. Yes, so Copters just joined, and I think we are ready to go if you guys are.
Yep, let's do this. Okay, so here in our fourth match of our grand finals between Hammers and Skyros here on Snowbase. Ball is live. Teams are pushing towards the center. We see a mixed push from Skyros on the left, and then Hammers concentrating them more towards the top portion. Drakozan's got the ball currently, and he's looked like he's going to try and make a play through the top. Can he get a lob shot here like we talked about? He's going to go for the dunk, and there it is. Dunko Sen living up to his name, getting that first goal for Skyros.
Lucas there, I think, is probably... I don't know how I feel about the Velocitus. It's a really strong weapon on TDM. But here, I think I would expected something to see him more with a lot more burst damage. You need that because he was so close to enemies that he probably could have prevented that from taking place.
Certainly, yeah. Velocitus has the knockback feature, so that could be one reason we're seeing it, but it is an interesting choice in general. Doing 90 damage is quite good, but Billy the Kid's got a clear opening. Is he going to make a shot here? Will he respond in time? And no, here we are. Billy Kid getting that dunk, evening up the score for Hammers, going 1-1.
Again, 1-1. And this is how I think we're going to see it. We're probably going to go Skyros, Skyros, Hammers, Hammers, Skyros, Skyros, Hammers, Hammers. These are just great games right here. So yes, the Velocitus, even though with that high burst, that damage, it's 90, but you have to land those shots. And it's just, if you use it and you land one and there's another enemy close by, it's kind of like, it's frustrating for me because I just want to go ahead and kill them all. Not that I ever do, right? But you know what I mean? It's just kind of like, but they know what they're doing.
So Billy the Kid, being a pest, managed to get another goal. As we saw there, he managed to stay back a little bit, picking up that shield. However, Skyros was there to defend it, but he made a sneaky play down at the bottom, and it looked like Skyros was not anticipating that, and they got caught short. Resin with that long claw could not clear him in time, and that gave him their second goal. All right, so now we see a rocket strike coming down. Will it clear the field? Can they get there in time? Braun trying to boost up. They're just a little bit slow, and the ball gets there. Drago's got it. He's going to pass it, and so close. And Braun gets it in time. Beautiful play. My goodness, that was excellent support from his teammates. Draco wasn't able to get there in time, but Braun came in to secure that victory, and now we've got an even game.
I think I'm going to call Braun the MVP of this game for sure as well, because he's in those perfect moments. He's spawning in the perfect moments. Oh, there you go.
Amazing. How did that end so fast?
Holy. And in the beginning of this game, this was favoring Hammers actually.
Yeah.
And wow, the last couple of moments, oh my god. Okay, scammers. Wow. Okay, I'm trying to say both of them at the same time. Okay, so Hammers was spawning and Skyros, Hammers spawned right at the perfect moment to prevent Skyros from doing that goal earlier in the match, right? And then all of a sudden you just have Skyros coming and completely wiping them out.
Yeah.
And they got lucky with that airstrike, but I didn't think that they were going to make it just in time, and they were able to pick up the ball and just dunk it right in.
Yep.
So...
What I'm starting to realize is Skyros is an opportunistic team. They tend to see the openings before anybody else does, because that's exactly what we saw happen there. They saw the opening. They said, okay, throw your rocket strikes down because we're going to clear the other side, make a push, and it worked. They were able to get there. It was very close. Dracosan, like you said, he made that shot. It came up a little bit short, but Braun was just there in the nick of time to save it. And then also that third goal, they just found a clear opening, took it, and won the game. Really well done.
Yes. So we're going to move on to Canyon. So Canyon has been like really much of a wild ball of a map. You guys have to be really defensive here because there's so many things that can happen and so many things that can go wrong. And if your whole team is annihilated and your enemy is close to the goal that they're supposed to be making, by the time you respawn, it's going to be a little bit too late. So Canyon, it's just one of those wild maps,
It for sure is. And so just confirming who's going to be on the left and the right. So we're going to have Skyros on the right and Hammers on the left. So the thing is, you know, Skyrow's being opportunistic. They could find openings because there is a much more open area on the left-hand side. But, you know, Hammers, I know they've been practicing shots around those platforms, so I fully expect they're going to try and take advantage of that. But you know what? Like you say, this is a chaotic map. So many crazy things happen here, and I expect this is going to be a really, really great match.
Yes. So I think if we are ready to go, the teams are, well, because everybody is in.
Yep. Let's get this underway. Okay, here we go. This is going to be match number 5 of the grand finals. We got, again, Skyrose versus Hammers here on Canyon. All right, so Hammers spawning on the left with Skyrose on the right. They're going to make a push through the middle, but double quantum from both sides is pushing him back. Also clears it, but he actually gets taken out. And now it looks like Braun's going to pick it up. He's actually going to defend against Luke as a great play and allow the ball to respawn.
Yes. So again, there's a lot of action towards the mid. Everybody's hanging back around their base, making sure that their positioning is covered or their goal is covered a little bit. And Braun just went through and he's all by himself. And I'm wondering if he's just waiting to go ahead and sneak behind them. No, he didn't. He did.
So we got Seeker with that Wildfire doing a great job of defending. Draco making a push here, but he throws it to Copters. Copter taking it, but they both go down. However, it's not going to be enough. They don't have enough players to push through. So Hammer's going to push it back over to the Skyrose side. And now Seeker moving through the bottom, picking up that shield. We got that Quantum from Lucas doing great work, but he tries to lob the shot. Copter's there to stop it. However, Braun's got it with that Dominion, and it's going to be a shot. Draco getting the dunk. And there it is, the first goal for Skyrose.
For sure. Okay, so we had a lot of there were a lot of moments that you can tell that Skyrose has definitely put in their practice. So Archer was up at the top. I mean, it wasn't successful, but Archer was at the top, clearing the way through.
Well, speaking of clearing the way through, Elsif caught Skyrose off guard as they were all concentrated towards the top, trying to respawn. There was only Archer there to stop them, and it wasn't quite enough.
Wasn't enough. So here we go again. Seeker.
Oh my goodness. What is going on? This game is absolutely crazy. Both players finding openings, catching them without defense, and that allows this Skyrose to take the lead.
Yes. Okay, so I think Hammers is leaving their goals a little bit too open, and they're probably a little bit more chaotic in the way that they're playing. Yes, they're maintaining their composure, but it's still kind of very, very chaotic gameplay. They're all over the place. They're all over the map. And I feel like they're just trying to go for the kills more than anything instead of being a little bit more defensive.
All right, Draco going for the shot. Oh, that was so close. Copters with the clutch save. Got there just in time, even with the slower mobility from the Badger. He still managed to get it. That was incredible. What mobility from him. And now Luke is making a push through the bottom. He's got Elsif to support him, but Elsif's getting taken down by Archer, Seeker, and Draco. Can they push through? No, and Elsif gets taken down. Braun as well. And now they're going to make another push. They've got 3 players on their side. Can Billy the Kid get the dunk? And there it is, tying up the game, and now we go 2-2. These games are incredible.
I don't think we... oh my god, they're so close. Okay, so again, back and forth action. Goals being made left and right. Everything's being dunked. Everything is going to blow up. Everything is being shot at. And then you do have the defense. So when they're on point, they're on point.
This has been an incredible match. These two titans, as we've been calling them, are pushing each other to their limits. However, Billy Kid's going to come in with the dunk, and there it is! Hammers takes it 3-2. What a clutch moment at the last moment there in that game. Really well done.
I don't think I can watch anymore. Oh my god.
This is insane. Absolutely insane. This
Yes,
has been
it is.
the best Battle Ball I've ever seen. It's just, when you get two of the best teams in the game together, this is what happens. This is ARMAJET Esports, and it's been an amazing time. I just can't wait to see how this continues throughout. But like you said, how exhausting. The intensity, the level of gameplay, the high tier plays, it's been amazing. Been amazing.
Yes. So, this is what happens. Heart attacks all the way around for sure. Okay, so since it is 2-2, and it has been, I think that was their 5th game, we actually have to go ahead and start up again. So we're going to be on Magma, I believe. It's still not a decider match. So yes, we are on Magma up next.
Yes, I believe that's right.
Damn. Oh my god.
It's been amazing. I'm without words, because
Yes.
this has just been exciting. The level of gameplay here, the thing that really strikes me is just, we talked about Battle Ball before competition started, and this is really the time to say, is Battle Ball a great competitive format for ARMAJET? And yes, definitively it is. This is amazing. These games have been so exciting.
Yes. So just a reminder. Okay. So remember, Skyrose has to beat Hammers twice in order for them to get the title. Now, if Hammers is right in these matches, in these next couple of matches, if they're able to beat Skyrose by more than 2 points, so that means if they win Magma and the following map, this is Hammers' game. Now, Skyrose, again, if they're able to beat Hammers twice in a row, will move on into the next series, which means it's another new set of best of 7. So again, it's not the decider map just yet. And if I'm correct, the next map will be the decider map, I guess you can say. But that's only in the event that Hammers ends up beating Skyrose right now, because again, either team, since we are tied, they have to win by 2 points in order for them to move ahead.
That's right. Yeah, so this is going to get even sweatier, guys. If you thought those were sweaty games, I guarantee you these ones are going to be even sweatier.
I need a towel, like seriously. Oh
right?
My God. Yes, it's just like my mind. Right. Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay.
I think everybody's in the game, so if we want to get this underway, let's do it. Oh, I think we're just waiting for confirmation, and then we'll start this match.
Okay.
There we go. All right, let's do it. Whew. All right, match 6 in our grand finals. We're here on Magma, coming back to the full rotation. Let's see who's going to take the title. Okay, so we've got Skyrose on the left, we've got Hammers on the right. Draco going to try and pick it up using that Widowblade to push Billy Kid the back. He's got that Quantum as well to help support. Looks like Hammers is going to get the first possession though, and Lucas is picking it up there. All right, so Lucas going to try and move back through the bottom. He's got to get his teammates together. He's passing it to Coppers, but didn't quite connect. Draco now picking it up, almost got through that corridor, but didn't quite make it. Archer getting taken down as well.
Both teams. A lot of the action is happening in mid. That means they're fighting constantly against each other. There's nothing much. Neither of the teams are really breaking through each other's lines. Sure, you get 1 or 2 people down, but then you have the remaining teammates backing them up. So you have to have a lot of firepower on these guys and everything. It's like, where do you go? If all of the action is happening at the top, you move to bottom. And because this map is so close together, the teams can easily rotate from the top to the bottom.
My God, Draco nearly weaved that one through, but of course Elsif just came in clutch at the last moment there, but that was real close, and now they're going to let the ball respawn and to let these teams have a little bit of breathing room because this has already been an extremely intense match.
Do you think Skyrose right now is probably a little bit, I would say not. They're still fighting very, very hard. Yes, they've had a long way to go here, so has Hammers. But since Skyrose was in the loser's bracket, oh, there's Billy the Kid. No, he doesn't make it.
That was so close.
So I feel like Skyrose actually ended up playing a little bit more games than Copters.
I'm holding my breath here because these clutch moments are coming left, right, and center. Hammers nearly got it. That rocket strike could have been the game changer. Thankfully, the timing was such that Skyrose could dodge it. But here we're seeing a push from Skyrose. Hammers picking up the ball. Lucas is going to try and make a push, but he's too low in health. Braun's going to come back, and they're going to regroup. And a lot of what we're seeing here is both teams trying to make a push, neither team being successful getting through their defense.
Exactly. So both frontliners are they're being annihilated in a sense, but then you have the backliners that are easily supporting the other line and not allowing for the team to get through. Hammers on a little bit more times have been able to break through the line, but the moment that Skyrose ends up respawning again, they are ready for all of that action. So
Archer did a really great job dropping that rocket sentry down in the bottom lane, completely shutting that down, allowing Skyrose to concentrate the defense on the top and the middle platform. However, Draco making a push through here. He's got to get caught, and there it is! Draco said, with the intense movement, comes down, completely fooling Billy the Kid, and getting that clutch dunk. Unbelievable!
Yes. Oh my God, with 20 seconds left to go. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay.
That was so close.
That was oh my God, that gameplay. Oh, they scored again.
And that will solidify the victory for Skyrose in this match. There's not enough time on the clock for Hammers to make a comeback. And now we're going to go 3-2 for Skyrose. So Skyrose is in a really great position here to make a push to try and win this and force another series out of Hammers.
Yes, so if Skyrose takes on the next game, it is this matchup, this series belongs to Skyrose, but unfortunately because they were in the losers bracket and we have double elimination going on, they actually have to play another best of 7 series against Hammers. So Do you think we'll get there? Do you think we're gonna see that?
There's a good chance of it. There really is. Like, I wasn't sure going into this because day one, if you remember, Hammers was placed 5th actually for part of the day one. I think they ended up 4th if I'm not mistaken, but the Skyros being the undefeated team, I really thought Skyros had the edge here, and they're starting to prove that. So I don't know. I think Skyros might force another series, and who knows? Maybe they're going to take it. Incredible.
Yes. So I know we have a TDM. We have the decider match being a TDM. If Skyros takes this, then yes, we do have another series. Now, if Hammers ends up beating this, they have to continually beat Skyros 3 times in a row for us to move on into the next, for Hammers to be crowned kings, actually. So Skyros needs just one more game, and this series belongs to them. Sorry. Skyros needs one more game, and this series belongs to them. For Hammers, they need 3 games in a row.
That's right. So Skyros, again, in a really good spot here. We're going to move into Deathmatch, though, so this is going to be quite a change, and we're going to jump back into classic competitive ARMAJET because, yeah, like we talked about before, this is a classic matchup, but now we're going into the classic competitive mode, which is going to be Deathmatch. This is going to be really interesting. I think in the past, Hammers has generally come out on top, but it's always been close.
Yes. So our next matchup is going to be on Moon. Again, Moon for TDM is one of the most evenly sided maps. A lot of action back and forth, but it doesn't really matter. Like not so much for like as Battle Ball. You just have to make sure that you go in there, secure the kills, and stay alive. So we do have the Super Shield being banned. The EMP was also banned. I was expecting to see that if in a TDM, yes, they're very effective. I'm expecting to see a lot more incendiary usage on the side of Skyros. Instead of the Marauders, that since that was banned, the Havoc was banned, the Black Tusk was banned. I'm wondering if they're going to move over to the Typhoon. We have seen a little bit come out there. Is Braun going to use a Dominion? Because he's a god on that weapon. I think we're just waiting for, we haven't gotten the room set up or anything just yet, but yeah, so Braun on the Dominion would be just incredibly damage making. Now,
Yep.
I'm not 100% sure if Seeker's going to be playing or if it's going to be Resin, but both of them are really good with the longer range weapons. So
yeah, this is going to be a sweaty match. We're on here on Moon, and there's good snipers on both teams. We've got Lucas, of course, for Hammers, but then we got Resin for Skyros. So that's going to be an interesting matchup to see. It's like with Deathmatch, it really does come down to weapon counters. Weapon counters are so crucial, as well as controlling spawn points. And that's something I would watch out for here on Moon, because here's the thing. With Deathmatch, what you can do is you can actually split your opponents up, and then all of a sudden, you got 3v2 or 4v2. And Skyros and Hammers are both teams that are aware of that. They know how to use that strategy, and here on Moon, it's actually pretty easy to employ because they know exactly where they need to put their players to make sure that they control where the other team's going to spawn at. So that's something to really watch out for. So that's why matchups are really, really crucial here, because if Hammers comes out with the better counters in the beginning, they're going to start to come out ahead. But Skyros has shown that they're a very adaptable team, so I fully expect that this is going to be a very close match.
My heart is pounding. Okay, so the lobby is ready and up. I'm going to have to charge my iPad pretty soon because it is running out of battery, and I might have to just move to my phone because my iPad actually isn't charging. But we'll see how we do. There's a lot of action. I'm seeing a lot of okay, so I'm seeing the Dominion. I'm seeing a lot of, what else is out there? No, yeah, there's a lot of Dominion play. Not Dominion, I'm so sorry. Quantum.
Yes.
Quantum. What else am I seeing? Yeah, Velocitus. Yeah, so okay, so the teams are joining up. It's going to be pretty exciting to watch. Just kind of like a little bit of variety, just to make sure that these players are actually the best, to show a little bit of variety, I guess.
Yeah, I do like to see different types of weapons being used. Deathmatch does have a pretty settled meta as far as guns go. It's not like Battle Ball, where you might see something like Lycan, for example, which is really not seen that much in Deathmatch. So I fully expect the weapons will be a little bit more predictable. Like you said, Quantum. You're definitely going to see a lot of Quantum here.
Okay. So I think there's just a little bit of a discussion going on, but players are starting to join up slowly. So again, guys, Just a little quick reminder, we are raising funds for Mobilize for Australia, and if you're interested in more information for that, is hashtag Mobilize for Australia. And if you there's a code being constantly coming up through our chats, so if you're interested in that, just go ahead and click on that link, and then the code that we recommend that you use, since Matcherino is also donating or matching $1 to that, is hashtag Mobilize for Australia AJ, and SBM is matching the first $500. So we're almost to that 500 goal. And yeah, so guys, let's see how much we can raise.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I was having a little trouble getting in, but I think I'm in now.
Yay. Okay, so I think everybody's ready. Or in.
Okay, well, if everybody's ready to go, we can start this match. Yes. All right, here we go. So this is going to be, I believe, is this the first deathmatch or the second deathmatch game of this day? And we're going to move into a game between Skyrose and Hammers, and a very classic matchup here on our hands. All right, so first of all, we've got a bit of concentration in the center. We've got Hammers trying to take care of Skyrose through that top section, but so far 1-1, both teams taking a kill off of each other, and Draco being very careful to hold back with that Quantum, using its range to great effect. And now we got Billy the Kid using that frag, almost taking out Draco backing off and securing his health, and so far been pretty even keeled game to start off with.
Elsif using the Quantum is very effective, and he gets got out a lot. So you definitely do want to get Elsif out. You want to get him out of the game as much as possible if he allows. He's a really good frontliner. He's always by himself at the bottom, clearing out the way, calling out the shots to his team. And Billy the Kid ends up picking up the double damage.
So that double damage gets taken down, also gets taken down as well. Braun's going to pick it up. Of course, he's using a Quantum, so it's going to be really effective with that, dealing, I believe, 32 damage per shot. So that will clear enemies quite fast. And so far, Hammer's coming up ahead with 2 kills on their belt. Elsa making a firefight here, taking down Dracosan in a 1v1, but Seeker coming in to even that up, using the Velocitus. And so far, only 1 kill under. They still got plenty of time to even this up.
Yes, they do. So a lot of defensive moves on the side of Hammers. They're able to go ahead and secure the kills, move in and move out, get a kill, get out, get a kill, get out. And there's a very even footing right now. It's very, very close. It's only a 2-point lead on the side of Hammers, but a lot of action is taking place, and they're both now starting to be a little bit more defensive, which probably needs to take place. But I don't know. It's just a very close game still.
So Braun pushing back both Lucas and Billy the Kid at the top lane. Seeker's going to help with the Velocitus, using it as a sniper. Velocitus being very, very strong. Taking out Lucas there. Great shot from Seeker. Now 1 kill over. They're taking the lead. Can they maintain it? Draco's going to continue to push forward with that shield. He's going to try to take out Elsif, but of course the concentration of defense from Hammers means that he had to push back.
Yeah, so they're starting to push down on the bottom. They're starting to come in and around, which you need to do that in order to get a kill off of the Skyrose, and it ends up being a little bit more effective, kind of coming through the back. And Skyrose is just... They need to start to what's it called? Not necessarily regrouping, but yes, they're doing really, really good there. They need to get their backs covered up a little bit more.
So Braun did a really great job with switching over to Dominion, and now he's going to be able to start clearing his opponents. There are 2 kills under, now 3. Rocket Strike coming down, raining terror, and Skyrose still needs 2 kills at 30 seconds left on the clock. Can they do it? Draco with that gun sentry on that middle to make sure that they control the center portion, and they're 1 kill away. Archer going to push in with that Quantum, getting a kill, and now they're up 1 ahead, and Braun with that double damage as well. This could be the decider. Rocket Strike coming down, but in fact, no. Seeker got himself taken out by his own Rocket Strike, and now they're back up even. Skyrose coming up 2 ahead. This might be game. Archer's drone doing some real work, and they're going to hold back, maintain their lead, and I think this is going to be the deciding match for Skyrose. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and they've got it. Well done to Skyrose, and also really well done to Hammers. Very, very even game.
Okay, so I'm okay. There was a moment where the Rocket Strike on the side of Skyrose came out and ended up taking out Copters and ended up taking out Lucas, and that let them have the lead. So great timing on that Rocket Strike there, and oh my god. Okay, so
it was intense.
Oh my god. Okay. Yes, it was, and it's kind of like so hard to like always just like It's just so hard to tell with these two teams because they are back and forth action. And now I do believe that this is the second game that Skyrose takes. So this means that we move on into the finals, the finals.
So you got to give Skyrose a ton of credit here. They have been pushing so hard in this tournament. They have faced some of the toughest opponents ever. And here we are. They've managed to force another best of 7 out of Hammers. The question, like we talked about before, is are they going to be able to endure this? Because this has been an intense series so far, especially with Hammers. They are no slouches. They're some of the best in the game. And now they've got to take another series. Of course, this does mean we're going to move back over to Battle Ball, which it seems like Skyrose does have a slight edge in that department. However, even with Deathmatch, look at that. They managed to come out just ahead by a sliver at the end, maintain their lead. And this has been incredible to see.
It's do or die. This is it. There's nothing else. You have to give it your all. And I'm starting to wonder, is Hammers maybe perhaps losing a little bit of their momentum coming into this? It's another best of Series 7. They had been waiting for a little bit, just waiting for Skyrose to finish the what's called the lower bracket matches. Now, can Skyrose maintain its momentum right now and keep pushing forward? Because they've been playing constantly for like the last 4 hours, more or less. So it looks like it did come down to that battle of wits, battle of endurance. And I think Skyrose actually can make it. And I think they do have it in them. And Hammers does too. Hammers needs to be very, very good. They need to be on the defense. They need to keep someone in the back, clearing up any enemies that are coming towards the goal, but they need to maintain focus and they need to stay around the goal and make sure that Skyrose doesn't make any, because I'm expecting to see, a lot of dunks, especially by Draco, but I am expecting to see a lot of lob shots, especially from Ron and Seeker as well, because Seeker, even though he has maintained his back a little bit more, he's been able to come through and up and around somehow comes through and he ends up throwing the shots and he's able to make it in. So Hammers needs to be a little bit more defensive on, especially in certain maps, just like Temple, Magma as well, and Canyon. I think Canyon is probably one of the most wild maps.
I completely agree. It is. It's demonstrated to be very chaotic. We saw that game go to 5 goals, and that just shows how back and forth some of these games have been, especially on a map like Canyon. So yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out. The real question is, though, how does Hammers adjust their gameplay to come out ahead? They were very close. This was a close series. It was 4-2 for Skyrose, so Hammers did a really good job of pushing Skyrose back, but Skyrose just came out a little bit further ahead, and I wonder what kind of adjustments we're going to see from Hammers as a result.
I don't think we're going to see any new players rotating in. I don't think we're going to see Bolty. I think we're going to see keep seeing the same lineup. But yeah, I think they just need to push on a little bit harder and be a little bit more defensive on their side, especially when they're doing Battle Ball. And I think that's the key for them. Don't leave the goal open too much and allowing for Skyrose to come through, because that's how they've been pretty much securing the goals. Actually, they've been able to break through the lines and just it's out in the open.
Exactly. Well, we're just taking a little short break here, guys. We are going to move into the next match pretty soon. The players requested us a little break. Not surprising considering how crazy these games have been. And once I've had a short little break, which will be in about another 40 seconds here, then we're going to move on to our next games. Of course, we do need to move through the draft and bans. Actually, are we going to be redoing the draft and ban sequence? I'm not.
I think we are. Since it's a new finals, yes.
Yes, I do believe we are, so give these players a chance to try and change things up a little bit, which, I gotta say, I'm actually really interested to see what choices they make, because now they've had a chance to play each other in a best of 7, and they're gonna have a good idea of what is gonna affect the other team the most. So that's gonna be something to watch out for sure.
Yes. So I'm actually not sure if we're gonna go on a break, or is it just like a...
Well, technically, we've already given them about a minute,
okay.
So I think we're going to get started here pretty shortly.
Okay.
Oh, and so home advantage does go to Skyrose in this finals, by the way.
Okay. So I think as they're putting up the maps, I know we do have a couple of giveaways that are taking place. Clip your favorite moments and be sure to upload them to Twitter, guys, for your chance to win Paragon. I know I can use the Paragon to get my sweets, right? It's like you guys have like such amazing skins, and then you guys come up with every patch, like almost every patch, you guys come up with new skins, and I'm like, darn it, I just want that one now. It's kind of like So yeah, so guys, clip your favorite moments and upload them to Twitter and be sure to tag at the Forge League. Also, we had an omelet bracket challenge, and in that challenge that was due yesterday, you are in the running for some sweet omelet goodie bags. Also, we do have a snapback challenge, and that is basically you tagging your non-ARMAJET friend on TFL's Twitters, their socials, and then you're in the running for a chance to win some of those really sweet snapbacks. So just be sure to go ahead and do that, and then yeah.
And it is really sweet merch, by the way, guys. I've had a chance to see the snapbacks, and they're nice hats. They got the little ARMAJET logo on the front with the flat brim. They look great. So definitely, yeah, get yourselves involved in that. That's going to be fantastic.
Okay,
All right.
so, I think we're still waiting for them to finish the dance.
Okay, yes, so I think that is what we're waiting for at the moment, and yeah, maybe we should take like a 1-minute break here. Give the player... Oh, actually, no, I'm wrong. All right, they have done the bans. That was quick. Okay, so then let's talk about them for a little bit. So we see Black Tusk and Havoc, EMP and Marauder, and then Super Shield and Rocket Strike. So let's compare this to the first series. Let me just pull that up here really quickly. Okay, so in the first series, actually fairly similar. We've got Havoc and Black Tusk, Marauder and EMP, and Super Shield and Gun Drone. So a couple of differences there. We're seeing actually the same primaries, same secondaries. The difference is Rocket Strike versus Gun Drone. That is the only change. Okay.
So my only issue with that is probably trying to think who ended up banning that, and I'm not 100% sure. If it was Hammers, though, it makes sense because the last couple of games, the timing, the release of Skyrose's rocket strikes were done really well and allowed them to clear up the field in order to make those goals. So it makes sense that Hammers would have done it, but I actually believe if that was home, I do think that was actually Skyrose who ended up banning it. Not too sure though, but we'll see. Let me see. Let me go just go look really quickly. Yeah, it was Elsif that ended up banning the rocket strike, so yeah, that makes sense there.
Yep. So that is an impactful difference, as we've seen throughout these games. Rocket Strike, at the right time, does a really great job of being just a strong tempo play, making sure that you're clearing the way, and we've seen that happen a number of times, where these teams are communicating with each other. Okay, my Rocket Strike is ready. All right, and then being told when to deploy it so that they can make a push at the same time, making a concerted effort to take control of the map, and it's been very effective. So seeing that band here makes a ton of sense.
Okay, so I'm trying to think. We're gonna have Moon, Canyon, Snow-Base, Temple, Magma, Moon, and Canyon. So again, it's best of 7. So Skyrose, if they're able to, I think it's 4 games in a row, they take it, right?
That's right.
Or,
yep.
Or Hammers basically as well too. Either team needs to make 4 in a row in order to take it, and I don't think we're gonna see that. I think we're gonna see 7 games. I really think we're gonna go all the way. These two teams are very strong, but towards the end, I think that I'm just making a prediction here, and I don't know if I'm going to be right or not. We shall see. This is what a prediction is. I think at the end, though, we're gonna see who has the mental stamina, the endurance, the one who's going to be able to maintain composure towards the end. It can be, a lot of back and forth action, just like we saw. And I think at the end, that's what's going to be the deciding factor.
I think so too. This has been sweaty. These games have been tough. And like as a player myself, having been in competitions before, it's really the long game that is the most difficult, because you're really concentrating hard. Like, you're up against the toughest opponents you could possibly have. And on top of that, you've got to consider strategy, and you've got to consider a way that you can continue to maintain your lead. That's really what Skyrose has to consider here.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the tough thing. Like, these guys are really pulling out all the stops. Can they keep that up? Or is Hammers going to be able to come out a little bit ahead because of that? That's really going to be the question in this series.
Yep, that's true. And I think we're just waiting for one more person to join up, and that's you and one more person from Hammers. Okay, so yeah, we're waiting for one more player on the side of Hammers to join up, and I think it's Copters. I think he's been having a little bit of a connection issues because he's been a little bit delayed in joining some of these, so I hope he's able to make it in.
Yeah, once again, the connections of the players are their own responsibility, so if a DC does happen at the very beginning, it's okay, but throughout the match, it's not. But let's move on into our grand finals here. Series 9, our first match between Skyrose and Hammers here on Moon. All right, so we've got Skyrose on the right, Hammers on the left, and let's see who's going to make a push. Also picking up that ball. He's got that Quantum to help support, but he drops the ball, getting taken down by Resin. Again, I think we're going to see a ton of Quantums throughout this match, being a very effective tool as a long-range weapon, as opposed to, say, Longclaw or Velo. Braun's going to try and cause havoc himself. Draco picking up that ball. Now he's going to move through the bottom. Braun's got that Dominion, but doesn't take it down. Elsif surviving with the sliver of health. Resin as well has got the ball now. He's going to try and move through the middle, but he's getting concentrated by Hammer's defense, and now Elsif does manage to pick it up, and they're going to regroup.
I really like Copters and the way that he's using his Locust right now. He's been clearing out the wave. He's keeping Skyrose back, and he's... Oh my god, okay, that was close. Lucas ended up saving the day right there.
That was so close. Draco was just about to get a sneaky dunk, but he didn't quite get there in time. Lucas was there to stop it and managed to collect it, so they're going to toss it away, getting it out of their own zone, and that'll give them a chance to regroup and collect their breath.
So yes, Skyrose is actually out and about. They're being a little bit more aggressive here. And Elsif, all four of them.
My gosh, what a push. All four of them came at the same time. Everybody pushing through the top was too much for Skyrose to defend against. They were there, but it was just little old Archer by himself. Couldn't quite get there. So that first goal goes to Hammers.
That was nice, and they were right behind each other, so even if one died, the next one ended up picking up the ball, and sure enough, they just flew straight into that goal. That was beautifully done by Hammers.
Really was. So we saw a little bit of a push down on the bottom. Draco going to make a push through the bottom. He's going to use the jump pad to his advantage. Can he get there in time? Or is he going to get it? Oh, so close. Lucas was there to stop the throw. Of course, Draco was so low in health that he couldn't get the dunk, so he had to throw it, but Lucas managed to stop it in time.
Yes. I'm trying to catch my breath here. This is just a lot of sweaty action. I'm starting to sweat again, and I'm starting to get drenched in my clothes, and I think I need to turn up the AC. Oh my god, okay. So, no, didn't make it. Elsif tried to throw it, lob it up, but no, didn't make it. And Resin with that rocket drone, it's a perfect positioning right there, not allowing for Hammers to break through. And Lucas throws, and he makes it.
That was so close. Skyrose really got caught a little bit short there. However, that rocket sentry was a beautifully played sentry. It was there to help, but wasn't quite enough. Lucas was just able to throw it in and get that second goal.
Yeah, it was nice to keep him at bay, but it was just, yeah, he was able just to go ahead and secure it, and Skyrose wasn't around to stop that from happening. And now this strike, this napalm strike, it's nice on the side of Skyrose, but you know, Elsif was able to make it through, but he ends up dying, and so Skyrose lets the ball respawn.
So that will be it for this game. I don't believe there's going to be enough time for them to make a comeback. So it looks like Hammers is going to take this first game. And I got to say, they really caught Skyrose off guard. I'm just a little bit surprised at how quickly this game transitioned. Skyrose might have not been expecting the amount of offense from them. So yeah, this one goes to Hammers.
I'm starting to wonder if maybe Hammers, you know, okay, not that they were relaxed in any way, shape, or form, right? But they could afford to lose the first finals. I wouldn't be too comfortable saying that that's exactly what happened, you know? But, you know, they could afford it. Skyrose couldn't. So it's kind of like, okay, let's go ahead and I don't want to say that this was a warm-up for them either, because they both gave out their heart outs in that final. And now that we're seeing them, I think they've put up the game just a little bit more on the side of Hammers. And Skyrose there, they were great on that napalm strike. That was great. The way the rocket sentry was positioned by Archer, that was also really well done. But I think the moment here that was really exceptional was Hammers just flying in, one right after the other, and that was a little bit too much for Skyrose to handle. So that was really nice done. But Skyrose, again, their defense was just needing just a little bit more.
Yeah, the thing was, it was really just came down to matchups, because Skyrose only had one or two players defending the goal at a time, whereas Hammers really, I gotta say this, they really hammered it by pulling all their players out at the same time. Even though it's a bit of a risky play just because of the fact that they're leaving their goal completely open, it worked out so well. And the rocket strikes, once again, actually no, these are napalm strikes, my apologies. The napalm strike's not doing too bad of a job. A good replacement for rocket strike. And so far, yeah, Hammer's just doing a really good job of staying together, making sure that they're pushing at the same time. And yeah, Skyrose is having a little bit of a tough time defending against it.
Yeah. So I think we are ready for the next, no, we're not.
We're just waiting for the code.
Yeah.
But wow, amazing.
What's our next map? It's Canyon.
Yeah, we're going to be on Canyon.
Oh god, okay, that's a crazy one. I just there's so many things that can go wrong with that. There's so many right things that can happen with it. Um, it's just there's so much that can happen. Okay, and I don't know actually who has home. What was banned again? Okay, so they are using the strikes. No, they're not using the strikes. They're
Correct.
using the napalm strike. Okay, so rocket strike, napalm strike, either of the strikes, they're pretty effective, and I think actually I don't know if maybe the napalm would have probably been better to have banned instead of the rocket strike. Either way, Skyrose is using either or, and that just goes to show a little bit more of the versatility on them because they've used either the EMP or the incendiary. So if you see the
Hmm.
EMP banned, they bring out the incendiary. They ban the incendiary. They bring out the EMP. So on the side of hammers, though, they keep what's it called? They keep getting banned with the black tusk. It doesn't allow
Yes.
for Elsif to use it. And I guess that obviously that is his most effective weapon, but he's also a very versatile player, so he can really pick up the Typhoon and he can go
Yep.
ahead and start with that. So
Yeah, the
and
Black
it just
Tusk,
how
it's an
they can
interesting
play.
choice because, I mean, really, like you talk about, it can just be easily replaced. Well, maybe not easily, but that's
Yeah.
basically what we're seeing here. Is it's being replaced by weapons like Typhoon, or actually more really Quantum. However, here on Canyon, where it's so much more open, I don't know if we're actually going to see Quantum as much. I think we will see it, but I would expect to see a little bit more Typhoon, potentially, just as a quick tempo gun. And also, the fact that it's got mobility on its side really helps them to make a push, especially it depends on which side we're going to be on. I believe it's going to be Hammers on the right and Skyros on the left. So Hammers, if they use that extra mobility, they could use that to their advantage and make a push and get some dunks.
I'm seeing a lot of Quantums and a lot of Enforcers
Yeah.
and Widow Blades. So Draco's using that Widow Blade. He's famous for his blades, and I know that you are too. By the way, you had a miraculous one not too long ago
Oh, yeah.
on stream, and I think it was
That was insane.
Yeah,
I was a
I
bit
can
lucky, to be
imagine.
honest, but yeah, it was a good time.
That was a long shot. I remember that. That was a nice one. But yes, I'm seeing a lot of quantums, so I guess this is the battle of the quantums, and I guess this would be a nice map to have it on. Braun has a Dominion, so stay away from him. I'm trying to see what Copters has. No, and he also has. Well, I mean, this is just also the pregame. If everyone's ready, we should just keep on going. By the way, yes.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, here we go. Match number 2 of our last finals. Ball is up. We've got Skyros on the left, Hammers on the right. And we're going to see a lot of firefight going on in the middle. Luke is going to finally pick up that ball. He's going to try and make a push through the middle, but he's not going to be able to get there in time. Of course, Draco doing a really good job with that Quantum, making sure he doesn't get there. But ball respawns. He couldn't pick it up just in time. Unfortunately, he dies, but he will respawn in time to come back. So that will be okay.
Yes, Elsif has the thunderstorm. I was a little bit surprised. It's a great weapon to have. It's very mobile, and it's you're ooh, Seeker's so close. He's not gonna make it.
That was very close.
Okay.
He did try to make a push
Yes.
with the thunderstorm, but because Hammers was already there to see him, he couldn't push his way through. He was looking for an opening, but it just wasn't available to him. So Seeker with the ball once again. He's got it ready to go, so he's going to try and make a push here through the bottom. Archer's going to help support with that Quantum, but he gets taken out immediately by that Badger, and the Elsiv coming forward again with a thunderstorm. A nice change from him, but we're going to see go back and forth a little bit here. Now Seeker coming through the middle. Draco with the shot and gets it! Amazing! Skyros getting the first goal, coming up 1-0.
Yes. So Lucas, I think, was caught off a little bit by guard. He was on that platform. He had the chance to probably come down, and I think he was. Skyrose was doing a really good job of distracting him from there. And Seeker. Oof.
That was unbelievable how close that was. I thought Seeker had that dunk, but it was really, really close, and unfortunately he died too quickly before he could get it in.
Did he throw it though? Because he didn't die. He spawned up to the top, so I'm wondering if he released it a little bit too soon. I'm not
That's
too sure what
possible.
happened there. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense for him to do that if he did that, and I think it might have been maybe my eyes are just failing me now.
Oh no, Braun gets taken down, and Hammers is there to collect the rebound, giving them their first goal, and now we're back to a tie game.
Yes.
Okay, so Draco picks up the ball, gets demolished by Billy the Kid's Typhoon, and drops a drone just to make sure they got control of that middle area, but Braun's going to avoid it completely. However, Elsif completely just destroys him, so he's not able to get there in time. Now, Skyro's a little bit backed up. That's Napalm Stripe coming down in succession. Will it be enough? Lucas is there going to pick up the ball. It's now 3v1. Can Braun defend? No. And Hammers gets the next goal, taking the lead.
Oh my god. Okay, that was a really good gameplay on the side of Hammers. They were okay, I think that's what's happening. The Hammers is like right behind each other. So they're coming in full force. That's what they're doing. They're leaving their goal open once they have their hands on the ball and they're moving forward, trying to break through the lines of Sky Rose. And Sky Rose is you know, trying to do their best, but it's just not enough in that last moment.
Is he going to get it in? The lob shot nearly makes it, and we see a napalm strike coming down from Skyrose. They're going to try and clear the area, but Draco going through the bottom gets met by Lucas's Quantum, and now they got a clear shot. It looks like he can get the third goal, and there it is. Wow, that was incredible. How quickly that ended. Oof. Oh man, Hammers really bringing out everything in this fight. They are really bringing their A game, and Skyrose, maybe the endurance game is not working out for them. They've pushed this far though. They really got to come their way back. This is not the way I want to see this end. But
yeah,
got to give it to Hammers. They are playing very well.
I think Skyrose has played 1, 2, 3 games consecutively, technically 4th with the last finals. So I don't know if Skyrose is starting to tire out just a little bit. It wouldn't surprise me if that is the case, but I also know that they are very strong players both individually, so I know that they have the stamina in them to continue and keep going. Now, I think just Hammers is being a little bit more effective in the sense that I think that's what's really working for them. Well, at least it worked for them in Canyon. It didn't work for them so much in the previous match that we had seen, but right now, they were able to go ahead and leave their goal left in the open because they're attacking. They're all moving all together, so they're all one behind each other. So if the first one dies, the second one picks up the ball, or the first two are the frontliners and they're clearing the way out. So that's working really well for them. So Skyrose needs to really beef up their defense basically here. Play a couple of sentries around. You have the gun sentries open, you have the rocket sentries open, leave them around here kind of to prevent and to give you that extra defense right there.
I completely concur with you, Sapphire. That's a really good point you make. The thing is, Skyrose has been getting caught off guard. Like, they've been sort of getting split up by Hammers. That's the thing that they're doing really well. Especially Elsif with that Thunderstorm. Like, I don't consider Elsif a Thunderstorm player, at least not in my experience, but you know, the fact is, he's a very versatile player, and that's the thing that's so good about him. He can use a variety of weapons and use them effectively, because it's been a really difficult thing for Skyrose to deal with. They've just been getting in their face, they've been splitting them up, and they've been able to clear defense and get their goals. So, yeah, I gotta say, Skyrose does need to beef up their defense a bit.
A little bit, yeah. So I think we're ready to go. All the teams are in, players are in, spectators are in, yeah.
Yep, so if they're ready to go, let's get this one underway. Okay, here we go on Snowbase. A huge change from Canyon and a very even map. Of course, it is actually simultaneous, or it's exactly symmetrical. So yes, very even indeed. And let's see what happens. So we got to push in the middle. Everybody kind of staying back, feeling each other out. Draco's going to get destroyed. Actually, no, he cleared that Thunderstorm. Elsif almost got him, but didn't get quite there. And Luke is going to make a push through the top, but gets cleared by Archer's Quantum. Really great play from him. Good defense. And now Archer should be able to go through the mid, but Hammers is going to pull back just a little bit. And he makes a lob shot. However, Elsif picks it up. He's got that shield. I expect to see a push here from Hammers now.
Yes, so that was a nice little play. Elsif went to the bottom, released the ball, allowing himself to be healed, and Billy the Kid,
so close.
Yes.
That was a very close moment there. Billy the Kid nearly got it. He did throw it, but it just was a little bit short. And I think he would have made it had he done that. But here we are. Skyrose trying to push back. Not quite making it there. Billy Kid's going to pick up the ball once again. Move through the top here. He didn't get that shield. Copter's picking up it instead. Now Copter's get his. Can he make through the top there and get a lob shot? That will give them their first goal, but we'll see if that takes place.
A lot of back and forth action again. It's a minute just has passed by and neither of them has scored a goal. And Skyrose is being really defensive on their side and they're doing really good plays. They're also being a little bit more defensive and they're not covering their goal as much. And that's actually a good thing because they're catching Hammers out a lot of the times. So here they threw the ball towards the bottom. Skyrose is trying to come in through the bottom, but no, it wasn't effective.
All right, so after feeling each other out a little bit there, they decided to just let the ball respawn. A likely good choice, as this has been a very even match so far, so I think this gives them a chance to regroup just a little bit and maybe make a push. Let's have a look here. Okay, so Elsif picking up the ball, using that Thunderstorm once again, being so disruptive. He's going to make a throw here. Can he get it? Lucas coming to support. Nice gun sentry from Elsif as well, and now the ball drops down to the bottom. Dracosan should pick it up. There we go, and he's going to make a push through the bottom. However, Hammers doesn't have enough time to respond, so they should meet him, and then he do. And now they're going to try to push to the top. Archer with that shield with Braun to support. Can he make it through? That's the question. Can he do it? And there it is! Skyrose getting the first goal. Nice dunk from Archer. Really good push there on the top.
Definitely, Hammers being caught out completely off guard there. They were nowhere to be seen. Yes, they came in very quickly towards the end there, but there just wasn't enough time. So it's super exciting to see right now. Oh my god, like these two teams are really going at it. It's crazy action right now, and it's still anyone's game because these guys have been known to make those last-minute gameplays. So can we see that again?
That might happen here. Also going to make a push. Can he get it? And he does!
Oh my god!
What a play! Less than 30 seconds left to go. Elsif found an opening, took it, and there we go. Tie game. This may go into overtime. However, this is anybody's game. Let's see who's going to take it. All right, so Elsif now got to push. Kairo's not respawn. This isn't looking good. Archer low health, and there it is. Holy smokes. Wow, what a close game. Oh, my goodness.
Holy, okay. I don't know what to say anymore. Oh my god. Okay, I think one thing at the beginning and they completely proved me wrong at the end. And it's just like, I just, yeah.
It's insane.
I'm at a loss for words.
Absolutely insane. This is again, this is just what you love to see, but the truth is, Elsif, man, wow, is he ever good? He's just coming in at those last moments, because that's, like, it didn't look like he was, Sky was going to take it, but then the moment you saw that they were cleared and Elsif is like, haha, I've got a clear opening. He took it, tied up the game, and then even before going to overtime, got another goal. Just weaving it through the defense of Skyrose, and that managed to give them the victory here. And now Skyrose up 3-0. This is match point. Will Hammers take home the title today, right here in this match? That's what we're going to find out. Skyrose now has to win 4 in a row. Actually,
Yes.
five games if they're going to win this.
But technically speaking, 6 games in a row. Because
Yeah, I think you're
they
right.
have the double, what's it called? The advantage scoring needs to
Yes.
take place. So Skyrose needs to win 6 games in a row. And again, because of that, advantage scoring, this can actually keep on going forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Of course, like I doubt that it's going that way. But Hammers only has 1 more game to win. Skyrose, 6 in a row. Just however, it wouldn't surprise me if they are able to do it though. It really doesn't, because these two teams are playing exceptionally well, and we've seen them in other tournaments. These players, they have what it takes. So, again, still anyone's game. Just because Hammers has 3 scores right now doesn't mean that Skyrose is out, because I do very strongly believe that Skyrose does have it in them, and they can win 6 games in a row. It's tough. It's not easy. It's a really tall mountain to climb, but it is possible.
I agree. Well, Skyrose has demonstrated that they can do it. The matchup between these two teams has been most interesting. Just seeing these games getting traded back and forth. Hammers is so far being very dominant in this finals, but I think, like you said, Skyrose can recollect themselves. They'll come back, and they will come back stronger, and I believe they've got it in them to do this. So yeah, guys, even though this is 3 games up for Hammers, this ain't the end. This is not the end by any means, and we may see this go all the way.
Yes. So I think we're just waiting for one more person to join up on the side of Hammers. And as soon as he does, I think we are ready to go, because, oh my god, this is so close right now. I mean,
It's insanely
just
close.
Yeah.
And what better map to have for this potential match point than Temple? One of the most even-keeled maps for Battle Ball, just because of how open it is. There are some differences between the two sides, of course, but overall, this is one of the best competitive maps for Battle Ball, for sure. So this is going to be a really, really great match, and Hammers might take it here. We're going to find out.
So everyone's ready to go, so I think we should just get started.
Let's
Yay.
do it.
Oh my god. I'm so nervous.
All right, everybody, get your towels ready, because this one's going to be a sweaty one. We got match 4 here in the grand finals between Skyrose and Hammers. Here we go. Okay, so we've got Hammers on the right, Skyro's on the left, Seeker picking up that ball. He's going to move through the top. Doesn't have enough support, though. It doesn't look like he's going to get there. Lobs the ball, will make it in time. So close. Copters does get there to stop the ball. He's going to lob it to the center. Draco picking it up. Goalie get a lob shot and get the first goal. There it is. All right, Skyro's coming in with a vengeance, getting that first goal.
Nice little save on that boost. You have to, I think this is probably one of those games as well that it's because there's so much open space on Temple, you really need to save your boost for that moment in time. A lot of these players have been saving it for that last minute, and ooh, Elsif tries to make it, but Draco ends up stopping it in the very last minute.
That was so close. There we go. Another shot, and he almost gets it. Billy comes in just in a pixel of time. Manages to get in front of the goal and get it, but the ball explodes from being down too much, and it's going to respawn.
So a lot of the action again is taking place up at the top, and I think Hammers is going to have to again, just as Inspiral has done, just as Resin has done in games before, they have to go through the bottom. I think that's really the key for them in order to win this game, or to even just score. So yeah, Elsif is dropping down that sentry right there, and yeah, it seems to be that's the opening, but Skyros is really taking advantage of that moment, and they're starting to beef up that side, that extra little bit right there.
So that gun sentry did prove to be a bit of an issue. Lucas getting the ball. He's got the shield. He's going to get a goal. And there it is. Hammers tying it up. My God, that was so close. And, you know, Skyros, they were moving through the left part of the map there. As you saw, they were trying to make sure they collected the ball. And, but here we go. So now Draco dropping the gun sentry, collecting some kills. Seeker going to pick up with that shield. He's got the Thunderstorm. He's going to make a lob shot here. Can he get it? And it's going to be real close here. He goes for the shot and he comes in. Wow, what a shot. That gives Skyros the lead once again. Elsif throwing the emote out. You love it. And now Skyros coming back here. Can they do it? Can they do it? All right. So Seeker once again picking up that ball, clearing that gun drone with that Thunderstorm, being a very effective tool with that. But we've got two Hammers players coming up to the goal. Will they be able to protect it? That's the question. But they're going to make a lob shot here. Will this be the third goal end this game? And it looks like they've got it. There it is. Skyros taking it 3-1. They're coming back just like we talked about. They can do it. They're proving it. And right here, they may force 4 more games out of Hammers just yet.
Yes. So they need 5 more games in order for them to go ahead and secure these finals. Now, Hammers, if they win the next one, they still have an advantage scoring of 2 over Skyros. So it's a very close game still. And
yes.
Skyros, oh my God. And I am starting to think maybe Temple isn't the strongest map on Hammers, because I'm pretty sure that this is the map that they've lost the most on, especially on the side and even footing. But either way, it doesn't take away from Skyros's persistence and domination on this map against Hammers. Hammers was nowhere to be found a couple of those times, and then the way that Seeker ended up making that goal, beautiful.
Really was.
Beautiful.
Yep, this was a great match to see from Skyros. It's exactly what you want to see, because having lost 3 games, that is a difficult thing to come back from. And as a player, you're thinking, oh my God, this is going to be so hard to come back from. But you know what? You love to see this kind of stuff from a team like Skyros. Like we've talked about, they've really got it in them to continue forward and push this because they want to win. It's very clear. They did not sit back this game, and they really came together and managed to force another game out of Hammers. But like you said, this is still do or die. Hammers still has +2 score over Skyros. So again, if they lose here, that's it. But you know what? I think they can do it.
Yes, I think so too. I definitely really do think so. I mean, they're a top team. They have practiced constantly together, if not even individually. Well, maybe not together in the sense because, you know, they do have, you know, the time zones. We do have a lot of players in EU. Half of the other players are in NA. But, you know, it's just, they do have it. They have it in them. And Hammers, though, they could do it too. I mean, they really can. They just need 1 more game and the game is theirs. I'm trying to think, like, what does Hammers need to do? And our next map is going to be Magma.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So we've seen this before, right? This is a very swingy map where in a moment's notice they can score 2 goals on you, and it's just because of how the map is designed. We've got these lanes that are really close to where the ball spawns, so if you're not careful, if you're still respawning, someone can find a real easy opening and score a goal on you very quickly. So that's something that we're going to watch out for. Defense is going to be a key in this match. Skyro so far being a pretty good defensive team. I don't know though, will Hammer's offense overcome that?
I think if they are able to go ahead and place the sentry positions in a nice little location, the sentry positions I think are going to be key if they're going to be using sentry positions. Magma is a great map to use that for. Again, adding that extra defensive feature on the side while you're going to play offense. Now, this map is a little bit more close quarters, so you don't have the luxury of, you know, leaving your goal out in the open like we had seen on Canyon and a little bit on Temple. That was a very effective gameplay on the side of Hammers, you know, rushing everybody in. Now, I think we saw it, I think it was on Moon. So Moon to me is almost similar to Magma in this sense that I am expecting Hammers to run together again. Trying to get the game through. And I think everybody is in, so I'll stop talking and you guys can go ahead and take it.
All right, here we go. So Skyros, having won that last game, means that Hammers has to win another one if they're going to take this title, but it still is match point. If they win this, Hammers will be the grand champion. Okay, so here we are on Magma. We've got Hammers on the left and Skyros on the right. No team has picked up the ball yet, but it looks like Hammers will be able to do it. Lucas is going to collect it. There it is. He's got that Velo, so he's got a little bit less mobility on his hand, but unfortunately for him, the Archer was there to save him and stop him from getting through. So Draco picking up the ball. He's going to try and make a push here. He needs to wait for his teammates, so he's going by himself, and he's going to get taken down very easily. There he goes. So now Hammers being grouped up together are going to make a push here through the middle.
So I don't think that was a mistake on the side of Draco. I think he was just allowing his team to come back and around. And, he, you know, it's kind of like a little distraction. Yes, you're probably not going to...
So close. My goodness.
Oh, too close for comfort. Oh, my God.
So, yes, Hammers was a little bit caught short there with their defense. They almost nearly let a goal in, but Braun here is making a push through there. Can he get it? Oh, so close. He got just short under. He must be feeling pretty bad about that shot because it would have been a goal. But really, really great play from them, finding an opening. And so far, Skyro's doing a really great job of pushing Hammers back.
Yes, they are. They're actually breaking through the defensive a little bit more. We're seeing them being a little bit more aggressive. And yes, right now, even though, like, okay, where is the rest of Hammers? Yeah, they all died. They all are respawning. And they're not really taking advantage of that. So I think I would have liked to have seen a better push right there from Skyros. But still, they have their purpose and they have their reasoning for it.
They do, and so far they're making a push through this middle, having won those matchups, getting a shot in, but Resin is there to collect it, with a rocket sentry down from Archer as well to provide extra defense. So now they're going to make push through this bottom section. Dracosan does get annihilated there with his shield even, but Lucas here collecting the ball. He's going to try and make a push. However, I think Archer should be able to defend this, and Braun isn't able to get the ball, but he's got his Dominion out now as well, and this has been a very effective tool so far. We see a Napalm Strike coming down. Resin trying to inch forward, so he avoids it, but doesn't quite get there in time. Lucas clearing the way, and now we're going to see another goal, perhaps.
Ooh, oh my God, that shot, that's kind of upsetting. It ended up hitting. I'm sure there's a reason for it too, because at this time, like, oh, I'm just going to stay quiet because I think something's going to happen.
Oh, it's so close. Elsev almost made a great push. Resin and the defense of Skyro is doing a good job. Resin needs to pick this up, but there it is. Copters clears him with that Badger and gives Hammers their first point.
Okay, what I would do now is just be very defensive. I would try to protect my goal. If I was Hammers, protect my goal as much as I can. It's okay. I only need one goal to win. Now, if I was Skyros, push, 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 push. Save up the rocket strikes. Save up the incendiaries. Save up... Holy, holy, holy.
Wow, Skyro's doing a really good job of finding holes in their defense, because that nearly went in as well. It was just a slight missed shot, and that's two dangerous scoring chances for Skyro. So this game could have been 2-1 very easily.
Ooh, yeah, okay. So I'm just going to stay quiet.
Okay, so the ball comes back up. Braun picks it up with the Dominion, but the game's about to end here, and there it is. Hammers takes it home. They are your grand champions of today's tournament. What a fantastic competition this has been, and I gotta say, both teams really deserved it, so it's nice to see one come out on top, but really, really well done to both. The competition today has been absolutely amazing. The level of gameplay has been top-notch, and there's a reason why these guys are veterans. There's a reason why these guys are here in the finals, and this is exactly why. Both are very, very good, but Hammers did manage to just come out on top, so congratulations to them, and also congratulations to Skyros. You did a really fantastic job.
Yes, they did. Incredible games on the showing from Skyros. Oh my God, you guys have so much heart in you. I really feel for you because you guys are always so close and securing those wins. And it wasn't positioning, it was just timing, it was getting caught off guard a little bit, and just like, oh my god, you guys just had impeccable gameplay. But my heart really does go out to you. GG's nonetheless. I'm at a loss for words right now. I really did think that this was going to be Skyro's championship, and it's not. It's Hammers. Not to say that Hammers didn't do well at all. They played exceptionally well as well. It's just that if I would have submitted my bracket, you would have seen that this would have been an XOZ and a Skyros game. But you know, I stand corrected. Hammers ended up being on top. So GG's to both teams.
All right, so here it is. Hammers takes first place, which means they will win the sweet chunk of that prize pool, which is going to be $300 to them. And Skyrose still gets a great chunk of the prize pool as well. They're going to win $150 for their efforts. And third place will be a $50 prize. And then don't forget that we had the 10,000 Paragon to distribute as well. So all the teams were able to get something out of this. There was certainly something there for your efforts, but Hammers takes it home, and they are your champions of today's ARMAJET Arena. Well done.
Yay! Congratulations, Hammers. So, guys, this concludes our showing. Thank you so much for watching. Be sure to follow us on all of our socials. We have @TheForgeLeague on Twitter. Be sure to subscribe to this channel. We will be bringing more tournaments out into the future. Now, just a little bit of shout out to our content creators. We have Captain Benzi. He gives a lot of great tips. So be sure to catch his videos on YouTube. We also have a lot of content creators, streamers that stream on Twitch. You have OP Legendary X. You have Woody as well. You have Clad and Cut. I believe that you yourself also stream. I myself stream a little bit sometimes. Draco-san, you definitely don't want to miss his streams as well. He has 2v2 tournaments usually on Saturdays. It's a great way to get your name out there, to people actually see that you do take these games seriously. And who knows, if you do really well, you might actually have a chance to be picked up by one of the bigger top teams. And if not, you know, just go ahead and create your own team. There will be more tournaments like this in the future. So shout out to all of the teams, Team Terminus, Team Synergy, Team Salt, Upsetters. Everyone did an amazing job. Fiery Tail, XOZ, and of course Skyros and Hammers. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. And any last words that you might have, Jeffrey?
Yeah, well, why don't we just recap this entire tournament, because what a tournament it has been. So let's just look at the finalized bracket here. So, of course, as you know, our champions were Hammers, knocking out Skyros, who took second place. And then we have XOZ with third place, getting knocked out in the last bracket there. Then that's followed up by Fiery Tail. And then finally, Sweaty Synergy and the Upsetters take 5th and 6th. So really well done to all the teams today. I agree with you, Sapphire. This has been an incredible competition, and I hope for any of you out there who are playing ARMAJET and are considering getting involved, yes, by all means, consider putting together a team, because this is a lot of fun. Battle Ball is an incredible competitive format, and look at all these teams that came out of the woodworks. I mean, we had a lot of brand new teams come in and actually do some real work here. Those Upsetters did such a great job. Yes, they did fall a little bit short, but you know, it just comes down to experience, right? The more experience and practice you have as a team, the more successful you're going to be. And that's really what it takes. And believe me, there's going to be plenty of tournaments to come. Lots of opportunities for your teams to come forward and try to win some sweet cash and maybe even some loot for your team. So that was really great. I got to say, what an amazing tournament overall. And in fact, not only was the tournament great itself, we were able to raise money for Mobilize for Australia. And I believe the final tally, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be about $854, or about $855 with that match from Super Bit Machine. But in total, the entire event from Match Reno, we are over $7,500 total raised, which is just amazing. Your support is incredible, and really the true winners in all of this are you guys. So congratulations to everybody involved. This has been an amazing tournament. Was there anything else you wanted to say, Sapphire, before we finish off here?
Just to be sure to follow us on our socials, especially TFL, because that's where we're going to announce our contest winners. We had the clip challenge, we had the omelet bracket challenge, and then we also had the snapback challenge where you have to tag a non-ARMAJET friend. So be tuned. Be sure to follow us on our socials as well. Mine is Sapphire Sky GG, and yours, Jeffrey?
Jeffrey_casts.
Perfect. Okay, that's it for me then. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Thank you so much, and we'll see you next time.
You don't need to be a streamer or a famous YouTuber to share your gameplay with Metal. We make it as easy as possible to create and share gaming highlights. All you have to do is start up any game, press a button, and Metal will capture the last section of gameplay and then give you a link. It really is that easy. You don't have to configure a bunch of settings,
and it won't make your games lag, even if your PC isn't awesome.
just download the app, play a game, and get sharing. Metal. Play a game, press a button, get a link. It's that easy.